I turned my everyday skills into divine powers. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Turning the Tables. Do you want me to pull out 2K9 teeth and replace them with your sons? Tieshan, who was shouting, was stunned at this. He glared at the source of the voice, a look of surprise in his eyes, but the fierceness intensified. The speaker was none other than the Gao family's live-in son-in-law Tieshan. Tieshan had never expected that, faced with such a fierce attack, this cowardly Tieshan wouldn't cower in the limelight. Instead, he dared to confront him, and even insult his precious son. It wasn't just Tieshan who was surprised. Everyone in the Gao family present was also surprised. Gaodi also stared at Tieshan with astonishment. However, Tieshan's words had finally released the pent-up anger in his heart, and he felt much better. Damn it, your Gao family is truly devoid of men. Even a gigolo has come out to make a scene, Tieshan said with a sneer on his face. At Tieshan's words, Gaodi's newly smooth breathing suddenly became congested again, his face pale with anger. However, Tieshan paid no heed to Tieshan's sarcasm. He sneered, gazing at him with disdain. So what if I'm a gigolo? It's better than you, a lackey of the tiger, worse than pigs and dogs. You don't want to be a good man, but you insist on being a dog. Without a master to back you up, how dare you bark here? Tieshan's words left Tieshan speechless. Rage welled up in his chest, and he rushed forward, ready to attack. Although he was only at the Kame stage, in his eyes, Tieshan was nothing more than a powerless teacher, someone he could beat to a pulp with a single finger. Seeing that Tieshan was losing the argument and ready to strike, Tieshan grasped a brush in his right hand and instantly wrote 4 words in the air. Prostrate yourself. Plop. The moment Tieshan put pen to paper, the 4 characters transformed into 4 streams of light, like 4 mountains, crashing down upon Tieshan. Tieshan, who had just rushed to Tieshan's side, collapsed to his knees. He felt as if several large men were simultaneously grabbing his limbs and pressing down on his head, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. What's going on? Tieshan, shocked, tried to struggle, but found his arms and legs unable to move. This scene stunned everyone present. Those who didn't know better might have assumed Tieshan had rushed forward to pay his respects to Tieshan. Gaodi stared at Tieshan in shock, as if he didn't recognize his son-in-law. Although he couldn't understand Tieshan's method, he had witnessed the entire process clearly. Tieshan's writing of the 4 characters in the air was like a spell, bringing Tieshan to his knees. Gaodi wasn't the only one present. Everyone in the Ki family, including the Gao family guards and stewards, was stunned, staring at Tieshan in shock. Dad, Master. The Ki family members, regaining their composure, shouted in astonishment. What are you still standing there for? Attack. Tieshan roared, kneeling on the ground. Hearing his words, the Ki family hesitated, ready to charge at Tieshan, Gaodi, and the others. But then, a sharp sound of piercing air ripped through the air. A halberd ripped through the night sky like a javelin. With a clang, the halberd plunged directly into the ground in front of the Ki family. The Ki family members froze in place, their faces filled with horror. At the same moment, a tall, imposing figure approached from behind. His stern expression and intimidating aura sent a chill through the Ki family's hearts. Throw all these bastards out, Tieshan declared, pointing at the Ki family members in front of him. Xiang Yu nodded, and with the force of a gust of wind, he instantly rushed towards the Ki family, simultaneously unsheathing his halberd. The Ki family warriors' expressions changed drastically, feeling that what was approaching wasn't just one person, but an army of thousands, a ferocious beast. They were filled with fear, their bodies trembling with fear. Many of the Ki family members were warriors, even those of the 7th and 8th ranks. But they were no match for Xiang Yu's heroic spirit. Xiang Yu's halberd's attack was so fierce that the air seemed to rip apart wherever it passed. The force was so immense that the Gao family warriors simply couldn't withstand it. Their swords were quickly knocked flying, and the halberd slammed them to the ground, leaving them unable to stand. Since Tieshan had warned them not to kill, Xiang Yu refrained from killing them. He simply knocked them all to the ground, then kicked them one by one towards the distant gate. Each shot was precise, and the Qi family was like a soccer ball, a world-beating goal. It spun in mid-air, tracing a beautiful arc, before darting precisely out of the blind spot of the courtyard gate, and crashing into the street outside. Instantly, the entire Gao family compound fell silent. Everyone in the Gao family stared in shock, seemingly unable to breathe. But after the shock wore off, Gao Di's face lit up with a smile and a look of joy. He looked at Tang Yin again, his gaze also filled with surprise. He hadn't expected his son-in-law to possess such prowess. He felt as if he were dreaming. How had this son-in-law, usually weak and cowardly, possessed such extraordinary abilities? Not only had he used magic to bring Qi Fuan to his knees, but he had even become acquainted with such a powerful warrior. With a few strikes, he had sent all the Qi family members flying. Qi Fuan remained kneeling and struggling, completely unaware that he had been expelled from the Gao family. With a wave of his hand, Tang Yin dissipated the aura of ink and brush that weighed on Qi Fuan. Qi Fuan leaped to his feet, his face flushed with rage. Just as he was about to burst into a curse, he felt a chill against his neck. It was a sharp blade that stopped him. Qi Fuan glanced at Xiang Yu from the corner of his eye, but the sight of Xiang Yu's heroic presence and imposing presence immediately frightened him. He glanced behind him and realized that all the men he had brought with him had fled. These two unfilial sons, they actually abandoned me and ran away. Qi Fuan cursed inwardly, but even more was shock and fear. He hadn't expected the Gao family to have such expert assistants. He had really hit a wall today. But seeing Tang Yin's stern gaze, Qi Fuan felt a wave of fear. He wondered if Tang Yin would kill him in a fit of rage after saying so many harsh words. Tang Yin, don't mess around. I'm a businessman appointed by the Ministry of Revenue, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. I'm also a semi-official. Killing me is a serious crime. Qi Fuan stammered. He no longer had the arrogance he had just shown. Even an official as high as Prefect ZHU was killed and nothing happened. Do you think you are more important than Prefect ZHU? Tang Yin said coldly. This made Qi Fuan's face look even uglier, and the fear in his eyes grew even stronger. He vaguely felt that Prefect ZHU's death was also related to Tang Yin. Thinking carefully about the rumors he had heard before, the new Prefect ZHU seemed to have caused trouble for Du Shaoling. Du Shaoling was currently teaching at Yuanshan Academy and was Tang Yin's teacher. Could it be? Qi Fuan seemed to understand everything all of a sudden. He suddenly looked at Tang Yin with wide eyes. No wonder this loser seemed to have been reborn. It turned out that this guy had relied on an extraordinary strong man. It was over. It was over. This time he really had offended someone he shouldn't have. Looking at the heroic man holding the halberd, Qi Fuan became more and more frightened. He scared himself so much that his face turned pale, and in the cold weather, he was sweating profusely. Gao, Master Gao, please say something. There's no grudge between our two families that can't be resolved. Yes, you, the lord of the Gao family, are magnanimous. Don't bother with a mean-spirited person like me. It was my Qi family who was blind today, and will compensate your family for the losses they've caused. And Qi Fuan glanced at Tang Yin again and continued, and from now on, all taxes for your Gao family will be waived. I'll cover your nephew's medical expenses. I, Qi Fuan, also apologize to you and your son on behalf of my son. If you're still not satisfied, I'll kidnap my rebellious son and let you do whatever you want with him. Hearing Qi Fuan's words, Tang Yin scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. Qi Fuan was truly a cowardly coward. He would even sell out his own son to save his own life. He was truly a scumbag. He deserved death. Tang Yin truly wanted to kill him, but as Qi Fuan had said, killing him would only cause trouble. Magistrate ZHU was murdered because the murderer couldn't be found. No one knew who did it. But if Qi Fuan died in the Gao family, it would be a different matter. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble or calamity. If the Qi family hadn't been so bullying today, he wouldn't have wanted to make a big deal out of this. As for a scoundrel like Qi Fuan, he would have eliminated him sooner or later. But not now. When their Confucian and Taoist influence grew, when their mentor Wei Yi issued the order to fight against the Shanren sect, he would definitely be the first to eliminate Qian. Words are not enough, evidence is needed. Tang Yin said coldly. Okay, no problem, no problem. Qian responded quickly, secretly relieved. Saving his life was more important than anything else. Dignity was of no value to a man like him. Come, bring pen, ink, paper, and inkstone. Tang Yin said loudly. Yes, son-in-law. The servants beside him immediately responded with eager faces. They quickly ran to bring a table, pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, and placed it in the courtyard. After a long time, Qian signed the document and pressed his fingerprints. According to the written agreement, all future taxes owed by the Gao family would be paid by the Qi family. Qian would also compensate Tang Hubo for his medical expenses and the Gao family's losses tonight, totaling 2,000 taels of silver. Send him outside to reunite with his family. Tang Yin said to Xiang Yu, who was standing nearby. Xiang Yu understood and walked behind Qian, knocking him down with a punch. He let him fall into a baby-like sleep. He then threw him out onto the street, where he lay neatly on the ground, deep asleep, alongside his two sons. Soon after, the Qi family learned of the situation and dispatched troops to escort them back to the Gao residence. Inside the Gao residence, however, there was a moment of jubilation, with the servants discussing the recent events. They had never imagined that this son-in-law, often looked down upon by Master Gao, was actually a hidden powerhouse. As expected, those who achieve great things are those who are able to bend and stretch. The Gao family's several warriors were filled with fear, thankful they hadn't done anything too drastic. Otherwise, they would have died without knowing how. In the hall, Gao Di looked at the document, grinning from ear to ear. It felt as if all the frustration he'd endured had vanished, and he felt incredibly happy. And what gratified him most was that his son-in-law possessed such remarkable abilities. This made Gao Di feel elated, filled with pride and elation. He had indeed been right in his judgment. His son-in-law had finally fought for the pagoda. Although he wasn't an official, possessing such extraordinary power meant he didn't need to be a high-ranking official. Moreover, Gao Di knew that serving in the imperial court these days was not easy. One would have to serve the Shinran sect as a lackey. If he truly served the Shinran sect, he would be despised by everyone, not only failing to bring honor to the family, but also making the Gao family a disgrace like the Qi family. Therefore, Gao Di felt that the current situation was better. With Tang Yin's power, who would dare to cross his family in the future? Hahaha, Tang Yin, thanks to you tonight. You have such a skill, but why have you never mentioned it? Well, that's good. With you here, our Gao family won't have to worry about being bullied anymore. Gao Di said happily, looking at Tang Yin with admiration. Tang Yin was a little uncomfortable with his father-in-law's constant praise, but he was still very happy. By the way, Tang Yin, what method did you use? Was it magic? Gao Di asked curiously. Something like magic. It's the cultivation method of scholars, Tang Yin said seriously. The cultivation method of scholars? Gao Di was even more surprised. This was the first time he had heard of it. Could scholars actually cultivate extraordinary skills? By the way, father-in-law, I have something to discuss with you. Tang Yin changed the subject. Why discuss? From now on, you will be the one making the decisions about family matters, Gao Di said with a smile. Now that Tang Yin possessed such powerful strength, he could safely hand over the family business to him. That way, he could enjoy his retirement. I hope Hubo can study with me again in the future. Even if he can't become an official, he can still gain extraordinary power, Tang Yin continued. No problem. He's your son, so you'll naturally be in charge of his affairs. Okay. Tang Yin smiled, feeling quite happy. After being looked down upon for so many years, he finally got to hold his head high and take charge. He believed this was just the beginning. With his diligent cultivation under his mentor, he would surely accomplish much more. He would achieve great things, fulfill his ambitions, and realize his own value. In King's House City, inside Wei Yi's new residence, Wei Yi embraced Zhao Jinxi as they bathed in the hot springs. The gentle touch of her soft skin and the gentle water brought him the most exquisite sensation in the world. It was truly an indescribable and ultimate enjoyment. Wei Yi, through Xiang Yu's senses, had already gained a good understanding of what had happened to the Gao family not long ago. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had given Tang Yin enough leverage, otherwise the Gao family would have been in serious trouble tonight. The situation in Hengshao City was far worse than that in Kingshao City, and far more dangerous. The city was completely under the control of the celestial cult. Without adequate self-protection capabilities, operating under their watchful eyes, one would be unable to move forward, their lives in jeopardy. It's time to consider helping the Xiangsha Alliance deal with the celestial cult. Wei Yi thought to himself. Only by truly eliminating the celestial cult could the threat be permanently eradicated. Chapter 177 Eyeliner. The next day, Qifuan rose from his bed, feeling a sharp pain in the back of his neck, his head groggy and groggy. He felt utterly miserable. But he remembered clearly what had happened. He was still terrified by the events of the previous night. He had never imagined that the Gao family's incompetent son-in-law would suddenly rise to such extraordinary power. This time, they had hit a wall. Not only had they failed to collect taxes, they were humiliated, and now had to pay a large sum of money. The loss was truly devastating. However, he couldn't let this matter go. He refused to let the Gao family bully him again. Furthermore, the Gao family was one of the wealthiest families in the city. Without this lucrative patron, both he and the Shinran cult would suffer. So, he felt the need to go to the Shinran cult Taoist temple and seek help from Eldamar. After all, he was a dedicated member of the Shinran cult. Failure to subdue the Gao family would mean losses for the Shinran cult itself. Arriving at the temple, Qifuan waited a long time before he was finally able to see Eldamar. He immediately distorted the events of the previous night, exaggerating them. Eldamar ignored Qifuan's words, even showing a hint of impatience. After all, the Gao family hadn't actually done anything to the Qi family. The two sides had merely clashed. The Gao family might have objected to the taxation, perhaps even harboring hostility towards the Qi family. But Eldamar saw this not as a sign of the Gao family's power, but rather Qifuan's weakness and cowardice. He had been threatened into refusing to pay taxes. He couldn't even control his own merchants, yet he had the nerve to ask him to intervene against the Gao family, believing he was the one to clean up their mess. Qifuan's behavior was like a department manager who couldn't manage his employees, then went to his boss to complain about his grievances, hoping for his boss's help. In dealing with the employee, the boss would likely simply assume the department manager was incompetent. Naturally, he would be annoyed that he had to bother with such a trivial matter. Seeing Eldamar's displeasure, perhaps even his reluctance to address the matter, Qifuan immediately brought up the murder of Prefect Zhu. I suspect this is closely linked to the Gao family's son-in-law, or rather, the person behind him. Qifuan continued. Who's behind him? Eldamar inquired. Qifuan then elaborated on his theory. So, there's definitely something fishy going on with Yuanshan Academy. Upon hearing Qifuan's words, his expression darkened even further. It turned out that the Gao family's son-in-law he was referring to was the academy's principal, a student of Du Shaoling. This wasn't surprising. It seemed the Gao family's son-in-law had inherited some of Wei Yi's legacy, possessing extraordinary skills. Furthermore, the exceptionally powerful warrior Qifuan mentioned was likely the one secretly protecting them. I think Tang Yin will be a disaster in the future. Elder, it's best to eliminate him before it's too late to prevent future trouble. Upon hearing Qifuan's words, Eldamar's expression grew even colder, and he looked at Qifuan with a sullen expression. Are you telling me how to do things? Do you think we haven't figured out that Prefect Zhu's case is connected to Du Shaoling, or that we haven't figured out the stakes involved? Eldamar shouted sternly. Seeing Eldamar's anger, Qifuan quickly knelt, frightened. That wasn't my intention. I was foolish and inconsiderate. I deserve death. Alright, go back and do what you're supposed to do. I don't care about the feud between you and the Gao family. I just want to get the monthly incense money. Eldamar said gravely. Yes, I understand. I won't bother you anymore, Elder. Qifuan bowed and respectfully left the hall. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he was filled with panic. He wanted to slap himself. How could he be so stupid? If he could figure it out, how could others not know it? There had to be a reason why the Shinran cult hadn't taken action against Du Shaoling and his group regarding Prefect ZHU's case. Wasn't he teaching them how to act by bringing all this up today? It was strange that Elder Ma would be pleased. The Gao family's affairs now involved serious matters, clearly beyond his ability to handle. He silently swallowed the loss he suffered yesterday and could only pray that the Shinran cult would quickly deal with Du Shaoling and Tang Yin. Tang Yin went to the academy early in the morning. After yesterday's events, he finally lived the ideal life he had always longed for. His wife was gentle and virtuous, his son was filial and sensible, his father was loving, and his son was filial, and the family was harmonious and warm. The servants in the mansion all knew the rules and spoke well. His father-in-law was kind and amiable, and his mother-in-law was as sweet as honey. He, who had once been a completely invisible figure in the family, was now the center of the family. Tang Habo had promised him that after his injuries healed, he would attend the academy and study hard, hoping to become like him. Tang Yin had to admit that he was deeply satisfied and happy with this. He knew that despite his extensive reading of sages, he was still just an ordinary person. He still cared about these vulgar vanity and satisfaction. Therefore, he did not blame his wife for her vulgarity or mind the contrast in her attitude. Tang Yin understood that no one is perfect, living in this worldly world and unavoidably influenced by vulgar notions. Moreover, he himself was equally vulgar, equally concerned with the opinions of others and the world's perspective. What right did he have to demand his wife be noble, selfless, and devoted? It was like being poor and ugly, yet demanding that his wife be as beautiful as a fairy, capable of both housework and domestic duties. Tang Yin had always understood that the greatest conflict between him and the Gao family was his own career failure, which had dashed his family's hopes. Fortunately, all that was over, and his life was finally experiencing a better future. The source of this was his Confucian and Taoist practice, so he must work even harder, striving to achieve great things in the future, bringing honor to his family, and making his wife and son proud. Word of the Gao family's events last night had spread throughout the city. After all, the fight between Tang Habo and the eldest son of the Qi family had caused a huge stir, and the Qi family members had gone on to cause trouble at the Gao family's residence. Many people witnessed what happened with their own eyes, although they did not see what happened inside the Gao family compound later. But they all saw the final result. All the members of the Qi family were knocked unconscious and thrown outside the Gao family's gate. And some details were also spread by the Gao family's servants, especially when they heard that Qi Fuan was scared to death and knelt down to beg for mercy. It was very satisfying, and it also made those who were oppressed by the Qi family feel relieved. But many people were also worried about the Gao family. After all, in their hearts, the Qi family was powerful and had backers, and they could not afford to offend them. I really didn't expect that the Gao family would have such ability. I heard that it was the son-in-law of the Gao family who subdued the people of the Qi family. Is this true? Hasn't the son-in-law of the Gao family always been a coward? And how could he, a weak teacher, be able to deal with those warriors of the Qi family? Who said he was weak? I heard that he knows magic. He is very powerful. Knows magic? Is this true? The Gao family can't be bragging. That's right. If he really knows magic, how could he have been looked down upon by the Gao family for so many years? Who cares whether it's true or not? Anyway, the Qi family suffered a setback this time, and the Gao family probably won't have an easy time. Yes, the Qi family has the government and the Shinran Taoist temple as their backers. I'm afraid the Gao family will be in trouble this time. Well, Qi Fuan has suffered such a great humiliation, he will definitely not let it go. Alas, the Gao family might as well kill Qi Fuan directly. Many in the city were discussing this matter, fearing retaliation from the Qi family. However, several days passed, and the Gao family remained unscathed. Instead, the Qi family began to behave in a coy manner, even refusing to visit the Gao family's shop. This surprised the major families in the city, but they also seemed to sense something was amiss. They couldn't help but recall the many unusual events that had occurred previously, particularly the assassination of Prefect ZHU. Combined with the rumors surrounding the battle between Kingshao City and Yukshan Pass, it became clear to the major families that the Gao family had escaped this fate, or perhaps the Qi family's fear was due to the man behind Tang Yin. This man was likely the protagonist of many recent events and legends. Wei Yi. In the imperial study of the Beijing palace, an old eunuch said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the princess's birth certificate has been completed, and there are no problems." Emperor Yanshan nodded at the eunuch's words. Though his face remained expressionless, he sensed something was amiss. After all, he really didn't expect that Zhao Ziyan would be so obedient and actually send his sister to the palace. It seems that he has changed. Or is it that Zhao Jinsi is not as valued as rumored? Emperor Yanshan was silent for a long time, but Zhao Jinsi also fell into his hands. After all, he had one more bargaining chip to check and balance the Zhao family. At least it was still useful to control Jing and Prince Zhaoxi. Not long after, Zhao Ziyan also came to report. Emperor Yanshan said pretentiously, "General Zhao, you have worked hard to escort the princess this time. I haven't had time to reward you for the previous victory at Yukshan Pass. It just so happens that I will reward you this time." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I don't need any reward. I only have one request," Zhao Ziyan said seriously. "What's your request?" "I hope my father and General Lin will accompany me back to defend Yukshan Pass. After all, without them, the soldiers are uneasy, and morale is severely affected. Last time the western barbarians invaded, if it weren't for the assistance of a master, Yukshan Pass would have been in imminent danger. But Yukshan Pass can't always rely on the help of masters. Ultimately, it still needs backbones like General Lin and my father. So please, Your Majesty, allow my father and General Lin to accompany me back to defend the border," Zhao Ziyan said. Upon hearing his words, a glint flashed in Emperor Yanshan's eyes. He thought to himself that Zhao Ziyan was so obedient because he wanted to trade his sister for his father. But of course, he wouldn't do as he wished. If it weren't for the border crisis, he would have detained Zhao Ziyan in the capital right now. "Well, speaking of this master, General Zhao, do you know him? I wonder who he is?" Emperor Yanshan changed the subject. "I don't know him, but he's probably a reclusive immortal," Zhao Ziyan said calmly. "But I heard that the master was brought by your sister. His name seems to be Wei Yi. I also heard that he is from Kingshao City. It is true that my sister brought Wei Yi, but it was not he who helped us, but someone else. Wei Yi went to Yukshan Pass only to visit his second uncle, but I have no way of knowing whether he knew the master. Your Majesty can ask my sister in detail about this matter later." "Oh, it wasn't Wei Yi. I was thinking of rewarding him as well." Emperor Yanshan smiled non-committally. He naturally didn't believe what Zhao Ziyan said. He didn't expect Zhao Ziyan to tell him the truth. "Your Majesty, I wonder if Your Majesty will grant my request just now." Zhao Ziyan spoke again. "Wait a while. I have just ascended the throne and still need the assistance of Prince Jinggan and General Lin. I still have a lot to learn from them. But there is no need to worry about the Zhao army. I have already ordered General Liu and General Ma to lead troops to reinforce Yukshan Pass. They should have set off by now," Emperor Yanshan said with a smile. Zhao Ziyan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing Emperor Yanshan's words. The Emperor's words had already revealed his true intentions. This so-called reinforcement was merely the beginning of his plan to seize the Zhao family's military power. "Your Majesty, may I see my father?" Zhao Ziyan asked again. "Of course not. Someone, go fetch Prince Jinggan," Emperor Yanshan declared, a faintly smug smile on his face. In his view, the Zhao family was already walking step by step towards the prison he had prepared. Sooner or later, they would be caught in the trap, at his mercy. Wei Yi, at home, also knew that Zhao Jinsi's double had entered the palace and passed the anatomy test. He was only waiting for a while, once Zhao Ziyan had left the capital, to find an opportunity to make the double vanish. He didn't want Zhao Jinsi's double, even if it was a double, to be tainted by the Shinran cult's puppets. Of course, this time, it wasn't just Zhao Jinsi's double who entered the palace. A ginger cat was also present. This orange cat is not orange. After all, Orange has cultivated a certain amount of magic power. He is worried that the monks of the Shinran sect will notice the magic power in Orange, which will expose their whereabouts and even bring danger to Orange. This orange cat has no cultivation and is just an ordinary cat. It is just a strong cat because of what he feeds. It is also more agile and flexible. In addition, the establishment of the beast taming contract also makes it very smart. With this orange cat, he is equivalent to planting an eyeliner in this palace. In the future, it may help him understand the situation in the palace and even monitor the every move of Emperor Yanshan. Teacher, let's practice dual cultivation again, Zhao Jinsi said, hugging Wei Yi from behind, interrupting Wei Yi's thoughts. Thank you for your monthly tickets, and thank you to all the friends who subscribed. Chapter 178, World Alliance Crisis. As early as the night before, Wei Yi had successfully mastered his bedroom skills to the 4th level. After upgrading, he actually gained the divine power of dual cultivation. This divine power, called perfect match, is a true method of dual cultivation. When two people deeply communicate, the cultivation effect automatically occurs, and the more their bodies and minds are in harmony, the faster they cultivate. Since obtaining this divine power, they have practiced dual cultivation for over 10 hours, and a vast amount of true ki has already been generated in their bodies. According to the cultivation level of a cultivator, once true ki is cultivated, one enters the ki refining realm. This means that he and Zhao Jinsi have already reached the ki refining realm. With this dual cultivation method, his women will grow and live together with him. He won't be left with eternal youth and immortality in the years to come, only to have to watch his beloved women age, fade, or even die. Wei Yi felt that his heart might not be able to accept this cruel reality. If they were both growing old together, it wouldn't be a big deal, but one person would remain young and beautiful, while the other was on the verge of death. Wei Yi felt he simply couldn't accept it. Besides, it wasn't the dead who suffered the most, it was the living who suffered the most. He didn't want to experience this kind of pain, didn't want the one he loved to become nothing more than a memory. If possible, he would naturally live forever with the one he loved, to see the vast world together, to witness the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life. He just didn't know to what extent this perfect combination of dual cultivation could help them reach, or if there would be any future bottlenecks. But Wei Yi wasn't worried. After all, his bedroom skills could be upgraded, and he could probably acquire more magical skills in the future. It was probably enough to support him and his wives and concubines to achieve immortality. Work hard to gain experience, work hard to cultivate the land. Once my women have become stronger, I can lie back and comfortably be their man, and experience the feeling of being a gigolo, Wei Yi thought to himself. Then he picked up Zhao Jinsi and walked towards the bed. In fact, Wei Yi had been toiling day and night, while also improving his fitness skills. Now, his proficiency in fitness skills was only the last 20% away from reaching the 5th level. After arriving at the imperial study, Prince Jingan Zhaoxi glanced at Zhao Xian with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with disappointment and anger. He had truly never expected Zhao Xian to actually send Zhao Jinsi into the palace. When he had received the news not long ago, he had been somewhat incredulous. Knowing Zhao Xian, he had assumed he would stage a plan and rescue Zhao Jinsi along the way. He should be tracking down the robbers, not here. So, Zhaoxi was deeply disappointed and even a little angry with his son. This was the first time he had felt disappointed with Zhao Xian, and he couldn't even understand why he would do such a thing. Father. Zhao Xian turned and bowed to Zhaoxi, his brow furrowed, his eyes looking meaningfully at him. But Zhaoxi was furious and didn't even look at Zhao Xian, only grunting with reluctance. I wonder why your majesty has summoned me? Zhaoxi asked, looking at Emperor Yanshan. Emperor Yanshan naturally knew how depressed Zhaoxi was feeling. So, deliberately bringing up the matter, he said, General Zhao has done a great job in escorting the princess. I wanted to reward him, but he didn't want any reward, only asking to see you. Seeing Zhaoxi's increasingly unpleasant expression, Emperor Yanshan's lips curled into a smug smile. Father, this is a letter my sister asked me to give you. Zhao Xian suddenly pulled a letter from his bosom and handed it to Zhaoxi. Zhaoxi frowned and took the letter. The princess is already in the palace. She only needs to ask to see Prince Jingan. Why would she need to write a letter? Emperor Yanshan said coldly. It's just a poem. My sister saw it before she came and really liked it. Knowing that you like poetry too, she specially copied a copy and sent it to you," Zhao Ziyan said. In fact, he also wanted to give the letter to his father privately, but he didn't even know where his father lived, and he hadn't contacted his family in a long time, evidently under house arrest. Trying to secretly deliver the letter to him was impossible. It would only backfire, arousing suspicion. It felt as if the letter contained secrets that could be misinterpreted. So, it was better to give it to his father openly. After all, even if Emperor Yanshan wanted to read it, he might not understand the poem's true meaning. "Oh, what poem is it?" Emperor Yanshan asked with a half smile. "The Ballad of Mulan, a poem written by a poet, based on a folktale, tells the story of a woman who joins the army in her father's place. Although Mulan was a woman, she was just as brave as any man, capable of fighting on the battlefield and serving her country. Just like us, the children of the Zhao family, both men and women, are loyal to our country until our death," Zhao Ziyan said sternly. Prince Jingan curiously opened the letter and carefully examined the poem. Jiji, Mulan weaves by the window. After reading the poem, Zhao Shi's expression was complicated. It felt as if his daughter was using the poem's story of Mulan to express her inner feelings. Was she trying to trade her freedom for mine? Zhao Shi wondered, moved but also distressed. He would rather die than sacrifice his daughter's happiness and freedom. This story sounds very touching. "Let me see it," Emperor Yanshan said. Zhao Shi presented the letter to Emperor Yanshan, who examined it carefully and found nothing unusual. The content of the letter was similar to what Zhao Ziyan had just said, telling the story of a woman named Mulan who joined the army in her father's place. "Father, my sister said she admires Mulan, a woman who is as brave as a man. You also said that all children of the Zhao family should have a heart to serve their country. Finally, I hope you can understand my sister's feelings," Zhao Ziyan said, looking at him meaningfully. Zhao Shi's expression remained calm, but something in his heart moved, as if he had heard a hint in Zhao Ziyan's words. After all, knowing Zhao Ziyan well, he knew that his last two words must be a meaningful reference. But he didn't react. His face remained stern. He nodded and uttered a "HMM. Well, it's indeed a very inspiring and touching story. I admire and am pleased that the princess has taken Mulan from the poem as her role model. It seems my judgment was correct. The princess will surely become a mother of the country and manage my harem in the future," Emperor Yanshan said with a smile, then handed the paper back to Zhao Shi. "Your Majesty, thank you for your compliment." Zhao Shi clasped his fists. "By the way, Prince Jingan, I called you here because I have good news to share. Several core members of the Xianxia Alliance were captured last night, and their leader, Yi Qiu, was beheaded. The Xianxia Alliance is now completely defeated, and the remaining remnants will be gradually eliminated." Emperor Yanshan looked at Zhao Shi with interest. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Shi's eyes flashed with shock, but his expression remained unchanged. He immediately bowed and clasped his fists. "Your Majesty is wise and powerful." But despite his words, Zhao Shi's heart was restless. He was also one of the supporters of the Xianxia Alliance. The Xianxia Alliance was meant to counter the Shanren cult and was the hope for the future, eliminating treacherous figures and restoring the country. But he had never expected the Xianxia Alliance to be defeated, with its core members captured. But in his heart, the Xianxia Alliance wouldn't be so vulnerable. Unless there was a traitor among its core members, they wouldn't be captured. Moreover, Yi Qiu was a second-rank warrior, incredibly powerful, and protected by the first-rank warrior Yi Changkang. He wouldn't be easily killed in battle. Could it be that Emperor Yanshan was deliberately deceiving me? Zhao Shi wondered. After all, the Xianxia Alliance had existed for so many years, it wouldn't be so easily defeated. Soon, I plan to publicly execute these men as a warning to others, Emperor Yanshan declared triumphantly. Zhao Shi remained silent, but Zhao Ziyan, standing beside him, had a grim expression. Although he had no involvement in the Xianxia Alliance's affairs, and was unaware of his father's specific relationship with it, he still considered the Xianxia Alliance a group of righteous men, a righteous organization fighting against the Shanren cult. Without them, there would be no check on the Shanren cult. This was a further blow to the Great Yan dynasty, and Zhao Ziyan couldn't bear to witness the tragic deaths of those heroes. Therefore, his emotions were extremely complicated. Your Majesty, I haven't seen my daughter for a long time. I wonder if your Majesty would allow me to meet her. Zhao Shi changed the subject, fearing he would reveal his flaws. No problem. I will arrange for you to meet the princess tomorrow. Thank you, your Majesty. Zhao Shi was the first to leave the palace. After returning to his quarters, he took out his daughter's poem and carefully examined it. Finally, Zhao Shi's gaze lingered on the poem's final lines. The male rabbit's feet are confused. The female rabbit's eyes are blurred. Two rabbits walk side by side. How can I tell which is male and which is female? What exactly is Jinsi trying to say? Zhao Shi frowned, lost in thought as he pondered those two lines. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a flicker of joy flashed in his eyes. Could it be that the person entering the palace wasn't Jinsi, but someone else? Zhao Shi guessed what Zhao Jinsi was trying to say. Thinking of this day, Zhao Shi couldn't help but look forward to meeting Zhao Jinsi, who had entered the palace tomorrow, to verify his guess. In the evening, in King's House City, someone knocked on Wei Yi's courtyard door, and the bell in his room also rang. Wei Yi, who had just finished practicing dual cultivation with Zhao Jinsi, sat up. With a thought, the black cat that was originally lying at the door suddenly got up. Then it quickly ran to the courtyard gate, jumped onto the courtyard wall and looked out. Wei Yi saw through the black cat's vision through telepathy that the visitor was Guo Pixiu. He quickly put on his clothes and tidied his hair, then came to the courtyard gate and opened it to let Guo Pixiu in. Xian Lu, why are you here? Wei Yi asked. Seeing Guo Pixiu's expression, he knew that something must have happened. Come to my house, I have something urgent to talk to you about. Guo Pixiu looked around and said in a low voice. Without further questioning, Wei Yi immediately closed the courtyard gate and boarded a carriage with Guo Pixiu, heading towards the Guo family residence. What happened? Wei Yi asked. I don't know. Anyway, it seems something happened at Fang not long ago. Rumor has it that the shopkeeper Gong and the courtesan Han Qiang were abducted by celestial beings, and Fang was sealed off by the government. Not long ago, Miss Liu suddenly came to my house, saying she had something urgent to tell me about you. But she didn't know where you were, so she asked me for help. Upon hearing Guo Pixiu's words, Wei Yi's brows furrowed. He had a bad feeling. The celestial beings had abducted Mr. Gong and Miss Han Qiang. Could it be that their identities had been discovered by the celestial beings? After all, Mr. Gong and Han Qiang were key figures in the Xiangsha Alliance within King's House City. They served as the bridge between the Xiangsha Alliance members in King's House City and the Alliance headquarters. The fact that Liu was so eager to find him meant something serious had happened. Something was definitely wrong with the Xiangsha Alliance. Wei Yi immediately had a guess. However, the reality was just as he suspected. When Wei Yi met Liu at the Guo residence, he received a definitive answer. Sister Han Qiang wrote that there's a traitor within the Xiangsha Alliance. Several deputy leaders and many core members have fallen for the Shanren cult's trap. Many key figures have been captured, and the Shanren cult is currently cracking down on the various branches of the Xiangsha Alliance, Liu said with a grim expression. Wei Yi hadn't expected a traitor within the Xiangsha Alliance. But then again, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall, especially within the human heart. Sister Han Qiang said the Xiangsha Alliance wouldn't be completely destroyed. Only a handful of key members have been captured. As long as these key figures maintain their secrecy, the Shanren cult won't be able to track down the others, and they'll surely be able to regroup and make a comeback. She asked me to give you this jade pendant. Take it to the Beihua Pavilion in Yulang City and reconnect with the other core members of the Xiangsha Alliance. But if even the Beihua Pavilion is destroyed by the Shanren cult, then the Xiangsha Alliance is truly doomed. At this point, Liu began to trail off. She naturally didn't want the Xiangsha Alliance to be completely destroyed by the Shanren cult. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she hoped the Xiangsha Alliance could survive this crisis. Hearing Liu's words, Wei Yi's face grew grave. He too didn't want the Xiangsha Alliance to be completely destroyed. He was also deeply concerned about Shachan, wondering where he was and whether he was safe. Of course, he was also worried about Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang. If they were captured, they would inevitably be tortured. Naturally, the two of them wouldn't confess, and might even commit suicide, to protect the Xiangsha Alliance members in King's House City. Wei Yi clutched the jade pendant, lost in thought. He had to rescue Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang. Furthermore, Han Kaiang was Xia Chen's lover, and even for Xia Chen's sake, he couldn't bear to see her suffer. Besides, they were his allies and friends. What should I do? Wei Yi frowned. If he wanted to rescue them, he first had to know where they were. But he didn't know where they were taken, and time was running out. While Wei Yi knew the Shinran cult might not kill them easily to gain clues, they would certainly torture them. He worried the two might collapse, or perhaps they were trying to keep the secret and understand themselves. I see. I can send them blessings. That might save their lives, and buy me more time to rescue them. Wei Yi suddenly had an idea. He remembered how he had saved Xia Chen. Chapter 179 365 Blessings. Wei Yi picked up his brush, and, concentrating intently, thought of Han Kaiang as he began to write a blessing. Rays of golden light coalesced into golden characters, emitting a warm glow. But soon, the golden characters, once again, dissolved into countless golden dots, dissipating into the air. At the same moment, Wei Yi vaguely caught sight of Han Kaiang. She seemed to be in a cell, bound by some kind of rope. The sensation lasted only a fleeting moment. But Wei Yi knew it wasn't an illusion, but a perception evoked by this blessing. It was akin to the image he had experienced when he had sent his blessing to Xia Chen. Oh, right. Can I use this special perception to locate Han Kaiang? Wei Yi suddenly had an idea. He quickly wrote another blessing, and then he saw Han Kaiang again. He concentrated intently, trying to grasp that fleeting feeling. He did indeed gain a sense of direction through that special perception. However, to completely pinpoint Han Kaiang's location, he clearly needed to send more blessings. Fortunately, his golden light was abundant. Even if he sent her 365 blessings, it would only be the tip of the iceberg. Wei Yi picked up his brush again, but this time he didn't continue to send blessings to Han Kaiang. Instead, he wrote a blessing for Mr. Gong. As the golden words faded, he soon spotted Mr. Gong. Mr. Gong seemed to be imprisoned with Han Kaiang, also bound with ropes. Wei Yi's careful sensing this time revealed a much clearer picture, and he could almost confirm that the source of the sensation was to his east. Sure enough, by sending blessings, I can pinpoint their location. Wei Yi thought to himself. As long as he could find their location, he would have a way to rescue Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong. Then, Wei Yi called Jiuo Pixio over. Xian Lu, is your father here? He just got back. Are you looking for him? Yes, take me to see him, Wei Yi said. Jiuo Pixio led Wei Yi to the hall where his father was. Upon seeing Wei Yi, a hint of joy crossed Jiuo Dayan's solemn face. He immediately dismissed Jiuo Pixio and then said, Deputy Alliance Leader, you're here about Mr. Gong, right? Yes, do you have any leads? I originally wanted to send someone to secretly follow the Celestial Being sect members, but they were using flying instruments, and we lost them after a while, Jiuo Dayan said with a heavy face. Wei Yi nodded, unconcerned. After all, he didn't hold out much hope. Deputy Alliance Leader, what should we do next? Go inform the other members not to act rashly, or reveal our identities. I suspect there are still Celestial Being sect spies in this city, observing who's active right now. So we have to pretend nothing happened, Wei Yi said in a deep voice. Then, what about Mr. Gong and the others? Don't worry, I have my own way to save them. All you need to do now is protect yourselves, and make sure the Celestial cult doesn't discover your identities. I understand. I'll go inform the others. Forget it, I'll go. I'm worried you've been targeted by the Celestial cult. Wei Yi waved his hand. He was worried that Jiuo Dayan had sent people to follow the Celestial cult cultivators, and his intentions might have been exposed. He was now the focus of the Celestial cult's spies. He was afraid that even coming here would make him a target of suspicion. But Wei Yi wasn't afraid. The Celestial cult couldn't do anything to him anyway, but he couldn't implicate more people. Wei Yi asked Liu to stay at the Jiuo residence for the time being, to prevent her from being put in danger alone. After all, the Guo family was a martial arts family, and the celestial cult wouldn't dare act rashly. Even if they took action, the Guo family could hold out until he could react. After leaving the Guo residence, Wei Yi immediately returned to his new residence and summoned Guan Yu's heroic spirit to guard the residence and protect Zhao Jinsi's safety. Wei Yi also informed Zhao Jinsi of what had happened to the Xianxia Alliance, as she was, after all, a member. If you need any help, you can go directly to my grandfather. He and my father are both supporters of the Xianxia Alliance. Zhao Jinsi recounted the secret to Wei Yi. Wei Yi nodded, not overly surprised. After all, he had vaguely suspected the Zhao family's connection to the Xianxia Alliance. After all, Zhao Jinsi and Zhao Hanking were both members of the Xianxia Alliance. It was definitely not a coincidence. Moreover, without the hidden support of these influential figures in powerful families, the Xianxia Alliance would have no chance of challenging the Shinran sect. Well, there's no need to trouble the old prince with this matter. Don't worry, I have my own way. Let's rescue Mr. Gong and the others first, Wei Yi said. Although the core members of the Xianxia Alliance had been captured, and this matter was of great importance, he didn't even know who those people were. So, for now, he could only rescue Mr. Gong and the others first, and then consider other matters. Okay. Stay safe, Zhao Jinsi said, looking at Wei Yi tenderly. Don't worry, it'll be resolved soon. Wei Yi hugged Zhao Jinsi and kissed her. Take care of yourself, and don't miss me too much. Zhao Jinsi smiled sweetly, saying nothing, simply resting her head on Wei Yi's chest. After a brief embrace, Zhao Jinsi released Wei Yi and said, alright, go. After leaving the new house, Wei Yi went straight home and secretly dispatched his army of cats to patrol the city. In his room, he used his magical powers to create a truly ordinary looking figure. This figure was actually created by Wei Yi, based on the appearance of Guo Pixiu, with some minor modifications. After all, if Guo Pixiu were to remove his extravagant attire and fall into a crowd, he would completely disappear. The soul of the figure in the painting was naturally the soul Wei Yi had imbued with Guo Pixiu, based on his understanding of the creature. After the figure in the painting materialized, Wei Yi immediately arranged for him to enter the restaurant through the back door. Then, he quietly left with the guests to deliver a message to the key members of the Xianxia Alliance in Kingshao City. Meanwhile, Wei Yi's army of cats secretly protected him, ensuring he wasn't being targeted or followed. Deep within the Shinran Taoist temple in Hengshao City, in a dungeon, Mr. Gong and Han Qiang were imprisoned in the same cell. Both were bound with magical instruments, unable to move, as if paralyzed. Even suicide was impossible. Initially, they seriously considered finding an opportunity to end their own lives to avoid physical pain. They knew that, if the Shinran cult captured them, they would undoubtedly torture them to extract information about other members. Furthermore, the Shinran cult had many methods, and it wasn't something they could simply keep silent about. Short of committing suicide, there was the risk of their secrets being revealed. However, just as they were worried, they suddenly felt a strange energy coursing through their bodies, bringing a warmth and comfort to their numb senseless bodies. It was as if they were bathing in a hot spring. Wei Yi's voice was even closer. This filled them with joy and excitement, instantly igniting new hope. Although they couldn't speak, their gazes confirmed that they had both heard Wei Yi's voice. This suddenly calmed their previously uneasy hearts. They believed that Wei Yi would surely find a way to rescue them. Just then, Eldamar arrived with several Shinran sect monks. Take them out, Eldamar said coldly. The monks removed the restrictions on the cell and dragged Han Qiang and Mr. Gong out. Eldamar gave the two a pill to consume, then had them suspended in midair and untied the ropes binding their magical instruments. Don't think of ending yourselves. I have 10,000 ways to save you, Eldamar said, his face icy as he sat on the throne. HMPH, don't worry. We too won't die. We'll live long enough to witness the destruction of you monsters, Mr. Gong sneered. Very good, very good. However, it won't be our Shinran sect that perishes in the end, but your Xianxia Alliance. You will definitely witness it with your own eyes, Eldamar said. Mr. Gong scoffed, but didn't waste his words on Eldamar. Old man, let's see if you can still laugh later, said a man beside Eldamar. This man was Eldamar's eldest disciple, Liu He. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Mr. Gong laughed even louder. Liu He, with a look of irritation on his face and a frown on his face, immediately picked up a whip and lashed at Mr. Gong. But as the whip struck Mr. Gong, a golden halo suddenly appeared on his body, shielding him from the blow. Liu He felt as if his whip had struck cotton. He actually has a protective magic weapon. Liu He's expression grew even colder. He hadn't expected the old man to possess one. He immediately ordered his fellow apprentices to search Mr. Gong's body, but they found no artifacts. This puzzled Liu He and Eldamar even more. Strip him of his clothes, Liu He shouted. Several apprentices quickly tore off Mr. Gong's clothing. I'll see if you can still laugh this time. Liu He lashed out with his whip, only to be repelled by the golden halo once again. Mr. Gong remained unscathed. Seeing this, Mr. Gong's smile grew even more triumphant, even more impudent. He also recognized the power of Wei Yi's magical power. It could actually help him withstand any harm. Young Master Wei Yi was truly formidable. What was there to fear now? What was going on? Liu He's expression was grim, and he exchanged glances with Eldamar beside him. Eldamar, also filled with surprise, rose from his throne and carefully examined him with his spiritual sense, finding nothing unusual. The man surnamed Gong didn't emanate any magical energy, nor did he possess any magical weapon. But what about that golden halo? Give me the whip, Eldamar said gravely, then took it, infused it with true ki, and swung it out. The whip tore through the air, instantly striking Mr. Gong. However, it was once again blocked by the golden halo. The golden halo dissipated into countless golden points of light. Seeing this, Eldamar's expression darkened, and he was filled with shock. This was truly bizarre. What power was protecting this man surnamed Gong? But at this moment, Mr. Gong once again became aware of Wei Yi's voice, and his body seemed to be enveloped by a warm current. Eldamar frowned, and his expression darkened even more as he looked at the mocking Mr. Gong. He immediately produced 2 talismans and placed them on Mr. Gong's feet, forming a hand seal. The talismans immediately transformed into 2 balls of flame, enveloping Mr. Gong's feet. But at that moment, the golden halo reappeared, enveloping Mr. Gong. Furthermore, the 2 flames suddenly swirled back, heading straight for Eldamar. Eldamar's expression changed, and he immediately retreated, using his magic to resist the flames. Boom, the flames dissipated, and Eldamar's expression darkened even further. What the hell is going on? Damn it. What's this old man up to? Eldamar's brows knitted together, staring at Mr. Gong in disbelief. He simply couldn't comprehend what was going on. It felt utterly bizarre. In all his years, this was the first time he'd witnessed anything so bizarre. And judging by Mr. Gong's calm expression, it was clearly known from the beginning that he couldn't do anything to him. I just don't believe it. Eldamar's face darkened, and he immediately turned his gaze to Han Kayang. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? You're at your wit's end. Come on, keep going. Mr. Gong shouted, hoping to draw Eldamar's wrath and prevent him from attacking Han Kayang. Eldamar, though frustrated, could only hold back and prepare to attack Han Kayang. He didn't believe Han Kayang had any means of defending herself. Take off her clothes, Eldamar said coldly. Liu He, beside him, flashed a lewd grin and was the first to move forward. However, the moment he touched Han Kayang's clothes, it felt like he had touched red hot iron. The burning pain made him withdraw his hand immediately. He looked at his burned finger in surprise. Damn, this is bizarre. Liu He looked at Han Kayang with a gloomy expression. He immediately channeled his magical power, enveloping his palm with ki, and once again grasped at Han Kayang's clothes. But this time, his palm was burned again. The ki that had been protecting him seemed to have no effect at all. The scorching heat penetrated his ki and impacted his palm. Not only that, the burning pain began to spread throughout his body, even to his lower body. He immediately stepped back, channeling ki to resist the burning pain. Brother, are you alright? The other Shinran disciples nearby stared at Liu He in surprise. You go. Liu He declared. Several other Shinran monks hesitated, but nonetheless stepped forward, ready to strip Han Kayang of her clothes. However, as their hands touched Han Kayang's clothing, they too withdrew, staring at their burned hands in astonishment. Stop. Eldamar shouted sharply. His expression was as grim as it could be, looking at Han Kayang. It was clear that Han Kayang possessed the same protective golden aura, even more powerful than the one surnamed Gong. I just don't believe I can't break through your defense. Eldamar swiftly drew his long sword from behind. Then, channeling his magical power, he slashed fiercely at Han Kayang. However, the moment he swung his sword, a sudden sense of impending dread washed over him. It was as if he had been struck by thunder, his body choking, and his mind drifting into a trance. It was like waking from a nightmare, his heart pounding, and his breathing rapid. Every muscle in his body trembled involuntarily, and he even felt stars in his eyes. He instinctively took a step back, leaning on his flying sword, and stared at Han Kayang in horror. He saw a golden light emanating from her body, and the surrounding void was distorting. Strange chanting sounds echoed in his mind. It was like thousands of people reciting scriptures, or some kind of poetry. The voices overlapped, converging into an endless wave of sound, like a demonic sound, constantly assaulting his mind, and giving him a splitting headache. However, he didn't know that Wei Yi was constantly sending blessings to Han Kayang and Mr. Gong. Under the superposition of various blessings, if he even had the slightest thought of harming them, he would be counterattacked by the power of heaven and earth. Chapter 180. The Taoist temple collapsed. Eldamar looked at Han Kayang and Mr. Gong, his eyes filled with fear. What had just happened was truly bizarre. They had both swallowed the debilitating pill, making it impossible for them to use their internal energy or magical powers. But what exactly was that golden light? He couldn't figure it out. But one thing was certain, if he continued to attack them, he wouldn't be able to hold on even if they weren't hurt at all. Master, what should we do? Liu, he asked with a sullen expression. After what had just happened, he was already timid, and didn't dare to act rashly. Eldamar was silent for a long time, then said helplessly, lock them back in the cell first. After all, given the current situation, they couldn't continue the interrogation. If they couldn't even hurt them, what was the point of asking them questions? Liu, he ordered Mr. Gong and Han Kayang to be released, but no one dared to touch her again. Instead, she walked back to her cell. He then used talismans to place restrictions in the cell. At the Wei family home in King's House City, Wei Yi sensed that Mr. Gong and Han Kayang might be facing torture. So he concentrated, sending continuous blessings to the two, while also carefully sensing their location. As he continued to send blessings and carefully sense their location, he finally roughly pinpointed their location. Wei Yi deduced that it was most likely the location of Heng's House City. Thinking carefully, the nearest Shinran Taoist temple was also the one in Heng's House City. Therefore, Wei Yi suspected that Mr. Gong and Han Kayang had likely been abducted by Shinran Taoist monks from Heng's House City. Looks like I'll have to go to King's House City again, Wei Yi thought to himself. But this was a good thing. While rescuing Han Kayang and Mr. Gong, he could strike a heavy blow against the Shinran Taoist temple in Heng's House City. Destroying it directly would be ideal, as it would also eliminate the hidden danger for Du Shaoling and Tang Yin, killing two birds with one stone. But before that, he needed to make some preparations. Wei Yi continued to send blessings, only to notice that the two men seemed to have returned to their cells. It seemed his blessings had taken effect, leaving the Shinran sect helpless and unable to do anything but send them back to their cells for further detention. Seeing this, Wei Yi stopped offering his blessings and prepared to proceed with his next plan. But just then, a servant's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Master, there's a guest named Shan outside requesting to see you. A guest named Shan. Wei Yi's eyebrows raised, and he immediately thought of Sha Chen. Could it really be him? Quickly, please come in, Wei Yi said hurriedly, and immediately headed towards the courtyard gate. Sure enough, he saw that familiar figure. He was dashing and handsome, except for a new scar on his face. It was Sha Chen. This was the first time Wei Yi had seen Sha Chen in broad daylight. He knew, however, that Sha Chen must have come here regarding the matter of Han Kayang and Mr. Gong. The situation was urgent, and there was no time for trivial matters. Furthermore, he had previously been afraid to meet him openly, fearing that he would be implicated. But now, with his strength, he was no longer afraid of being implicated. Brother, I'm glad to see you're safe. Wei Yi smiled with relief. He had previously worried that Sha Chen would be implicated in the Xianxia Alliance's incident and captured by the Shanren cult. Wei Yi was naturally happy to see Sha Chen arrive, and his heart felt much more at ease. "Let's talk inside," Sha Chen said, forcing a smile. After all, he was deeply worried about Han Kaiang. Wei Yi led Sha Chen to his study and spoke directly. "Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong will be fine. The Shanren cult can't hurt them at all." Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, a hint of joy appeared in Sha Chen's eyes. "Are you serious? Remember that time you escaped a desperate situation in the county government office?" Wei Yi asked. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Sha Chen immediately recalled that experience. He remembered how he had been seriously injured and had nowhere else to turn. But thanks to Wei Yi's blessing, his injuries healed significantly. Unprecedented strength erupted from within, successfully killing the enemy and escaping danger. "I remember. Of course I remember," Sha Chen said with a smile. "I can use the same method to save Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong," Wei Yi briefly explained, telling Sha Chen everything he had just witnessed. "They've been imprisoned again, and the celestial beings are completely helpless," Wei Yi said with a smile. "Great." Sha Chen felt a wave of relief, his mood suddenly brightening. After learning of the Xianxia Alliance's troubles, he suspected Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang might be in danger. He immediately rushed to Kingshao City, but was still a step too late. Upon learning that Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong had been captured by the celestial beings, he felt a wave of heartache. He was well aware of the celestial beings' methods, and the thought of the humiliation and suffering Han Kaiang must have endured filled him with remorse and heartache. He longed to find her and rescue her immediately, knowing that every quarter of an hour of delay would cause Han Kaiang unimaginable pain. Fortunately, Wei Yi possessed immense magical powers, and he was able to use his magical blessing to protect Han Kaiang and the others. According to my perception and speculation, they should be at the Celestial Beings Taoist Temple in Hengshao City. "Let's make some preparations, and then we'll set off together," Wei Yi said. "Okay, no problem, all yours," Sha Chen said excitedly. As a core member of the Xianxia Alliance, he had naturally heard the rumors about Wei Yi. This was why he had come to Wei Yi this time, believing that only with Wei Yi's help could Han Kaiang be rescued. Wei Yi visited the Jinggan Palace, met with Zhao Yingxing, and told him about his plan to rescue Mr. Gong. "If we can successfully rescue Mr. Gong in Hengshao City this time, I'm sure we'll continue to rescue other members of the Xianxia Alliance. So, I'd appreciate your help in protecting my family during this time, Your Highness. Please also send some reliable people to secretly protect the princess," Wei Yi said gravely. After all, he was worried that the Shanren cult would attack his family while he was away. It was better to be proactive than to leave any future trouble. Although he had left Guan Yu's heroic spirit with Zhao Jinsi, it wouldn't remain in this world forever. If he couldn't return soon, he would still need the Jinggan Palace's support to protect Zhao Jinsi and his family. "No problem, don't worry. I'll protect your Wei family with my life. The Xianxia Alliance depends on you," Zhao Yingxing said sternly. He knew that if they couldn't rescue these core members of the Xianxia Alliance this time, the Shanren cult would likely use their connections to gradually dismantle the organization. Wei Yi said nothing more, simply bowing, his words speaking volumes. Returning home from the palace, Wei Yi summoned Gu Yu and performed a beast-controlling fusion. Then, he took the scroll he had prepared, strapped his sword case on his back, and left the Wei residence with Sha Chen in a carriage. It was late at night, and the streets were sparsely populated. The carriage stopped in a quiet, deserted corner of the city, and Wei Yi unsheathed a scroll. With a thought, the giant eagle depicted in the painting materialized. "Let's go." Wei Yi and Sha Chen leaped onto the giant eagle's back, steering it soaring into the sky, toward Hengshao City. Standing on the eagle's back, Sha Chen felt a surge of emotion. Thinking back to when he first met Wei Yi, he was just an ordinary blacksmith. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had already possessed such extraordinary skills. He also had no idea that the good connections he had forged so casually would repeatedly save the day in his despair. Perhaps this is what they call good deeds pay off. The giant eagle flew at a rapid speed, and the cold wind grew even more biting. But Sha Chen's cultivation had now reached the 4th level, and his physique was no match for the cold. After a long while, Hengshao City came into view. Scattered lights scattered across the city as the giant eagle flew directly over the city walls. Wei Yi sat cross-legged on the giant eagle's back and once again sent blessings to Han Kaiang, further confirming her location. After sending blessings a dozen times, Wei Yi followed the signal and arrived near the Shinran Taoist temple. Clearly, Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong were indeed imprisoned in the Shinran Taoist dungeon. Wei Yi once again took out pen and paper and wrote in quick succession, Song of Crossing the Yishu River, Song of Geisha, Crossing the Lingdingyang, inscription on Milan Temple, Mourning Yu Fen's tomb, inscription on Han Ki Wang's temple. As Wei Yi, with his uncanny ability to strategize on paper, composed poem after poem, one extraordinary figure after another materialized before Shachen's astonished gaze, like gods descending to earth, emanating a powerful aura and might. The heavens and the earth seemed to echo with countless sounds of praise, leaving Shachen suddenly filled with awe. Wei Yi summoned over a dozen heroic spirits, including Jinken, Xiang Yu, Wen Xiang Xiang, Hua Mulan, Yu Fei, Han Shizhong, and others. After all, he was going to annihilate the entire Shinran Taoist temple tonight, so he needed more manpower to ensure no one slipped through the net. Shachen, observing those powerful spirits, was truly astonished. He had heard much about Wei Yi, and knew he possessed many extraordinary skills. But even after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still impressed by his unfathomable abilities. Furthermore, he could sense that the heroic spirits Wei Yi summoned were each incredibly powerful, almost surpassing his own. Even within the entire Great Yan dynasty, they were considered among the strongest. Even a cultivator in the early Chindan stage wouldn't stand a chance against such powerful heroic spirits. Furthermore, summoning over 10 of these powerful beings at once meant that rescuing Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong tonight wouldn't be possible. Even the destruction of the Shinran sect's Taoist temple wasn't out of the question. Brother Wei, why don't we completely eradicate this Shinran sect temple tonight? Shachen said excitedly. That's what I was thinking, but wait a moment. I'll strike a blow to the temple and test the waters, Wei Yi said with a smile. His gaze drifted to the majestic main hall of the Taoist temple. This temple was undoubtedly the most magnificent and impressive building in all of Hengshao City. It seemed like a celestial palace towering above all living things, yet it seemed completely out of place here. Especially on either side of the Taoist temple were simple houses and dilapidated courtyards, and even beggars freezing to death on the streets. This scene made Wei Yi feel as if the Taoist temple was a vampire towering over the city, greedily sucking the blood and sweat of the surrounding people to add bricks and tiles to its splendor. So, when Wei Yi looked at the magnificent temple again, he felt as if it were constructed from countless dried bones and flesh. It looked so shocking, yet it filled him with deep abhorrence. A surge of hatred for evil surged within him. Wei Yi picked up his pen and wrote furiously, writing one brilliant word after another. Each word seemed to embody the wishes of the people and the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, inside the Shinran Taoist temple, Elder Ma sat cross-legged in meditation in the temple's main hall, surrounded by incense burners, curling with smoke. These were not ordinary incense, but the precious dragon spirit incense. It's an incense that aids cultivation and exudes spiritual energy. This furnace of dragon spirit incense is worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. Countless warriors risked their lives to acquire it. In the past, even the sect master wouldn't have bothered to use this kind of dragon spirit incense, let alone him. But things are different now. Before, if they wanted various cultivation resources, they had to risk their own lives or those of their disciples. The treasures they'd earned at the risk of their lives weren't enough to meet the needs of the sect master and the grand elders. Very little was distributed to the lower ranks. But now, with control of the Great Yan dynasty and its wealth and power, they can command countless warriors to work for them, helping them find cultivation resources. This has multiplied the resources at their disposal. Even elders like him can now freely use dragon spirit incense for cultivation, and their progress has been remarkable. He's already nearing the middle stage of the Golden Core Elm. In the past, even achieving Dan formation would have been a luxury for him. But now, he believes he might even reach the nascent soul realm in the future. If the headmaster could one day become the human emperor, these elders would also ascend to heaven and receive imperial decrees. Even if they couldn't ascend to the immortal realm, they could still become earthly immortals, achieving immortality. However, just as Eldamar was absorbed in the spiritual energy emanating from the incense burner, practicing the key circulation and breathing exercises, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. The earth shook, as if thunder had exploded. Eldamar's face changed drastically, and he fluttered open his eyes. A sense of mortal danger instantly overwhelmed him, and his hair stood on end. Almost instantly, the roof of the towering hall collapsed. Bang, boom, boom with a resounding roar. The hall, once the highest point of the Taoist temple, collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed. Furthermore, the might of this sword also brought down several buildings in front and behind the main hall. Thick smoke instantly enveloped the entire Taoist temple, and countless screams rang out. Many Shinran sect monks were killed or injured by the sword's power. Shachan stared at the scene below, his eyes wide with horror. He couldn't help but recall the legend of the Yunding Hao army being crushed by Wei Yi's single sword strike. Witnessing it with his own eyes today, that strike truly shook the heavens and earth, a move that moved the very gods and ghosts. Action! Wei Yi shouted fiercely. The heroic spirits nearby leaped from the giant eagle's back and rushed towards the Taoist temple below, indiscriminately slaughtering the Shinran sect monks. Shachan, regaining his composure, drew his sword, his face brimming with excitement as he leaped into the thick smoke-filled Taoist temple. The sword's light pierced the smoke, piercing the body of a young monk. Chapter 181, Destruction of the Celestial Being Sect. Although the Shinran sect's Taoist temple in Hengshao City boasted over 200 cultivators, excluding a number of newly initiated and menial disciples, fewer than 100 had truly reached the key refining realm. The vast majority were still in the early stages of key refining. Only 8 cultivators in the entire temple had reached the foundation establishment realm, and Eldamar was the only one in the golden core realm. So, despite their large numbers, most of these cultivators were weaklings to Shachan. Even a dozen or 20 of them combined wouldn't be able to defeat him alone, let alone those more powerful heroic spirits. Consequently, these heroic spirits practically slaughtered the entire temple, with only a few cultivators able to mount a repulsive attack. From the ruins of the main hall, Eldamar, protected by a magical weapon, emerged. His expression was as grim as could be. He had never imagined that this great hall would be razed to the ground by a single sword strike. Furthermore, the power of that sword strike was truly terrifying. If it weren't for his protective magical weapon, he would have been seriously injured if not killed. The temple itself was actually equipped with a formation. However, this formation is normally inactive. After all, each activation and operation consumes enormous resources. It requires the combined manner of multiple foundation establishment cultivators to activate and maintain the formation, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to generate its immense might. After all, a formation capable of self-sustaining, enduring existence is not something that ordinary people can create. Without the inherent location of a spiritual vein, drawing upon its power, it would require powerful formation instruments, combined with specialized spiritual instruments, to serve as the foundation and center of the formation. Furthermore, a formidable formation master, one who precisely grasps the laws governing the operation of heaven and earth's power and perfectly aligns them, is required to construct a formation capable of autonomously drawing upon its power. Furthermore, the larger the area a formation covers, the more stringent its maintenance requirements. Therefore, a formation capable of long-term self-sustaining operation simply wasn't within their reach, and their sect lacked a skilled formation master. Most importantly, he could never imagine that anyone would dare to attack their Taoist temple. He even razed the main hall to the ground with a single strike. But that strike also reminded him of the rumors he'd heard before. Could it be that Wei Yi? Eldamar's heart trembled, but before he could think, his consciousness once again sensed the approaching danger. A bolt of light streaked towards him like a meteor across the night sky. Terrified, Eldamar retreated hastily, energizing his defensive magic weapon with all his might, while simultaneously engaging it with his flying sword. However, before Eldamar's flying sword could reach the bolt, Wei Yi's powerful spear blasted it sideways. The bolt of light seemed to have eyes. Even though Eldamar dodged, it still struck him squarely. Boom, the bolt and the light shield surrounding Eldamar disintegrated almost simultaneously, a powerful surge of magic power transforming into a shockwave that swept dust and smoke everywhere. Eldamar's defensive magic weapon shattered, its power reduced to a mere tenth of its original strength. Seeing this scene, Eldamar was even more horrified. He had never expected Wei Yi to live up to his reputation. His strength far surpassed his own. Facing such a formidable being, if he couldn't escape, he would be doomed. He threw out 2 talismans, formed a hand seal, and released a drop of blood essence. The blood essence instantly vaporized, and the talisman itself transformed into a cyan light. The two merged into a cyan dragon. With a roar, it soared into the sky, claws and fangs bared, charging straight at Wei Yi. At the same time, the flying sword stopped at his feet. Eldamar didn't hesitate, immediately commanding his flying sword to flee, but at that moment, countless glowing words suddenly swirled before his eyes. He heard the voices of thousands of students reciting in unison. From the side, a mountain becomes a peak. From the front, a peak. From far and near, heights differ. I cannot see the true face of Mount Lu, because I'm within it. For a moment, Eldamar felt his mind drifting away. Everything around him became distorted and blurry. His consciousness began to confuse him, his sight and hearing fading. In a trance, he felt as if he were trapped in a vast mountain range. Countless peaks rose and fell before him, stretching endlessly. He was completely disoriented, his surroundings spinning and dizzying. Watching the roaring dragon charging towards him, Wei Yi remained calm and wrote the words Dragon Slayer on Moi's sword. Go. Wei Yi waved his hand. Moi, like an arrow from a bow, charged in an instant. With a sweeping blow, her sword cleaved the dragon in two. Moi spun through the air, then paralleled the Ganjiang. The two swords, like two dragons, entwined, hurtled towards Eldamar, who had soared into the air. Eldamar, aware that he was trapped in a divine illusion and unable to detect the opponent's attacks, deployed nearly every means of self-preservation. Talismans transformed into layers of protective shields, unleashing magical power that enveloped his entire body. But at that moment, the chanting echoed in his ears again. Treasured swords, twin dragons, snowflakes shimmering on lotus flowers. Brilliant light pierced the heavens and earth, thunder roared with unstoppable force. As the chanting began, Eldamar felt a chill run down his spine, as if his body had been plunged into an icy cave. The fear of death enveloped him. He looked around in terror, feeling as if countless ferocious eyes and fangs were slowly approaching him. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed behind him, startling him. He spun abruptly, his consciousness seemingly freed from the mountains. But before him appeared two dragons, roaring and lunging at him. Boom, his protective shield was mercilessly ripped apart. Two icy flying swords, with unstoppable force, pierced his defenses, and pierced his body. Blood gushed out, his strength rapidly fading, and he struggled desperately. The instinct for survival forced him to hold on, and continue his escape. But the two flying swords returned, swelling towards him. No, Eldamar cried out in despair, his body cut into 3 pieces, plummeting from mid-air. Master, will you leave that golden elixir to me? Guyu's voice echoed in Wei Yi's ears. No problem, go. Wei Yi thought, and Guyu instantly flew out of his body. Transforming into a stream of red light, it flew straight towards Eldamar's corpse. Immediately, it transformed into a giant fiery red fox phantom, opening its maw and sucking Eldamar's golden elixir out, swallowing it whole. Watching the scene unfold in mid-air, Liu, hiding deep within the Taoist temple, was terrified. He had never imagined that anyone within the Great Yan dynasty would dare to touch the Shanren sect. He had never imagined that his master could be killed so easily. Recalling the strange incident during the interrogation of the Xianxia Alliance members, Liu felt a wave of fear. Such a terrifying power was actually behind the Xianxia Alliance. At this moment, screams erupted throughout the Taoist temple. Liu knew the enemy was outnumbered and stood no chance. After all, even his master was dead, so he sought to escape in the darkness and chaos. However, Wei Yi's perceptive eyes captured everything within the temple. Seeing someone attempting to escape over the wall, Wei Yi immediately controlled his flying sword, Ganjiang, transforming it into a stream of light. Instantly, it pierced Liu's fleeing form. Startled, Liu he blocked with his own flying sword, only to be cleaved in two by Ganjiang. Liu he, terrified, turned pale and immediately attacked Ganjiang with spells and talismans. At this moment, Gu Yu, having just consumed the golden elixir, felt a surge of energy within her, threatening to burst forth. She transformed into a massive red fox, concentrated the excess energy in her mouth, and unleashed it upon Liu he. Unable to dodge, Liu he was reduced to ash by the golden elixir's powerful energy. Gu Yu quickly joined the battle, digesting the energy of the golden elixir as she fought. Before long, the entire Taoist temple was completely slaughtered. Shachen, carrying a cultivator in the early foundation establishment stage, asked, "Where is the cell?" "It's behind the temple, beneath the criminal law hall," the cultivator replied with a look of fear. "Take me there," Shachen shouted sharply. The cultivator dared not disobey, and immediately led Shachen towards the criminal law hall. Wei Yi followed on his flying sword. Gu Yu had reunited with him, and with Wei Yi's power, she was helping her refine and absorb Eldamar's golden elixir. Of course, the energy from the golden elixir also nourished Wei Yi's body, transforming into strands of Zenki that flowed into his meridians. Wei Yi and Shachen followed the cultivator to the cell beneath the criminal law hall. The scene inside was a shocking sight. The dungeon was filled with all kinds of torture instruments, and the air was filled with the pungent odor of blood and decay. In each of two large vats, a person soaked, only their heads protruding. The water, a mixture of their blood and feces, reeked of a sickening stench. Maggots could even be seen swirling within. Yet, the two men still held a breath, not dead. Seeing this scene, Wei Yi nearly vomited. As a time traveler, while he dared to kill, he could not stand such brutal torture to death. It truly shook his worldview. Moreover, the downside of having such acute senses is that beautiful things can be seen with remarkable clarity. Similarly, ugly scenes were rendered in ultra high definition. This was a bit overwhelming. But Shachen was accustomed to this kind of extreme punishment. The Xuanjing division had used it before. He walked over and delivered a quick death with his sword. Shachen understood the horror of this torture and knew that even if he rescued the two men, they would be dead. Their bodies were covered in numerous non-fatal wounds and soaked in the water. The mixture of feces, urine, and blood had long since infected and rotted, and their bodies were even being eaten away by maggots. There's no hope of saving them. Better to give them a quick death than to suffer. It wasn't just these two. Several of the prisoners in the cells were equally covered in wounds, some even mutilated and unconscious. It was clear that most had injured in human torture. Wei Yi easily guessed that among them might be members of his own Xianxia alliance, or perhaps even individuals suspected by the Xianren cult. This reminded him of the actions taken by certain countries to investigate terrorists. Fortunately, he had previously protected Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang with his blessing. Otherwise, he had no idea what horrific torture they would have endured. Han Kaiang, Mr. Gong, where are you? Shachen called out. We are here. Han Kaiang's delighted voice echoed from the depths of the cell. Shachen rushed over excitedly, followed closely by Wei Yi. The monk leading the way turned and ran, but upon reaching the cell door, he was struck by a long halberd, sending a chill through his spine. It was Xiang Yu's heroic spirit, having received Wei Yi's orders, who had also arrived at the dungeon in trance. Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Shachen and Wei Yi. They'd guessed Wei Yi would come to rescue them, but they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. With a bang, Shachen, using his blood energy, forcibly broke the barrier surrounding the cell door, flung it open, and rushed in, hugging Han Kaiang. I'm sorry, I'm late. Shachen choked back tears. The thought of Han Kaiang truly in danger would be even more painful than killing him. Mr. Gong, disheveled, quickly knelt on the ground and bowed deeply to Wei Yi. Thank you, Deputy Alliance Leader, for saving us. Mr. Gong, please stand up. Wei Yi helped him up. Thank goodness the Deputy Alliance Leader used his magical powers to protect us, otherwise we would have been subjected to humiliation. Mr. Gong continued. While he wasn't afraid of death, he was terrified of humiliation. He was particularly afraid of Han Kaiang being humiliated. To him, Han Kaiang was like a daughter, a soft spot. Wei Yi and Shachen led Han Kaiang and Mr. Gong out of the dungeon. Before leaving, Shachen also broke open the other cell doors. By the time they left the temple, a host of heroic spirits had already slaughtered every cultivator in it. A deathly silence fell upon the temple. Without further ado, Wei Yi summoned another giant eagle, carrying the four of them high into the sky, and heading towards Yulang City. They were headed for the 100 Flowers Pavilion, where they could contact the other core members of the Xiangsha Alliance and discuss how to respond to this crisis. Shortly after Wei Yi and his companions left, soldiers from the patrol battalion arrived near the Shinran sect's temple. They had no idea what was happening inside, and they had no right to enter. After knocking at the door for a long time, there was no response. The leader pondered for a moment, deciding it was best not to embarrass himself, and led the others on their way. After all, even if something truly happened, it was beyond their control. If danger arose, they didn't want to be killed along with them. However, the next morning, news of the Shinran sect's destruction spread like wildfire. After all, the Shinran sect rang its bell every morning, and its front hall was open to the public for offerings of incense. Of course, those who came to burn incense were mostly merchants from the city, simply seeking to curry favor with the Shinran sect. The Qi family, in particular, sent people to burn incense almost daily, and Qi Fuan even came personally every 2 or 3 days. But today, the Taoist temple's doors were shut, and no one answered their knocks. Furthermore, people noticed that the Shinran sect's once majestic temple had vanished, seemingly out of thin air. After all, that hall was a prominent feature of the city. Walking down the main street, you could see its magnificent rooftops from afar. But people still didn't know what had happened. It wasn't until the government sent officials inside that they were shocked to find the entire temple in utter devastation. The hall had been razed to the ground, and all the monks had been killed. Eldamar had been hacked into 3 pieces, his body frozen harder than stone in the cold wind. For a moment, the news of the Shinran sect's destruction reverberated like a bombshell, shocking the entire city. Chapter 182 Intercepting the Qi family. The news of the Shinran sect's temple being destroyed and Eldamar's murder shook Hangzhou City. While the people were shocked, they were also filled with joy, even a sense of elation. Many silently thanked the heavens for their mercy and the master who had brought about the destruction of the Shinran sect. After all, the city's officials were also pawns of the Shinran sect, so the people were hesitant to openly express their joy. Of course, where there's joy, there's also worry. Upon hearing the news, Qi Fuan broke out in a cold sweat in the freezing weather. He immediately recalled the murder of Prefect Zhu and Eldamar's words when he had recently visited him regarding the Gao family situation. It was clear that the person who had killed Prefect Zhu was someone even Eldamar feared. And now, just a few days later, the Shinran sect's temple had been destroyed, and Eldamar had been murdered. There had to be a causal connection. Perhaps it was a chain reaction to his own previous incident. Fortunately, he, a small-time underling, hadn't been taken seriously by them, otherwise he might not have seen the sun today. But he was also terrified. Without the deterrent of the Shinran sect's Taoist temple, he worried that those who had held a grudge against him for years would seize the opportunity to harm him. While he had the government as his backer, those individuals were probably too panicked to protect him. No, I have to leave and stay out of the spotlight. I'll come back after the Shinran sect's monks arrive and take over. Qi Fuan thought to himself. He knew his life would be in danger in the coming days if he didn't leave. With this in mind, Qi Fuan immediately summoned his housekeeper to help pack his belongings. At Yuanshan Academy, Tang Yin, Du Shaoling, and the others were excitedly discussing the Shinran sect's destruction. They all knew it was Wei Yi's doing. After all, Wei Yi was the only one in the Great Yan dynasty with the ability and courage to do so. However, Du Shaoling also knew that this would completely infuriate the Shinran sect. A war was about to begin. After all, killing a few cultivators and eliminating a few officials' lackeys was merely a loss of a few pawns for the Shinran sect. In the grand scheme of things, they might not care about the gains and losses of individual pawns. But destroying a Taoist temple was tantamount to killing someone's own son. The Shinran sect would never tolerate this. Therefore, they would certainly investigate the matter thoroughly, perhaps even resort to frenzied revenge. But Du Shaoling wasn't afraid. Honestly, he'd been waiting for this day for a long time. He couldn't wait to deal with the Shinran sect's treacherous element. He believed in Wei Yi's power and, even more so, in his decisions. Tang Yin, you and I must also prepare for the next crisis. War may be brewing. Du Xiaoling said in a deep voice. Understood, I've been prepared. Tang Yin said excitedly. He was eager to rise up against this dark world, to follow Wei Yi, and achieve great things. By the way, we can consider eliminating the Qi family while we're here. Du Xiaoling added. Well, I've got people keeping an eye on them. I'll find a chance to strike tonight, but I suspect the Qi family will flee, which would make it easier for us to strike. Tang Yin said with a smile. He knew now was the perfect time to eliminate the Qi family. Taking advantage of the destruction of the Shinran sect's Taoist temple and the chaos in Hengzhou city, he could directly eliminate the Qi family, minions of the Shinran sect. This way, no one would suspect him, and even the government wouldn't dare investigate thoroughly at this time. After all, Magistrate ZHU's body was still warm, and the Shinran sect's corpses were scattered all over the ground. Those Shinran sect minions in the government were afraid of getting into trouble and were desperate to keep their tails between their legs. Yulong City, Beihua Pavilion. This was the fiefdom of the Prince of Jin, and it was adjacent to the mountains where the Yunshan sect was located. Therefore, it was one of the few places in the Great Yan dynasty not under the control of the Shinran sect. The Prince of Jin was the younger brother of Emperor Yanjing, and he had been a virtuous king in his time. But in this world of extraordinary power, kindness and virtue were not the primary considerations for the heir to the throne. Moreover, he had an elder brother who was superior in every way. Fortunately, the Prince of Jin remained docile and content to play a supporting role. Having supported Emperor Yanjing's ascension to the throne, he was later granted this beautiful and prosperous land, becoming a carefree prince. Under the Prince of Jin's stewardship, Yulong City enjoyed considerable prosperity and peace. Of course, this was also due to its location at the foot of the Yunshan sect's mountain, making it less prone to evil spirits, natural disasters, or man-made calamities. Wei Yi and his companions disguised themselves briefly before entering Yulong City. They then proceeded to the Beihua Pavilion, a brothel in the city that also offered accommodation. Upon entering, they ostensibly checked in, but were actually exchanging secret codes. A servant carefully examined Mr. Gong's jade pendant, confirming his identity, and then used a secret code to usher in the old steward. Go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of these distinguished guests. The old steward exchanged a glance with Mr. Gong, his expression impassive. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he led the group to view the rooms. They arrived at the backyard, crossed a corridor, and entered a two-story building. Sir, this is it. It's our best room. After Wei Yi and the others entered the room, the steward who had led the way immediately closed the door. His expression suddenly grew serious, and he said, Mr. Gong, we are so glad you're all safe. It's thanks to Deputy Alliance Leader Wen's rescue that we were able to escape the clutches of the Celestial Beings sect. Mr. Lu, how is the situation now? It's dire. Elder Lu of Xiangsha Villa turned out to be a stooge for the Celestial Beings sect. We fell into a trap in the Battle of Hangcheng and suffered heavy losses. Most of our strongest forces were lost. Of the 9 Deputy Alliance leaders who participated in the battle, 3 were killed and 5 were captured. Only Alliance Leader Yi and Deputy Alliance Leader Zhang managed to escape, but they were also seriously injured. Mr. Lu then detailed the current situation of the Xiangsha Alliance. Including Wei Yi, the Xiangsha Alliance had a total of 12 Deputy Alliance leaders. 3 were killed, 5 were captured, and 1 was injured. The majority of their core combat forces were either killed or captured. Furthermore, many of the Xiangsha Alliance's liaisons, like Mr. Gong, had their identities exposed and captured by the Shinran cult. This severed their connections with their regional allies, making it difficult to mobilize and rally their forces for action in a short period of time. The Xiangsha Alliance could even potentially track them down and launch a devastating attack on their allies. This time, the Xiangsha Alliance was severely damaged, and it was unlikely to recover quickly. The Xiangsha Alliance was, after all, an alliance. While its member factions would coordinate their actions, their coordination was limited. Management, control, coordination, and operations were far less tightly knit and efficient than those of a sect or religious organization. Therefore, it was not invulnerable or impregnable. Fortunately, its large and widespread membership meant that, like a centipede, it could survive death and remain limbed, preventing it from being completely eliminated all at once. However, its core combat strength and backbone remained primarily the members of Xianxia Villa, along with its 12 vice leaders and the factions directly under their command. As for those ordinary members, such as the Guo family and the Yu family in King's House City, they can only serve as auxiliary forces. If a branch force was severely damaged, it would not be affected. But now that this backbone force has suffered a severe blow, it is like the main trunk of a big tree is damaged, the rest of the branches will be affected, and it will be very difficult to restore the former luxuriance. Didn't Mr. Yi go with the leader at that time? Mr. Gong asked again. If Mr. Yi was there, Leader Yi Qiu should not have been seriously injured. Mr. Yi and Mr. Zhu went to the Xuanzang Mountain Secret Realm, so. Mr. Gong nodded, feeling that the Shinran sect had planned it long ago, deliberately rushing to the Xuanzang Mountain Secret Realm before the two strongest members of the Xianxia Alliance went to the Xuanzang Mountain Secret Realm. By the way, Mr. Gong, you came at the right time. The 9th princess will gather everyone at Gian Villa to discuss countermeasures tonight. By then, there should be more accurate information. Then Mr. Liu said again. Wei Yi, Mr. Gong, Shachen and others stayed here temporarily. In the afternoon, they left Yulong City together and went to Gian Villa in the mountains east of the city. In Hengshao City, Qifuan took his family in a carriage and quietly left the city, preparing to go to Yizhao City, where there was a Taoist temple of Shinran sect, to avoid the limelight. However, he didn't know that Tang Yin, who was dressed in disguise, had been following them quietly on horseback. The 6 warriors supported by the Qi family escorted the caravan all the way east, gradually moving away from Hengshao City. They took the official road, and there were many merchants and travelers on the road, and there were also many post stations along the way. Therefore, the warriors of the Qi family were not too nervous. They rode their horses leisurely, and chatted with each other. After all, in their opinion, there would be no danger in broad daylight. Even if someone wanted to attack them, they would definitely choose to do so at night. However, Qifuan in the carriage was uneasy. From time to time, he peeked out of the window and looked around. Dad, don't be nervous. Nothing will happen in broad daylight. You should take a rest. Qinan, the 3rd young master of the Qi family, comforted him. Alas, ever since Dad heard that the Shinran Taoist temple was wiped out, he has been feeling anxious and uneasy. Qifuan retracted his gaze and sighed. Dad, don't think too much. Nothing will happen. Qinan continued to comfort him. However, at this moment, a man wearing a grey coarse linen robe and a bamboo hat on his head, covering half of his face, rode past the convoy on horseback. Several warriors of the Qi family just glanced at the man casually and didn't pay too much attention. But what they didn't expect was that when the man came around in front of them, he suddenly stopped and blocked their way. The leading warrior couldn't help but rein in his horse and stopped, frowning, looking at the man in front with some dissatisfaction. Hey, sir, what's the matter? As he spoke, he also grasped the sword at his waist. What's wrong? Finding that the carriage had suddenly stopped, Qifuan opened the curtain in panic, looked forward, his face full of worry. But then he heard a familiar voice. I'm here to see Master Qi off. Hearing this voice, Qifuan's heart trembled, and he immediately remembered the owner of the voice. Tang Yin. Tang Yin, the son-in-law of the Gao family. Hearing Tang Yin's words, the warriors of the Qi family drew their swords, frowning, feeling that the other party was not here with good intentions. But Tang Yin took his time, and took out a piece of paper. However, at the moment, when the paper was unfolded, a tall and mighty figure suddenly rushed out, and the halberd in his hand was as fast as thunder, and swept out directly. Not good. The 2 warriors' faces paled, their hair standing on end. The psychological scars left by that day at the Gao family instantly loomed over them. They had no time to ponder how this terrifying warrior could have burst forth from a piece of paper. They immediately used their swords to block. But faced with a vast disparity in strength, their defenses were useless. Moreover, this time Xiang Yu struck directly. The force of the halberd was incomparable. With two clangs, the two warriors' swords shattered, and blood gushed from their chests. Their bodies flew out, and hit the side of the road, dead beyond death. Their horses neighed in fear, and immediately turned and fled. Seeing this scene, the other four warriors were also filled with horror, staring at Xiang Yu in terror, unable to move. They knew that this heroic and domineering man was no match for them. Looking at their companion, killed by a single blow, they seemed to foresee their own fate. Having dispatched the two leading warriors, Xiang Yu didn't hesitate. He stamped his feet and charged forward. His halberd pierced the air, slashing directly at the most powerful warrior in the arena. The warrior, terrified, tried to dodge, but it was too late. Xiang Yu's incredible speed gave him no time to think or breathe. He could only instinctively block with his sword. The warrior wielded a 3-pearl dual sword, and as a 7th rank warrior, his blood energy infused the sword, effectively blocking Xiang Yu's halberd. However, the force of the blow was too great for Xiang Yu's strength to withstand, and the halberd, crushing the sword, struck Xiang Yu's shoulder. The strike pierced deeply, drawing blood instantly. The warrior's face paled, and he was pinned to the ground. But at that moment, Xiang Yu's other hand struck him in the heart. The terrifying force dented his ribs, causing him to spit blood, and sent him flying backwards like a cannonball. It slammed heavily into a carriage, shattering it completely. The eldest son of the Qi family, who was inside, was so frightened that he practically burst into tears. Seeing this, the remaining 3 warriors turned and fled. Xiang Yu's eyes flashed, and his halberd shot out like a spear, instantly striking one of them in the heart. He then kicked another off his horse. With a wave of his hand, the halberd that had been stuck in the corpse vanished, reappearing in Xiang Yu's hand. With an expressionless face, he raised the halberd and slashed, slaying the warrior beneath him. Xiang Yu lowered his halberd, and, with his hands bent and ready to draw an arrow, a bow materialized. He aimed at the fleeing warrior, and unleashed an arrow. The black arrow tore through the air, striking the final warrior from his horse and killing him. Just like that, the 6 warriors of the Qi family were slaughtered in the blink of an eye. Passers-by, observing the scene from afar, were so frightened they turned away, no one daring to approach. Seeing their own warriors slaughtered, Qi was terrified, his face pale and his body shivering. His wives and concubines trembled, refusing to breathe. The Qi family's charioteers were so terrified they abandoned their carts and fled. Tang Yin, holding a brush, swiftly wrote the word kill, which then transformed into a butcher's knife, instantly slashing through the fleeing charioteers. He naturally wouldn't leave any alive, leaving himself vulnerable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183 Her Royal Highness. Xiang Yu wielded his long halberd, splitting the carriages apart. Qi, huddled inside, was terrified. He immediately crawled before Tang Yin, kowtowed, and begged for mercy. Tang Yin, no, Lord Tang, please spare us. From now on, I, Qi, will be your dog. I'll do anything you ask me to do. Please don't kill me. People like you aren't even worthy of being my dog. You're an accomplice to the evil, aiding and abetting the tyrant. You deserve death. Tang Yin said expressionlessly. Before he finished speaking, he wrote the word kill again, which then morphed into a butcher's knife and fell. Qi pleading ceased abruptly, his head falling from his neck, a look of terror frozen on his face. Seeing this, Qi sons and wives were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels and blazed, howling like ghosts. Tang Yin wasted no time, writing one kill after another, annihilating the entire Qi family. After completing all this, Tang Yin bowed to Xiang Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Xiang Yu returned the gesture and vanished from this world. Tang Yin lowered his bamboo hat again, reined in his horse, and turned back to Hengzhou City. As night fell, Wei Yi, Mr. Gong, Sha Chen, and Han Qiang arrived at Gian Villa. The villa was located in a secluded valley, shrouded in perpetual fog. The entrance was complex and intricate, making it completely disorienting. Mr. Gong explained, That Giant Villa was built there for a reason, a natural maze, and the Yunshan sect's leader had provided some helpful guidance. Even a Giant level cultivator would be lost upon entering. Without guidance from an acquaintance or specialized methods, finding the villa was impossible. Furthermore, numerous guards lurked along the way. If the signals were incorrect, the villa would be deserted. The four of them finally entered Giant Villa successfully and arrived at a spacious hall. Several people were already inside. After Mr. Gong's introductions, Wei Yi learned that half of the people present were elders from Xiangsha Villa. The remaining two, like Wei Yi, were vice leaders of the Xiangsha Alliance. They were all leading figures in their respective underworld factions, each possessing a cultivation level of around the 3rd rank. The rest were also prominent figures, supporting the Xiangsha Alliance behind the scenes. For example, Ningyuan Hao, Zhang Guiyangong, and the Prince of Jin's eldest son, Shangxing, were among them. Of course, the Xiangsha Alliance's backers weren't limited to these few. For example, the Prince of Jingan was currently detained in the capital, while others were far away and couldn't arrive anytime soon. These backers didn't usually gather together, and even rarely appeared in person. After all, their statuses were so special that they couldn't easily show up in public. Most of them secretly provided funding, intelligence, resources, and connections. If it weren't for the massive crisis and setback facing the Xiangsha Alliance, none of them would have been present. After Mr. Gong's introductions, Wei Yi instantly became the focus of the audience. So the expert mentioned in the rumors about the King's House City and Yukshan Pass incidences. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei. They had naturally heard about these two sensational events. However, they were merely legends, unsure of their authenticity. They hadn't bothered to investigate the identity of the rumored expert. Furthermore, only Alliance Leader Yi Qiyu and a few key managers knew that Wei Yi had become Deputy Alliance Leader of the Xiangsha Alliance. No one else knew Wei Yi's true identity. So, upon hearing Mr. Gong's introduction, they realized the rumors were true, and that peerless expert was actually their own Deputy Alliance Leader in King's House City. They were filled with both surprise and joy. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei is the true expert. Great. Our Xiangsha Alliance has the support of a peerless powerhouse like Deputy Alliance Leader Wei. We can surely resolve this crisis. Yes, with Deputy Alliance Leader Wei here, our Xiangsha Alliance still has the credentials to confront the Celestial Being sect. Everyone present was overjoyed, their gloom suddenly dissipating, as if they had finally seen hope. Especially after hearing that Wei Yi had single-handedly destroyed the Shinran sect's Taoist temple in Hengshao City last night and rescued the captured Mr. Gong and Han Kuang. Everyone had a more direct understanding of Wei Yi's strength. He might even be more powerful than Elder Yi. A single person could easily make up for their current lack of combat power. Moreover, a peerless master like this, possessing unfathomable powers, could truly turn the tide at a crucial moment. Just as during the crisis in King's House City and Yukshan Pass, it was Wei Yi's sheer power that directly altered the situation, turning the impossible into the possible. That's why everyone was so happy, feeling as if they had regained their backbone. Although Alliance Leader Yi was seriously injured, and the vice leaders and core members had either perished or been captured, their combat power had been significantly reduced. But with a peerless master like Wei Yi at their helm, they still had the credentials and the trump card to challenge the Shinran sect. Furthermore, Wei Yi's destruction of the Shinran sect in Hengshao City yesterday was a powerful boost to their allies. This showed everyone that the Xiangsha Alliance wasn't finished and was even more powerful. It was like a resounding slap in the face to the smugly Shinran sect. It was truly satisfying, like a breath of fresh air. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei has truly avenged our fallen brothers this time. Yes, Elder Ma was one of the 12 Golden Core Elders of the Shinran sect. I heard he's about to enter the middle Golden Core stage. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei has slain him and destroyed the Shinran Taoist temple, effectively severing a limb from the Shinran sect. Just as everyone enthusiastically surrounded Wei Yi, a stunningly beautiful figure entered, like a glittering pearl, dimming everything around them. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with graceful features. A glint of crystal clear starlight shone in her piercing eyes, as if they could see through everything. Her nose was tall and graceful, and her lips, as red and tender as cherry blossom petals, were slightly upturned, revealing an innate confidence and pride. Her face was as white as jade, delicate and smooth, as if polished to perfection, flawless. She wore a loose, embroidered robe, richly embroidered with intricate patterns, interwoven with gold and silver threads, shimmering with dazzling brilliance. The cuffs were embellished with delicate gold lace, adding a touch of refinement and elegance. Her full floor-length skirt was composed of layers of tulle and satin, each layer a different color and pattern, creating a unique layered effect. The hem was embroidered with delicate floral and bad motifs, the delicate embroidery creating a vivid scene, as if she were immersed in a sea of flowers. This woman was one of the secret supporters of the Xianxia Alliance, and the former 9th Princess Shan Ruishu. But everyone's attention was focused on Wei Yi. She was surprised that no one had noticed her arrival. Her beautiful eyes immediately fell on Wei Yi, the center of attention, and their eyes lit up a little. She had never met Wei Yi before, and didn't know his identity, but from the sight before her, she knew he was no ordinary person. He was standing next to Mr. Gong, and that immediately reminded her of someone else. Wei Yi. Almost immediately, Wei Yi's gaze shifted towards her. He had just caught a whiff of a delightful floral fragrance, a scent that didn't belong to anyone else here. It caught his attention. Turning to look, he saw Shan Rushu approaching. Shan Rushu's aura was like the morning light, like a gentle breeze. A gentle ethereal air filled Wei Yi with a sense of comfort, like a spring breeze. His gaze lingered on her for a long moment, and Wei Yi's gaze immediately caught the attention of those around him. They then realized Shan Ruishu had arrived. Your Highness, the princess is here. Greetings, princess. Everyone saluted, and Wei Yi bowed with both hands. Shan Ruishu was the youngest and most intelligent of Emperor Yanjing's 9 daughters. She and Prince Qi were siblings from the same mother, and they had a very close relationship. After Prince Qi's death, she left the capital and later became a lay disciple of the Yunshan sect. She appeared to stay out of trouble and avoid any conflicts. However, she secretly investigated the circumstances surrounding Prince Qi's death and secretly developed the Xianxia Alliance, which he founded. She is now considered one of the Xianxia Alliance's most prominent backers. Other supporters, such as Prince Jinggan, Duke Zhangguang, and Marquis Ningguan, were actually supporters of Prince Qi. Prince Qi's death was orchestrated by the Xianren sect, so the Xianxia Alliance's initial goal was to avenge him. Later, it evolved into resisting these treacherous villains and saving the great Yan dynasty. No need to be so polite, everyone. Shan Ruishu said sternly, but her gaze fell on Wei Yi again. Could this be the deputy alliance leader of King's House City, Wei Yi, young Master Wei Yi? Yes, I greet the princess, Wei Yi said with a fist. In fact, the moment he saw Shan Ruishu, he had felt she looked familiar. After careful consideration, he couldn't help but consciously scan the countless figures and faces within the forest of ink and brush. He immediately found Shan Ruishu. His forest of ink and brush was now filled with numerous figures, all those who had resonated deeply with the poems he had written. Wei Yi didn't recognize most of them. Many were blurry, with only a few clearly visible. He had always paid special attention to these individuals, especially those with a striking appearance and distinguished bearing like Shan Ruishu. Naturally, they had left a deep impression on him. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei, Mr. Gong, Han Kaiyang, Shachen, seeing you here finally puts my heart at ease, Shan Ruishu said sincerely, a smile of relief playing on her lips. Although she lurked behind the scenes of the Xianxia Alliance, she was the one who truly knew the alliance inside and out. So, naturally, she knew Wei Yi, the newly appointed deputy alliance leader of King's House City. She also knew a great deal about him, including his identity, his background, his deeds, and the many rumors surrounding him. She had even specifically asked Mr. Gong to help her obtain a number of Wei Yi's poems and songs. After carefully reading them, she was deeply impressed and delighted. She had actually been looking for an opportunity to meet Wei Yi, but unexpectedly, the Xianxia Alliance's crisis had allowed her to meet him earlier. Of course, in her heart, Wei Yi was the Alliance's hope, even their strongest shield, their sharpest spear. This was why, despite learning of the Alliance's grave crisis, she remained steadfast in her faith. Before coming here, she had received news that Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang had been captured. She had initially thought it would take some effort to reconnect with Wei Yi. She had even planned to discuss tonight with everyone and send someone to King's House City to search for Wei Yi and then work out how to rescue the Xiangsha Alliance members. To her surprise, she saw Mr. Gong and his men safe and sound and that Wei Yi had arrived. This delighted her. Wei Yi, Shachen, and Mr. Gong all clasped their fists in silence. Afterward, everyone took their seats. All those who could attend today had already arrived. Shan Ruishu began to gather the group, discussing the causes and consequences of the incident, as well as the impact it had on the Xiangsha Alliance. Of course, their primary focus was on responses and solutions. The Xiangsha Alliance was undoubtedly severely weakened. Most frighteningly, many intermediaries like Mr. Gong had been severed, cutting off their communication with the underlying forces. Re-establishing contact with those members and mobilizing their forces would be extremely difficult. The celestial being cult might even be able to outmaneuver them, following the clues and directly defeating the underlying members and forces one by one. Furthermore, while their alliance boasted a large number of members and considerable influence, it was also extremely bloated and lacked coordination. They were unable to immediately mobilize all their forces to mount an effective counterattack. Therefore, their current situation was very passive. Their only option was to stabilize the situation, gather the necessary resources, and prepare a defensive strategy to prevent further encroachment by the celestial being cult. At the same time, they should quickly gather intelligence, find leads on those captured, and find a way to rescue them. These individuals were of paramount importance. Firstly, they were the core strength of the Xiangsha Alliance, like the main trunk of a great tree. Secondly, they knew too many secrets and matters concerning the Xiangsha Alliance. If any of them were compromised and further secrets were leaked, the Alliance's situation would be even worse. Therefore, at the end of the meeting, everyone was discussing how to find the captured individuals. After all, if they didn't even know their whereabouts, how could they implement rescue measures? Wei Yi listened intently, not eager to join in the discussion. After all, he was new and knew very little, so he prioritized listening. Furthermore, his method of sending blessings only worked for those he knew. For those he didn't know, sending blessings was pointless and ineffective. Since he hadn't even seen the recipients, it would be pointless and ineffective. So, he had no clever tricks at the moment, and could only listen and see if there were any better solutions. However, Wei Yi did have a small hope for intelligence gathering, the orange cat he had left in the palace. He wondered if he could use it to gather some useful information from within. Chapter 184. Beat them until they are willing to sit down and talk. Everyone had been discussing for a long time how to rescue their captured members. The primary focus was on gathering intelligence and locating these individuals. In reality, the Xiangsha Alliance's backers also had their own informants within the palace and the celestial cult. However, these informants weren't high-ranking enough, otherwise they wouldn't have suffered such a heavy blow from the celestial cult this time. However, the role of these informants shouldn't be underestimated. They still had the ability and opportunity to gather the intelligence they sought. Wei Yi had been quietly listening to the conversation, gaining a wealth of useful information, which gave him a clearer understanding of the landscape of the Great Yan dynasty. It's true that, wherever there are people, there's a world of martial arts. The struggles and checks and balances between various clans and factions were not much different from those in King's House City. While these individuals were Xiangsha Alliance supporters and allies, they couldn't be considered truly good people, saints of righteousness, selflessness, and benevolence. They weren't truly that noble. They were essentially united by shared interests and goals, and there was nothing wrong with that in itself. After all, no large force or organization can rely on a single individual to sustain its operations, let alone an entire dynasty. The Great Yan dynasty's current state wasn't solely the fault of the Shinran cult. It's easy to say, a fly won't bite an egg without a crack. The Great Yan dynasty was plagued by internal strife, causing the various factions to gradually decline amidst this internal friction. For example, the Zhao family once boasted several first-rank leaders, but now its strongest is only a second rank. The same was true for other families. The dynasty's weakness and internal strife gave the Shinran cult an opportunity to exploit, allowing them to rapidly expand like a leech on blood, quickly seizing control of the government. This is easy to understand, as Wei Yi explained in his previous life. While the endless wars in some regions may have external causes, they were also driven by numerous ethnic and religious conflicts and internal problems. Therefore, under external instigation, the dynasty quickly fell apart, like ignited dynamite. Otherwise, a harmonious nation, a people whose every citizen yearns for unity and peace, whose hearts deeply believe they are one family, will never be torn apart. Even if it was once weak and forcibly separated by powerful military force, it will surely be reunited in the future. Fortunately, the people of the Great Yan dynasty share the same philosophy. Brothers fight within the walls to defend against external aggression. Deep down, they do not want the dynasty to collapse, or the nation to be divided. Therefore, this nation can still be saved. After all, no effective strategy was devised. After all, if a solution were easily found, it wouldn't be a predicament, not a crisis. All they could do now was to pool their strength, first overcome the crisis, and prevent further attacks and encroachment from the celestial being cult. Then, they would try their best to locate the captured individuals. As for subsequent rescue plans, that would be the next step. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei, do you have any good ideas? Shan Ruishu suddenly looked at Wei Yi. For now, the person she was most excited about, the only one she could hope for, was Wei Yi. After all, no one present had any better ideas. Even miracles require strength. Wei Yi didn't respond to Shan Ruishu's question, but instead inquired about the Shinran sect. He'd learned about the cultivation level of their strongest members, the composition of their top leadership, and so on. This, in fact, was what Wei Yi wanted to know most. Only when he truly understood his enemy could he know what he should do. Even if he wasn't as strong as the other party, at least he knew how far he had advanced, and only then could he be absolutely certain of victory. In fact, all the current difficulties they faced stemmed from this disparity in strength. If their side truly completely overwhelmed the Shinran sect, then there would be no need for strategy or intelligence. They could simply march directly into their lair, capture their key members, and be done with it. At worst, they could destroy all their Taoist temples, all to the bitter end. After all, the Xianxia Alliance's ultimate goal was to destroy the Shinran sect. Even if the captured deputy leaders died, that would be the fulfillment of their ambition. But it was clear that the Xianxia Alliance didn't have the strength to do so at the moment. Not even Elder Yi and Elder Zhu, both of whom possessed first-grade martial arts cultivation, possessed such power. Just because they didn't have it didn't mean Wei Yi didn't. Even if he didn't have one right now, Wei Yi believed he would soon have one. Therefore, Wei Yi first wanted to understand just how powerful the Shinran sect truly was. How many foundation establishment cultivators were there? How many golden core cultivators were there? And what level of cultivation did the strongest possess? Was there some even more powerful force behind them? He preferred real-time combat to turn-based games. Strategy was only suitable for times of weakness, and when there was a sense of fear. The Xianxia Alliance possessed comprehensive information about the Shinran sect. This sect originated in the southern Jiuli dynasty, and was originally a relatively common sect within the Jiuli dynasty. It later rapidly expanded within the Great Yan dynasty. Currently, the strongest known Shinran sect member was the sect's Grand Elder, who was in the middle nascent soul stage. Below him were the sect's head and Grand Elder, both said to be in the nascent soul stage. There were 12 individuals in the Golden Core stage, including Elder Hui Kang of the Shinran sect's Shanghaiang City Taoist Temple and Elder Zifeng of the Lingshu City Taoist Temple, both in the late Golden Core stage. There were also 4 in the middle Golden Core stage, and 6 in the early Golden Core stage. However, only 10 of the 12 remain. One died in the Hangcheng battle, and Wei Yi slew another. The Shinran sect has approximately 82 cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, but that was the previous number. After the Hangcheng battle, and after Vice Alliance Wen's destruction of the Shinran sect's Taoist temple, there are probably far fewer now. As for those above the nascent soul stage, there are probably none. Shan Ruishu said sternly. You must know that the realms of cultivators are, above the golden core stage is the nascent soul stage, and above that is the divine transformation stage. Cultivators at the divine transformation stage are extremely rare, even across various countries, and even the world at large. Furthermore, cultivators at the divine transformation stage have generally achieved a glimpse of the great Dao, truly embarking on the path to immortality. They disdain worldly power, and live a nomadic existence, primarily active in worlds untouchable by mortals. These are places that 99% of the world's inhabitants have never visited, or even heard of. There, they pursue the great Dao within their hearts, seeking the opportunity to attain immortality. Therefore, even if the Shinran sect truly possessed a powerhouse at the transformation realm, they certainly wouldn't have stayed in the Great Yan dynasty. Furthermore, if the Shinran sect truly possessed a powerhouse at the transformation realm, then there wouldn't be any need for the Shinran sect to seize the imperial power of the Great Yan dynasty. They could simply seize power through force, and even destroying the Xianxia alliance would be a piece of cake. Even if the Yunshan sect intervened, they wouldn't be able to stop them. They could easily destroy an entire sect with a single wave of their hand. Therefore, it can be inferred that there aren't any powerhouses at the transformation realm behind them. The strongest individual is likely the Grand Elder. A cultivator at the nascent soul realm is far superior to a first-rank warrior, undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of the Great Yan dynasty. The late Golden Core realm is equivalent to a first-rank warrior. Of course, reaching the first rank doesn't necessarily mean the end of a warrior's cultivation. While the first rank is called the Grand Master realm, the highest known realm for a warrior is the Martial God realm. It's said that there are 3 more realms between the Grand Master realm and the Martial God realm. There are 3 realms, the Divine Body realm, the Divine Soul realm, and the Divine Will realm. Generally speaking, warriors at the Divine Body realm are called Grand Masters. For example, Sword Saint Feng Guiyang, the current most powerful martial artist in the Great Yan dynasty, is a Grand Master. It's said that he once fought a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm to a draw. He is also currently the most powerful martial artist in the Great Yan dynasty. He actually knew Elder Yi, Elder Zhu, and the others. But he, like Elder Yi, was also devoted to pursuing the path of the martial god, spending years in seclusion in Sword Saint Mountain or traveling extensively, paying little attention to worldly affairs. Listening to Wancheng Ruishu's narration, Wei Yi finally gained a comprehensive and clear understanding of the Celestial Being sect. He couldn't help but feel that the Celestial Being sect wasn't that terrifying, much less an unassailable entity. It's the unknown that frightens people the most. Initially, due to his limited understanding of the Celestial Being sect, the information he'd received from those around him had given him a false impression. It was as if the Celestial Being sect was the most powerful entity in the world, untouchable and irresistible. But he forgot that, while the Shinran sect might seem like that to ordinary people, it wasn't necessarily the case for him now. It was like someone living in a metropolitan city suddenly stranded in a remote mountain village. He knew nothing about the place, and could only gather information from those around him. Yet, they kept telling him about a beautiful, prosperous, and affluent city 50 miles from the mountains. But he didn't know that the city, seemingly a paradise to the villagers, was actually just a county town. This was cognitive bias. Wei Yi suddenly felt the same way. The information he had previously gathered from others had subtly instilled in him the impression that the Shinran sect was the most powerful force in the world, as if no one could stand up to them. However, now that he had a comprehensive and clear understanding of the sect, he realized they were nothing more than that. 3 nascent soul cultivators, 10 golden core cultivators. While he wasn't sure he could defeat a nascent soul cultivator, at least he didn't see the golden core cultivators as a threat. Even if the other party's Grand Elder and sect leader attacked, and he couldn't defeat them, he still had the means to protect himself. And now the arrow was on the string, and had to be released. If he destroyed the Shinran sect's Taoist temple, they would definitely suspect him. There were only 2 possible outcomes to this matter. If they fought him to the death, he should take the initiative now. And he should also bring the Xianxia alliance into action, and catch them off guard. The second result was that they would give in again, and choose to keep quiet. That would only prove that they were afraid of him, that they were just paper tigers. So what was there to be afraid of? Just do it, and it would be over. I have some suggestions. I don't mean to offend you, and I may not be right. Please forgive me. Wei Yi stood up and said with a fist. Hearing his words, everyone immediately listened attentively, wanting to see what Wei Yi had to say. I believe that right now, we should be proactive, not defensive. Since so much of our information has already been leaked, it's impossible to know how much they still know about us. Choosing defensively at this point would simply give them more time and space to exploit us. They could even gain more information, find weaknesses, and completely dismantle us. Even if everyone here can ultimately protect their own members and our core members, what about our junior allies? Will they be tracked down and attacked one by the celestial being cult, ultimately falling prey to their brutal attacks? As you've all said, we can't quickly re-establish contact with all our allies. That also means we can't adequately protect them. If the celestial being cult attacks them, we'll be too far away to reach them. What would our allies think then? Would they think we've abandoned them at this moment? I believe everyone here understands the consequences better than I do. If the Xianxia Alliance loses the support of its people, it will lose its very foundation. I believe the Xianxia Alliance has grown to its current size because of this. Being able to fight against the Celestial Being sect is absolutely inseparable from the support of those allies at the grassroots level. If we lose their trust, then even if we finally rescue a few core members, the mighty tree of the World Alliance will no longer have the soil to take root. What awaits us is still the gradual erosion by the Celestial Being sect, and ultimately, complete destruction. Wei Yi's words were so certain that everyone nodded solemnly. Indeed, if they lost those allies at the grassroots level, even if they rescued a few deputy leaders, it would be difficult for them to make a comeback in the future. However, they were too busy to help those allies, not to mention that the ties between them and most of the allies were now severed. It was impossible to re-establish contact with so many allies in a short period of time. Wei Yi paused before continuing. So, at this moment, we can't retreat. We must launch a fierce attack, attract the Shinran cult's attention, and deny them a chance to breathe. At the same time, we must also show our allies that we haven't collapsed, but are resisting and fighting. Of course, our Xianxia Alliance has suffered heavy losses, with most of our core combat forces lost, but we still have some, and haven't we completely collapsed yet? If we were on the battlefield, even with our last breath, we would defeat the enemy until they surrender. Therefore, we must fight until the Shinran cult sits down and negotiates with us. Wei Yi's words ignited the passion of everyone present. They had indeed become somewhat daunted and timid by the heavy blow they had suffered. This was especially true for their behind-the-scenes supporters. Their inner convictions weren't as strong as those of Wei Yi and his men. Their hatred for the Shinran cult might not have been as deep as that of their lower-level allies. For they, the princes and nobles, had only suffered losses at the hands of the Shinran cult. They hadn't been bullied to the point of being unable to survive. The lower-level allies, on the other hand, were the most direct victims. They wanted to destroy the Shinran sect simply to regain a livable environment, a relatively bright and fair world. For this, they were willing to sacrifice their lives, everything. Chapter 185, Destroying a Sect. Then shouldn't we rescue our core members? A deputy leader suddenly objected. Of course we should, but gathering intelligence takes time, and we can't estimate how long that will take. What if we can't find any leads? Should we just keep waiting? Rather than sit and wait, we should take the initiative. If we can truly force the Shinran sect to negotiate, then we'll have a chance to rescue our people, Wei Yi said sternly. Everyone nodded, knowing that Wei Yi's words must have meant he was confident he could challenge the Shinran sect. Recalling the many legends surrounding Wei Yi and his single-handed destruction of the Shinran sect Taoist temple in Hengzhou City last night, it seemed clear he might actually be able to turn the tide. After all, at this point, Wei Yi's personal strength was more than enough to offset their losses. Therefore, they still held some hope for him. Okay, I agree with Deputy Leader Wei's proposal. Deputy Leader Wei, what are your plans? Shan Ruishu also stood up, looking at Wei Yi excitedly and asking. She agreed with Wei Yi's words, and was filled with hope for him. Next, we will immediately combine our strongest forces and begin attacking all of the Shinran sect's temples. The enemy is in the open, while we are in the dark. It won't be difficult for us to defeat them. We'll split our forces, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. I'll lead the attack, specifically to capture the elders and core disciples of their temples. I refuse to believe that the Shinran sect doesn't care about the lives of these elders. We'll then have bargaining chips to negotiate with them, exchanging their men for ours. Even if they refuse to negotiate, our actions will surely convince our allies to remain on our side and support us. In short, action is better than waiting to die. Even if we have to fight to the death, we can't let the world think we are cowards or defeated. Wei Yi spoke with a resolute, powerful gaze. Alright, let's do as you say. We'll formulate a plan. Shan Ruishu nodded. Having determined their target, everyone immediately gathered around maps and began to discuss a detailed action plan. Jin Wang's eldest son, Shangxing, then detailed to Wei Yi the distribution of the 8 remaining Shinran sect temples. He detailed the personnel composition of each temple, the names and strength of the elders in charge, and the power structure of the cities where the temples were located. Well, the closest one to us is the Shinran sect temple in Yangzhou. Deputy Alliance leaders Yang and Song lead all available experts to attack the Yangzhou City Taoist temple. Start tomorrow night at midnight. Shachen and I will go to Lingshu City in the north to attack the Shinran sect's second largest temple and strive to capture Elder Zifeng. Wei Yi stated sternly. The Lingshu City Shinran sect temple is second only to Shanghaiang City. Its importance and strategic significance are unparalleled. Furthermore, Elder Zifeng is in the late Jiandan realm and holds a very high position in the Shinran sect. If they could capture him, the Shinran sect would definitely negotiate with them. Moreover, the Shinran sect would never have imagined that the severely damaged Qiangsha alliance would dare to attack their second largest temple at this time. Hearing Wei Yi's words, everyone looked at him in slight surprise. Just you and Shachen? Shangxing's face was filled with astonishment. After all, Elder Zifeng and Elder Ma were not on the same level. Although both were in the Jiandan realm, the difference in strength between the early and late Jiandan stages was not drastic, but it was close. After all, the early Jiandan stage was equivalent to a 3rd grade warrior, while the late Jiandan stage was comparable to a 1st grade warrior. Furthermore, the Lingshu Taoist temple and the Hengzhou City Taoist temple were not on the same level. While Wei Yi was able to destroy the Hengzhou City Taoist temple, that didn't mean he could defeat the Lingshu Taoist temple. Yes, that's enough. Wei Yi nodded, his face brimming with confidence. After all, he could summon heroic spirits, dozens at a time, making him far more reliable than the Qiangsha alliance. He didn't have to worry about a traitor leaking their operation secrets. Moreover, if they failed, it would be easier for the two of them to retreat without being held back by the others. After all, the primary goal this time was to capture Elder Zifeng, not to destroy the entire Taoist temple. The two of them were more than enough. Are you sure? Safety first. Ning Yuanhao instructed. My lords, rest assured. Deputy Alliance leader Wei alone is a formidable force. Don't forget the legend of the Battle of Yuxian Pass. Shachen said with a smile. He naturally believed in Wei Yi's strength, even saying that he was dispensable, and that Wei Yi had brought him along simply because he was worried he would be bored on his own. Hearing Shachen's words, everyone suddenly realized and remembered the legend of the million-strong army of heroes. They were worrying too much. They should be strong enough, and didn't need any help. Alright, then, I'll have to trouble Deputy Alliance leader Wei. Yes, the rest of us will certainly do our best to capture the Yangzhou City Taoist temple. Deputy Alliance leaders Yang and Song clasped their fists. Okay, Yangzhou City depends on the two Deputy Alliance leaders. Wei Yi clasped his fists to Deputy Alliance leaders Yang and Song. Deputy Alliance leader Wei, I'm counting on you this time. Shan Ruishu said, looking at Wei Yi sincerely. She knew very well that, if Wei Yi could successfully capture Elder Zifeng, then perhaps he could truly help the Qiangsha alliance overcome this crisis. At the very least, he could rescue several deputy leaders and core members. Furthermore, he could prevent the Shinran cult from encroaching on them and attacking them. Therefore, whether the situation could be reversed depended entirely on Wei Yi and his team's success. Princess, rest assured, I will definitely live up to your trust. Alright, everyone, we have over 10 hours left. Let's prepare for action. Wei Yi said, looking at the two deputy leaders and the elders of Qiangsha Villa. From here to Yunzhou City, if they traveled overnight, they could actually arrive there by tomorrow morning. Lingshu City, on the other hand, was a long way off. However, with his flying mount, Wei Yi would definitely arrive before dark. Mr. Gong and Han Kaiang stayed at Gianvilla for the time being, as it was the safest place. Wei Yi, along with Shachan, rode the giant eagle northward. Soon after, Wei Yi suddenly felt a surge of powerful and chaotic Zen Qi surge through his body, surging wildly. Simultaneously, the surrounding forces of heaven and earth began to converge upon him. Through telepathy, Wei Yi discovered that Gu Yu, who had merged with him, was actually striving for the Jiandan realm. Ever since Gu Yu devoured Eldamar's Jiandan, she had been absorbing and refining its energy within him. Now, with the aid of Eldamar's Jiandan, she was preparing to directly reach the Jiandan realm. However, he sensed that Gu Yu seemed unable to control the energy of Eldamar's Jiandan, showing signs of Zen Qi turbulence. Fortunately, Wei Yi immediately sensed the flow of his own Zen Iron Qi, which began to suppress the turbulent Zen Qi. He then enveloped Gu Yu's body, ultimately helping her suppress Eldamar's Jiandan energy. This made it easier for her to absorb and refine the Jiandan, and her Zen Qi became more stable. "Thank you, Master, for your help," Gu Yu said gratefully. Immediately, he calmed down, and, once again drawing on Eldamar's golden elixir energy, began his journey towards the golden core realm. Gu Yu's initial cultivation level was mid-stage foundation establishment. Later, nourished by Wei Yi's various Qi-infused delicacies, and absorbing much of Wei Yi's true Yang Qi through sharing, her cultivation rapidly increased. Furthermore, Wei Yi also taught Gu Yu the same cultivation technique that Taoist master Yapin had passed on to Juzi. This increased her cultivation speed several times over. She described it as incredibly powerful, arguably the best in the world. If she had mastered it sooner, she would have already reached the spirit transformation realm, or even attained immortality. Consequently, Gu Yu's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the late foundation establishment realm. Now, having devoured Eldamar's golden elixir, she had the opportunity to break through and reach the golden core realm. Seeing Wei Yi seemingly absorbed in his cultivation, Shachan didn't disturb him. He simply lay on the giant eagle's back, gazing at the starry sky, and before he knew it, he'd fallen asleep. He hadn't slept in days. Worrying about Han Kaiang had also left him feeling restless and anxious, draining him of energy. Now that he'd relaxed a bit, sleepiness overtook him, and he quickly fell asleep. To ensure Gu Yu's smooth progress toward the golden core realm, Wei Yi calmed down and remained quiet, allowing her to cultivate undisturbed. He even manipulated the yang energy within his body, continuously supporting her. Furthermore, he could sense the power of heaven and earth and spiritual energy constantly merging into his own. A powerful primordial Qi emanated from Gu Yu's body, flowing through his meridians and danshan. After a long while, Gu Yu completely refined Eldamar's golden elixir, successfully forming it, and officially entering the golden core realm. Wei Yi, in turn, felt his own primordial Qi grow even more powerful, his danshan overflowing with energy. Wei Yi judged that he had already reached the late Qi refining realm. Unexpectedly, while Gu Yu was merging with him, refining the golden core, it also fed back to his body, helping him advance directly from the early Qi refining realm to the late stage. "Success, Master. I've entered the golden core realm. Thank you for your help," Gu Yu said excitedly. "Congratulations, but don't be too happy. First, stabilize and consolidate your cultivation. We have a battle tomorrow night." Wei Yi thought to himself. "Okay, Master. Jua can help you share more of the burden this time," Gu Yu said, immediately settling down and continuing to practice and consolidate his cultivation. Meanwhile, Wei Yi, with nothing else to do, couldn't help but work on his fitness skills. 500 sit-ups, 500 squats, 500 push-ups. To Wei Yi's surprise, the proficiency increase for the same movements had multiplied several times. This surprised him. He wondered if it was because his body had undergone a transformation from the nourishment of Zen Qi, which had just occurred, that the increase in proficiency in his fitness skills had been so great. But at the current rate of improvement, Wei Yi estimated he could reach the remaining 16% of proficiency in one night. Not bad. Just in time to improve my strength before heading to Lingshu City. Wei Yi thought to himself, feeling incredibly motivated. But just as Wei Yi was concentrating on his training, a sound of air piercing through the air was heard. Two figures, wielding magical weapons, blocked the path ahead. Wei Yi immediately brought the giant eagle to a stop. A closer look revealed them to be cultivators from the 10,000 Poison Valley. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on our territory?" one of the cultivators demanded sternly. "Is this the 10,000 Poison Valley?" Wei Yi glanced down and nodded silently. "Okay, I'll take note. When I have time, I'll come back and wipe out this den of poison." "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" The two 10,000 Poison Valley cultivators shouted sharply. Their voices woke Shachin from his sleep. However, Wei Yi didn't hesitate. With a thought, the sword sheath beside him automatically opened, and the flying swords, Ganjiang and Mo Yi, flew out. Instantly, they transformed into two streaks of light and shot towards the two 10,000 Poison Valley cultivators. Their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated to avoid the blow. Horrified, they knew the other party was a master, but regret was too late. The two swords moved with incredible speed, and the overwhelming sword energy descended directly upon them, leaving them feeling helpless. With a thud, the two flying swords pierced through the bodies of the two 10,000 Poison Valley cultivators. After returning the swords to their sheaths, Wei Yi glanced at the sleepy Shachin behind him and said, "Go back to sleep." "Oh." Shachin glanced at Wei Yi and lay down again. Wei Yi continued to fly forward on the giant eagle, but just as he passed over the 10,000 Poison Valley, he spotted another cultivator flying diagonally below. His brow furrowed, and he immediately picked up his pen and began to write a poem. "How could I obtain the heavenly sword, so I could cross the sea and slay the whale?" As the last line was written, the sound of recitation echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The poem instantly transformed into a massive sword beam, carrying the power to shatter the world, descending directly towards the 10,000 Poison Valley below. The 10,000 Poison Valley cultivators, who had been about to soar upward, were terrified, their faces pale, and they immediately turned and fled. However, the sword beam moved with incredible speed, like thunder, and descended in an instant. Boom! The heavens and the earth seemed to tremble, and the buildings of the 10,000 Poison Valley collapsed under the overwhelming pressure. A violent gust of wind swept rubble and debris in all directions. Wei Yi continued to fly north on the giant eagle, soon leaving the territory of the 10,000 Poison Valley. Shachin rolled over and continued to sleep soundly, feeling a peace of mind he had never felt before. With such a powerful being by his side, he felt as if he didn't need to fear even the sky falling. Wei Yi continued his training until dawn. As the first rays of morning sun peeked over the horizon, Wei Yi had successfully maximumed out his fitness skill proficiency. He could advance to the 5th level at any moment. Shachin, soundly asleep, awoke from his drowsiness. "It's already dawn?" Shachin slowly sat up, gazing at the distant morning light. "Did you sleep well?" Wei Yi asked with a smile. "Yeah, I haven't slept this well in a while. It's just that my face is a little cold," Shachin said with a smile. His face was stiff from the cold, so his smile looked strained. But for a 4th rank warrior, this little bit of cold had no effect at all, and he wouldn't catch a cold. Chapter 186 Fitness Skill Level 5. Okay, time for some sleep. Seeing Shachin awaken, Wei Yi closed his eyes and meditated. With a thought, he asked Guyu to control the giant eagle and continue its flight. He immediately upgraded his fitness skills. As a tingling sensation coursed through his body, Wei Yi felt a surge of immense energy surge from within. Like a mighty river, it flowed through his limbs and throughout his entire being. His body immediately began to transform. His muscles swelled and pulsated, and his bones emitted a sound like metallic friction and collision. His once smooth skin now bore crisscrossing lines, resembling dragon scales, and shimmering with a faint golden glow. Simultaneously, Wei Yi's flesh and blood were also transforming. He felt his blood grow hot, like boiling magma, constantly shaping and reshaping his flesh, making it as hard as metal. Wei Yi's transformation naturally caught the attention of Shachin, who was standing nearby. After all, this transformation was truly extraordinary. The pulsing blood, the swelling muscles, the sound of bones clashing like metal, and the golden glow lingering on his skin all spoke volumes. This guy's cultivation has reached another breakthrough. Shachen exclaimed in amazement. But then, a scene unfolded before him that left him speechless and stunned. Wei Yi's hair began to ignite, and even his skin, like burning paper, quickly turned to ash and dissipated with the wind. The burning process ripped and ripped his clothes. But as the ashes dissipated, Wei Yi's skin had grown back. It was crystal clear, flawless, like uncut jade, and even shimmered in the golden light. It shone with a luster reminiscent of golden stone. New hair also rapidly sprouted from his shiny head, its strands also like metallic, gleaming and shimmering in the sunlight. The entire process left Shachen's jaw dropping. Although warriors would also experience visible transformations when their cultivation levels reached a breakthrough, compared to Wei Yi's current transformation, it was negligible. It could be said that Wei Yi's transformation didn't resemble a physical transformation resulting from a breakthrough, but rather a process of ascending to heaven. It was akin to a complete rebirth, a vision of immortality. Therefore, Wei Yi's transformation truly astonished Shachen. However, despite his surprise, he felt a surge of joy. After all, the stronger Wei Yi became, the safer this trip to Lingshu City would be. Furthermore, if Wei Yi's strength increased significantly, he would pose a significant threat to the Shinran sect. If Wei Yi could easily slay even the Shinran sect's Grand Elder, the Shinran sect's fate would be truly over. After approximately 2 hours, Wei Yi's transformation was finally complete. His body and aura stabilized, and the golden light on his body faded. He seemed noticeably taller, though without the muscular build and hard lines. Yet, it still exuded a sense of ultimate power and beauty. It was like a steed, its smooth graceful lines concealing immense energy. Furthermore, Wei Yi's appearance and demeanor were now even more otherworldly. Just by looking at his appearance, he seemed to have shed his mortal flesh and possessed the body of an immortal. He looked truly extraordinary. The giant eagle flew northward, and in the distance, a turquoise lake appeared at the end of the field of vision. We are finally there. Shachen stood up. That was Lu Lake. Seeing Lu Lake meant they were only 200 miles away from Lingshu City. According to his and Wei Yi's plan, they would land near Luan County, rest temporarily there, and then depart for Lingshu City at night. Then, at the agreed time, they would launch an attack on the Shinran Taoist temple. Just as Shachen was debating whether to wake Wei Yi, he saw Wei Yi open his eyes. His pupils grew brighter, like crystal, reflecting the surrounding light. "We're almost to Luan County," Shachen declared. But he couldn't help but glance at Wei Yi's clothes, then said, "I'll go get you some clothes later." Hearing Shachen's words, Wei Yi finally came to his senses. He looked down and was surprised to find that his skin looked as if it had been burned by fire, riddled with holes, and naked. "What's going on?" Wei Yi was a little confused. Shachen laughed dryly and told Wei Yi what had happened. Wei Yi's mouth twitched. He felt like he was spontaneously combusting. During this fitness skill upgrade, his body had undergone a transformation, and it had even set his clothes on fire. No wonder his body had changed so drastically this time. It seemed the system had truly reshaped his body, perhaps using true fire to forge his indestructible body. Wei Yi thought to himself. After this fitness skill upgrade, his body had indeed undergone another transformation, a tremendous transformation. He had gained an indestructible body. He possessed an indestructible body, capable of withstanding almost all physical attacks and magical damage. And this strength wasn't just the increased defense of his skin. His internal organs, flesh, meridians, bones, and so on were all greatly strengthened. He was practically invulnerable to swords and spears, and immune to all poisons. Without his will, no weapon could harm his body. Even if attacked by poisonous insects or certain miasma, they would remain unharmed. Of course, this body wasn't truly immortal. Although his lifespan had increased to over 3,000 years after the upgrade, Wei Yi knew he wasn't truly immortal either. Furthermore, based on the memories he had imbued in his mind, magical weapons and Taoist magic that embodied the power of the laws of heaven and earth might still cause some damage to his body. However, those who could harness the power of the laws of heaven and earth were either innate treasures nurtured by heaven and earth, or immortals who had mastered the great Dao and attained immortality. Therefore, in this mortal world, this indestructible body was essentially unbeatable. Most importantly, this indestructible body possessed an extremely remarkable self-healing ability. Even if damaged, it could recover quickly. Even a fatal injury requires only a brief rest for the body to heal and return to peak condition. Furthermore, after this upgrade, Wei Yi's strength has directly transformed from the power of 5 elephants to the power of 2 dragons. Considering the power of 1 dragon is roughly equivalent to the power of 10 elephants, this power has quadrupled. His physical strength alone rivals the ultimate strength of a first-rank warrior. By employing techniques like Brute Hammer, 1000 Hammers, and 5-directional violent shock, he can unleash even greater power. Of course, this indestructible body inherently possesses a natural ability known as Fearless Charge. Entering this fearless state, he becomes akin to running amok. Strength, speed, and defense all surge, resulting in immense offensive and destructive power. It can be said that after this upgrade, he has truly mastered both civil and military skills. From now on, wielding a scroll and swinging his fist, a single book can crush a second-rank warrior. He can truly command the attention of others through his virtue. In the Imperial study, Emperor Yanshan was furious upon hearing the news of the destruction of the Hengzhou Taoist temple. He had never expected that, while the Xianxia alliance was suffering a heavy blow, their own temple in Hengzhou would be destroyed. Logically, the Xianxia alliance had just suffered a heavy blow and could not have assembled sufficient forces in such a short period of time to destroy their temple and exterminate their personnel. Even in previous battles with the Xianxia alliance, such brutal events had occurred. Where on earth did so many powerful individuals emerge, capable of killing us, and even Eldamar? Your Majesty, there are rumors that this incident is most likely the work of the same individual responsible for the Yundinghao mutiny and the Yuxian Pass incident. That Wei Yi. Emperor Yanshan narrowed his eyes, a cold murderous intent in them. Thinking about it, this person was the most likely suspect. After all, the series of previous events had shown that, even if he wasn't a member of the Xianxia alliance, he was definitely their enemy. However, in order to focus their forces against the Xianxia alliance, they had temporarily ignored him. Unexpectedly, this guy has become a new threat, perhaps even a greater threat to them than the entire Xianxia alliance. It seems I really need to question Zhao Jinsi tonight, Emperor Yanshan said coldly. Although he had previously been somewhat skeptical of the rumors, he felt that, if it was really Wei Yi who did it, he would have concealed his identity better, so as not to cause a sensation, and make it known to everyone. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know it was him. This was somewhat unreasonable and even inconsistent with the style of the Xianxia alliance. Therefore, the more incredible the rumor, the more skeptical he became. But now it seems that Wei Yi is indeed a serious suspect. Even if it is not him, it is definitely someone behind him. In short, Zhao Jinsi and Wei Yi's trip to Yuxian Pass together is definitely not a coincidence. Zhao Jinsi is undoubtedly the one who knows what happened at Yuxian Pass that day, and who defeated the Western barbarian army. Your Majesty, do you think they'll attack our other Taoist temples? If they were able to destroy the Hengzhou City Taoist temple, then most of our temples would be in danger. Yes, it's possible. Judging from their location, the Yunzhou City Taoist temple is the most likely to be attacked, followed by the Tangzhou City Taoist temple. But our people will surely have anticipated this and made advanced preparations. I've already sent the Great Elder and his men there to provide support. They should arrive in Yunzhou City by tomorrow morning at the latest, Emperor Yanshan said. They had only recently learned of the destruction of the Hengzhou City Taoist temple. After all, the incident was sudden, and the authorities discovered it only very late. Furthermore, Hengzhou City is far from the capital, so the news arrived with some delay. Fortunately, after destroying the Hengzhou City Taoist temple, the enemy did not take further action. It's likely that the battle in Hengzhou City also severely damaged them, and they need to recuperate. This should give them enough time to arrive to provide support. By the way, immediately send someone to Kingzhou City and apprehend all the Wei family members, Emperor Yanshan said coldly. He didn't care if the rumored master was Wei Yi or not. He was ready to attack Wei Yi first. On the one hand, he wanted to test his opponent's abilities, and on the other, he'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave. After the ministers left, Emperor Yanshan waved his hand, and the sound blocking barrier dissipated. He frowned and immediately said to the door outside, "Come, summon Zhao Jinsi to see the emperor." "Yes, your majesty," the old eunuch guarding the door responded. After a long moment, the old eunuch rushed in a panic, knelt on the ground with a look of panic, and said, "Your majesty, the princess is missing." "What?" Emperor Yanshan's brows furrowed, and he looked at the old eunuch with an icy expression. "How could she be missing? We've searched everywhere, but we can't find the princess. It's as if she just vanished. Is there no one guarding Rujing Palace?" Emperor Yanshan demanded. Yes. Our men have been keeping a tight watch all around. The princess was there the entire time, never leaving. Even the things she brought are in her room, but how could a living person disappear? Send someone to search immediately. If you can't find her, bring her head to me." Emperor Yanshan shouted angrily, but a sudden sense of foreboding struck him. Could Zhao Jinsi have truly escaped? He couldn't figure out how Zhao Jinsi had escaped from Rujing Palace. And where else could she have gone in the heavily guarded Imperial Palace? Yunzhou City, the Shinran sect Taoist temple. The news of the destruction of the Hengzhou Taoist temple terrified Elder He, who was stationed there. The Yunzhou Taoist temple was comparable in strength to the Hengzhou Taoist temple, and even his own combat effectiveness was inferior to that of Eldamar. If the enemy's next target was them, he would likely suffer the same fate as Eldamar. What frightened him most was that Eldamar seemed completely unprepared for the enemy's actions. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the entire Taoist temple to be destroyed, leaving no one alive. It wasn't even discovered until the next morning, which was simply incredible. Logically, to have completely massacred an entire Taoist temple, the enemy must have been numerous, each of them a top-tier expert. It was impossible for the Shinran sect to remain unaware of the movements of so many powerful individuals. Furthermore, they had just gained access to extensive intelligence and information about the Xiangsha alliance, having dealt them a severe blow. Furthermore, the Hengzhou City Taoist temple had been established for a long time, and Eldamar had numerous informants within Hengzhou. It was impossible for them to be wiped out unprepared. In short, the incident was filled with strange and bizarre circumstances, filling Elder He with trepidation. Upon hearing the news, he broke out in a cold sweat and immediately took defensive measures. He and the temple's senior monks disguised themselves and concealed themselves within the city. They also deployed their spies to closely monitor any suspicious individuals, and indeed, they detected some signs of movement, which heightened his vigilance. Furthermore, he had the government dispatch 2,000 city guards early in the morning, all donning Shinran Taoist robes, and concealed within the Shinran Taoist temple. He also placed a talisman inside each person's robe. Ostensibly, it was to provide them with defense and increase their combat effectiveness, but the real reason was known only to Elder He. If the enemy dared to come, he would definitely give them a great gift. Chapter 187, Fallen into the Trap. To avoid attracting attention, Wei Yi and his team landed in an uninhabited area. "Wait here while I go to the city to buy you some clothes," Shachan said. After all, Wei Yi's appearance was too conspicuous, easily attracting attention. He knew the celestial cult had numerous spies, and if they noticed anything unusual, their mission would likely fail. No need to bother. Wei Yi called out to Shachan, then immediately took up his brush and began painting in the air. Soon, he had sketched a simple, plain suit and 2 bamboo hats. The moment he put pen to paper, the clothes and hats materialized. Wei Yi donned the clothes and hats. But even these ordinary clothes couldn't hide his extraordinary appearance. His newly transformed features were too striking. So, Wei Yi took up his brush and began painting on exposed areas like his face and hands. His features instantly transformed, his skin appearing as if weathered. With his attire, he looked like an ordinary wanderer. This series of maneuvers truly amazed Shachan. He thought to himself that Wei Yi had so many tricks up his sleeve, even conjuring clothes and changing his appearance out of thin air. It was simply incredible. However, this saved them a lot of trouble. Wei Yi also painted a set of fancy clothes for Shachan to wear. He also added some artwork to his face, instantly transforming his appearance. Finally, Wei Yi disguised his belongings before heading towards the official road with Shachan. Seeing no one paying attention, the two quietly made their way onto the road and walked forward. Their figures quickly blended in with the passing merchants and travelers, truly unnoticed. After entering Luan County, Wei Yi and Shachan found an inn on the edge of the city and settled in for the time being. As night fell, the palace was abuzz with activity and commotion. After Zhao Jinsi vanished without a trace, Emperor Yanshan immediately ordered a thorough search of the harem. The imperial household guards, led by eunuchs and palace maids, searched nearly every corner of the harem, especially the Rujing Palace, turning it upside down, practically digging deep underground. But no trace of Zhao Jinsi was found. He then interrogated the eunuchs and palace maids who were on duty in the palace at the time. But the result remained the same, just as the head eunuch had said. Zhao Jinsi had truly vanished. No one had seen her leave her room, nor had they noticed anything unusual. Emperor Yanshan was even more perplexed. He personally inspected the Rujing Palace and found nothing unusual. He couldn't understand how someone could have so quietly taken Zhao Jinsi from such a fortified harem, right under his nose. It was simply unbelievable. But he didn't give up. After all, if he didn't get to the bottom of this matter, he would be left with a bitter taste in his mouth. He ordered the search expanded beyond the palace, sending the entire capital into a state of turmoil. Meanwhile, Zhao Shi was summoned to the imperial study by Emperor Yanshan to investigate. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Shi's face was filled with worry and anxiety, and he quickly inquired about the specific details of the incident. His reaction and demeanor reassured Emperor Yanshan of his suspicions. Furthermore, Zhao Shi was constantly under his watch, effectively unable to do anything. As for Zhao Ziyan, he had already left the capital. His time there was brief, leaving him with no time to formulate a plan. Furthermore, the Zhao family had no connections in the capital. Emperor Yanshan, therefore, felt that the father and son were unlikely to be so capable. But the question arose, if it wasn't the Zhao family's doing, then where had Zhao Jinsi gone, and who had abducted her from the palace? Returning to his residence from the imperial study, Zhao Shi sank into a chair, his solemn expression finally relaxing. He recalled the poem The Ballad of Mulan and Zhao Ziyan's suggestion. His expression remained impassive, but his heart was overflowing with joy. Following Zhao Ziyan's hints that day, he had carefully read the poem, and had formed some suspicions. But then, meeting Zhao Jinsi in front of Emperor Yanjing, he felt a wave of uncertainty. The person he saw was indeed his daughter, identical. Although he had a hunch that something was amiss, she looked exactly like his daughter, and their communication seemed perfectly genuine. He still held on to a glimmer of hope, certain that Zhao Ziyan would not actually send Zhao Jinsi into the palace. This worry had hung in the balance until today, and after much agonizing, the answer finally arrived. The answer was even more bizarre than he'd expected. His daughter had vanished from the palace without a trace, which, while delighting him, was also deeply shocking. He couldn't understand what Zhao Ziyan had done to pull off such an incredible operation. It was a source of immense joy and relief. As long as his daughter was safe, he had nothing to fear. However, his current concern lay within the Heavenly Alliance. He wondered if Emperor Yanshan had deliberately blown him up that day to scare him, or if something truly happened. He hoped it was fake. Zhao Shi silently prayed. After all, if the Xianxia alliance fell, the fate of the Great Yan dynasty would be even more worrying. Late at midnight, Yanzhou city was quiet, the streets nearly deserted. Dozens of figures in nightgown quietly approached the Shinran Taoist temple. After communicating with hand gestures, they dispersed, then scaled the wall, and entered the temple. But soon, the sounds of fierce fighting and shouting erupted from within. Leading the group, Deputy Alliance Leader Song, wielding a long sword, dispatched the charging Shinran monks with one blow. He knew, however, that these men weren't genuine Shinran monks, but rather soldiers in disguise. They had naturally also learned of the over 2,000 city guards sent by the government office. Although the Xianxia alliance had suffered a heavy blow, they remained a formidable intelligence gathering force. They had also conducted thorough investigations and preparations. Furthermore, even if 2,000 city guards entered the Shinran Taoist temple, there would be no way they could leave no trace, even if they were doing it covertly. Deputy Alliance Leader Song led the others in a relentless charge, and soon the temple was a river of blood, with corpses strewn across the ground. However, Deputy Alliance Leader Song didn't see Elder He, who was in charge, take action. He didn't even see a single cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. He immediately pulled a signal cannon from his waist and unleashed a firework that shot skyward. It then exploded in the air, dispersing into red sparks that illuminated the night sky. Soon, 24 more men in black emerged from different corners and swiftly rushed into the Shinran Taoist temple. Seeing this, Elder He, hidden in the shadows with his cloaking magic, flashed his gaze, and a slight, sinister smile curled his lips. He thought to himself, thankfully, he'd been prepared. The fish are in the trap, Elder He said with a smile. A man in black beside him immediately turned and asked, Master, shall we proceed? Yes. Elder He nodded. The man in black bowed and quietly approached the temple. He held a talisman between his fingers and infused it with his essence and blood. He formed a hand seal, and the talisman instantly transformed into a dazzling red light that shot up into the sky. Finally, it transformed into a giant red rune above the temple. Simultaneously, the Foundation establishment cultivators, also hidden around the temple, observed this and formed hand seals. Using their essence and blood to activate the talismans, they transformed into streaks of red light that converged on the giant talisman in the sky. Instantly, an invisible field seemed to envelop the entire temple. Seeing this, the expressions of the Xianxia Alliance members, who had been fighting inside the temple, changed, and they looked up into the sky. At that moment, the chests of those wearing Shinran Taoist robes suddenly lit up with a red light. Suddenly, they screamed in agony, their bodies twisting and distorting, their mouths gaping, their faces tilted upwards as countless streams of blood gushed from all their orifices. Like threads of blood, they began to spread upwards. Countless threads of blood intertwined around the Taoist temple, forming a vast crimson web, crisscrossing like the roots of a mighty tree or the blood vessels of a human body, spreading across the night sky, emitting an eerie crimson glow. It looked eerie and terrifying. A terrifying pressure, like a tsunami-like wave blocking out the sky, enveloped the entire temple. It's a trap. Deputy Alliance Leader Song's face was solemn as he gazed with horror at the bizarre scene around him. They had long suspected that the celestial being sect would be prepared, perhaps even setting an ambush to thwart them. But they hadn't expected the celestial being sect to go to such extremes, even resorting to such evil and bloody techniques, even sacrificing over 2,000 city guards to assemble this terrifying formation. Deputy Alliance Leader Song's suspicions were correct. This was indeed a formation, a sinister and forbidden one. Elder He had accidentally discovered it from an ancient skeleton. Human sacrifice alone could summon an extremely terrifying power. The flesh and blood of the living served as its energy source, creating a powerful formation. With enough sacrifices, even a cultivator at the nascent soul stage could be consumed to death. Of course, to fully harness the power of this forbidden formation, a cultivator at least at the golden core stage was required. So, as the formation activated, Elder He appeared. He immediately sat cross-legged at the top of the formation, channeling his own essence and blood into it, and began to direct it, attacking the members of the Xianxia Alliance. As Elder He controlled the formation, the pressure grew even more intense. The members of the Xianxia Alliance looked grim, their energy weakened, and they even felt a sluggish energy drain. Sever those people's connection to the formation. Deputy Alliance Leader Song shouted. He swung his sword fiercely at a sacrificed soldier beside him. With a resounding bang, the long sword shattered the red light, severing the sacrifice's body in two. But the blood still pooled toward the sky. Vice Alliance Leader Song's face was grim. He charged again, his sword slashing directly at the bloodlines flowing upward. With another bang, he severed the bloodlines, completely severing the sacrifice's connection to the formation. He knew that the city guards were the source of the formation's energy. Severing their connection would likely cause the formation to collapse. However, he was a third-rank warrior, and while his strength allowed him to sever the bloodlines with a single strike, the strongest of the warriors he had brought with him were only 5th rank, with the majority only at 6th or 7th rank. Even with their utmost strength, they were unable to sever the bloodlines. At that moment, the crimson blood gathered into ferocious tentacles above, and began to attack the Xianxia Alliance members within the Taoist temple. Everyone immediately dodged, blocked, or engaged in attack. But the tentacles were incredibly fast and terrifyingly powerful, instantly piercing through the bodies of many. The Xianxia alliance was instantly devastated. Those killed by the tentacles had their bodies twisted and deformed, ultimately becoming sacrifices, their blood and vitality drained away, converging towards the formation. This, in turn, made the formation even more powerful, and the attacking tentacles even faster and more terrifying. The Xianxia alliance members were locked in a bitter battle, with most already severely wounded and covered in blood. Furthermore, the formation possessed a vampire-sucking ability, wicking away the blood from wounds. Only Qi and blood could control them, but this weakened their own strength. Soon, more and more people succumbed to the tentacles, becoming sacrifices to the formation. Deputy Alliance leader Song was also overwhelmed by the suppression and attacks of the formation. Fortunately, Deputy Alliance leader Yang, who had been ambushing outside the city, finally arrived. He led 30 cultivators and 50 warriors, attacking from all around, targeting the Shinran sect cultivators guarding the formation around the Taoist temple. Almost instantly, the Shinran sect cultivator, intent on protecting the formation, was killed on the spot. While the formation was formidable, it had no effect on areas outside the formation. Furthermore, the Shinran sect cultivators had channeled all their magical power into the formation, concentrating their spiritual awareness within it. This made them sitting ducks. The Xianxia alliance and the Shinran sect had clashed countless times before. They assumed Elder He, aware of the potential danger, would not remain in the Taoist temple. Instead, he would hide and wait for his opportunity. Therefore, Deputy Alliance leader Song and his group were bait, designed to lure out Elder He. They hoped he would mistakenly believe that the Xianxia alliance's arrival posed no threat and would therefore reveal himself. Once Elder He appeared, their true strength and experts would surface to encircle and annihilate him. But none of them anticipated Elder He's nefarious tactics. As the Shinran sect cultivators protecting the formation were slain, the formation suddenly lost its balance, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Damn it, I've fallen for a trick. Elder He's face darkened, realizing he had underestimated the enemy. However, it was too late. He was primarily responsible for controlling the formation, so as the cultivators protecting it were slain, the formation's operation spiraled out of control, ultimately collapsing with a bang. The violent energy backfired on Elder He, sending him spitting blood and sending him flying backwards. Meanwhile, Deputy Alliance leader Yang approached. He, also a Jinden level cultivator, immediately formed a hand seal, controlled his flying sword, and slashed towards the injured Elder He. Chapter 188, Conquering the White Dragon. In Lingshu City, a heavy snow fell from the sky, blanketing the entire city in silver. As the largest prefecture in the northern part of the Great Yan dynasty, it was bustling. Even at midnight, restaurants and taverns along the main streets remained open. Rows of lanterns reflected the white snow, illuminating the streets brilliantly. The places of entertainment and pleasure were even more vibrantly lit, bustling with activity. At the southernmost tip of the city, the Shinran sect's Taoist temple stood out. Numerous eternal lamps burned within, and even a night shining pearl, like a fallen star, hung atop the towering pavilion, radiating a brilliant halo. This temple was far larger than the one in Hangzhou City, boasting far more disciples. Despite the late hour, numerous disciples were on night patrol. These guards were not only key refining realm cultivators, but also included numerous foundation establishment realm cultivators. It wasn't just the incident at the Hangzhou City temple that prompted the increased patrols and defenses. You must know that this is one of the most important Taoist temples of the Shinran sect and the location of the Great Yan dynasty's Dragon Vein. Like the Taoist temple in Shangyang City, it was previously the focus of the Xianxia alliance's attack. Therefore, the temple's defenses have always been extremely strict and never slackened. Brother, I heard today that our Taoist temple in Hangzhou City was attacked by the Xianxia alliance, and no one survived. Is this true? A disciple on patrol suddenly asked. Yes, brother. Is this just a deliberate bluff by the Xianxia alliance? Another disciple said, skeptical of the rumor. The leading man, a stern-faced man in a cyan Taoist robe, nodded and said, it's true, but it's certainly an exaggeration. The Taoist temple in Hangzhou City was indeed attacked, but only a few people were killed. It seems Elder Ma was also injured. I don't know the specifics, but any rumors out there are unreliable. The stern man wasn't lying. He had received the exact information from his superiors. He also firmly believed that no one could truly challenge the prestige of the Shinran sect, let alone destroy a single Taoist temple. Such a feat would be sheer fantasy. Sure enough, I also think this must be a rumor. It's probably fabricated by the Xiangsha Alliance to increase their influence. Yes, that's for sure. The Xiangsha Alliance truly knows no bounds. After suffering such a heavy blow from us, they still haven't shown any resolve and dare to attack the Hengzhou City Taoist temple. They're clearly desperate to drag down a few more victims in their last desperate struggle. If they come to our Taoist temple, they'll definitely be defeated. Haha, yes, they only dare to vent their anger on the Hengzhou City Taoist temple. It seems they really have no power left. Their core members have all been captured by our sect. It won't be long before we wipe them out, piece by piece. Several Shinran sect monks murmured. But even amidst their chatter, they diligently performed their duties, carefully surveying the surroundings. The stern man in the lead constantly used his spiritual sense to monitor the situation. But at this moment, the world suddenly rang with the sound of chanting. The countless voices, layer upon layer, resembled waves, one rising after another, like thunder, piercing the ears, deafening. And this sound had no source. It seemed to echo from all directions, from heaven and earth. From the side, a mountain becomes a peak. From the front, a peak. From far and near, heights vary. Upon hearing this eerie chanting, everyone's faces changed, and they looked around in surprise. Only to find that the snowflakes seemed to suddenly stop and vanish. The sky spun, and the surrounding buildings began to twist, eventually transforming into countless peaks, undulating and crisscrossing. They felt as if they were standing on a mountaintop, yet also in a canyon, surrounded by mountains. Even the mountains below and above were identical. What's going on? Oh no, it's an illusion. Everyone exclaimed. Quickly recite the calming mantra. A stern man in a green Taoist robe shouted. He immediately pulled out a jade slip and crushed it. A bell rang within the temple, but they couldn't hear it. Upon hearing this, everyone closed their eyes and meditated, silently reciting the calming mantra. But no matter how they chanted, the mantra didn't seem to break the illusion. Instead, the poem, like a demonic sound, poured into their ears, resonating endlessly in their minds. And the poem, as if with a brainwashing power, quickly made them forget the contents of the calming mantra. Even the less advanced cultivators couldn't help but recite the catchy verses silently along. After all, the calming mantra was far more difficult to pronounce than the poem itself. But at that moment, a cold blade slashed through the air. With a single blow, several rays of light ripped through the night sky, dismembering several celestial beings. And the stern man in the green Taoist robe sensed the danger approaching. He instinctively dodged, shielding himself with his defensive magic weapon. He was a cultivator in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. While he couldn't break the illusion, his perception of danger and ki far surpassed that of ordinary ki refining cultivators. So, almost as he dodged, the icy azure dragon crescent blade tore through the mountains before him and slashed down on his head. He felt as if a massive azure dragon was swooping down upon him. He was horrified, but he couldn't dodge. With a bang, his protective magic weapon was shattered. The blade, like ice, flashed with a cold light and slashed directly into his body. Bang! The stern man fell to the ground, his scalding blood melting the snow. Feeling his life force rapidly ebbing, he was filled with fear. He didn't want to die, but his body, like a deflated ball, quickly withered. His strength faded, his consciousness began to blur, and his vision rapidly narrowed. Finally, he fell completely into cold and darkness. Inside the Taoist temple, Wei Yi summoned over 20 heroic spirits and began a bloody massacre. Countless Shinran sect practitioners, trapped in the illusion, were slaughtered almost without resistance. Within the Shinran sect's main hall, a voluptuous and enchanting figure stood proudly, her brow furrowed, her deep eyes shimmering with cold vigilance. In her hand, she clutched a jade pendant, emanating a golden halo that enveloped her. A purple ancient sword hovered beside her, radiating a subtle spiritual aura. As it soared, a faint, crisp, and profound sword chant echoed through her, a truly extraordinary sight. This figure was Elder Zifeng of the Shinran sect, the sect's most powerful female elder. Though well into her 60s, her features retained a youthful charm. She wore a deep purple dress, embroidered with maple leaves in gold thread, a dazzling, shimmering beauty. What kind of illusion is this? Even the awakening pills are ineffective, Elder Zifeng thought to herself. Their sect's awakening pills were specifically designed to combat illusions. Even the strongest illusions could be completely dispelled with just one awakening pill, combined with a calming mantra. But this illusion was completely impenetrable. She felt it was completely beyond her comprehension. Unaffected by mana, without any fluctuations of its own, she couldn't even detect the slightest flaw. Fortunately, her spirit sword wasn't affected by illusions, so it could protect her. I never thought this guy would come to me. Elder Zifeng's face was grave. The moment she fell under the illusion, she guessed the opponent was the one who destroyed the Taoist temple in Hengshao City. She understood why the entire temple had been destroyed so silently, leaving no one alive. If she couldn't even break this illusion, then Elder Ma and the temple's disciples certainly couldn't break it either. Trapped in an illusion, unable to even locate the opponent, was she destined for death? But she truly hadn't expected to become his next target. Elder Zifeng knew full well that the opponent's strength was undoubtedly not inferior to hers. This illusion alone was enough to prove it. Looks like I need to awaken the white dragon. Just as she was thinking this, the spirit sword beside her suddenly hummed. Then, a burst of light shone brightly, hovering directly above Elder Zifeng's head. Sensing the transformation of the spirit sword, Elder Zifeng's expression changed. He immediately channeled his magical power into the spirit sword. The purple spirit sword instantly transformed into a 3-meter long giant, its light illuminating the entire hall. Boom! Almost instantly, the hall's dome collapsed, and a terrifying pressure poured down. The massive sword light, engulfed in rubble and debris, crashed down like a raging wave. White dragon! Elder Zifeng shouted fiercely, his voice, fueled by his magical power, seemingly piercing everything. Not even the roar of the crumbling hall could drown out his cry. The towering hall crumbled, its blast carrying a cloud of snow and dust in all directions. The entire ground shook, and beneath the rubble and dust, a massive crack had already appeared. Countless Shinran sect cultivators perished instantly at the might of Wei Yi's sword. However, when the dust settled, a colossal snow-white demonic beast, resembling a python or a dragon, lay coiled atop the ruins of the main hall. Its body resembled a python, but with twin horns, a angular head, and a wide mouth. A row of pale purple dorsal fins clung to its neck, and 2 dragon claws sprouted from its front, supporting its front half as it stood upright. Its scales shone metallically, shrouded in a faint halo. Within its coiled form lay Elder Zifeng, shielded by a golden glow. Wei Yi was filled with astonishment upon seeing the enormous white demonic beast. He had never imagined that such a remarkable beast could be hidden within this Taoist temple. It seems this Lingshu City Taoist temple is truly crucial to the Shinran sect. A single late giant and level elder isn't enough to oversee it. An equally powerful demonic beast is guarding it. Judging by its appearance, it's likely transformed into a dragon. Its strength is likely comparable to Elder Zifeng's, and with its powerful body, it might even be more formidable. White dragon. Wei Yi muttered to himself. Elder Zifeng's sharp roar had been incredibly penetrating, so he'd naturally heard it clearly. Furthermore, Wei Yi could see that the white dragon was clearly unfazed by his illusions. Perhaps it simply didn't understand his poetry. However, as a skilled beastmaster, subduing a demonic beast shouldn't be a problem. Elder Zifeng was still struggling to break free from the illusion, but she knew the illusion was powerful and unusual. Only by completely shutting off all her senses could she possibly force her way out. Fortunately, she had the Xixia spirit sword to protect her, and the white dragon to provide a shield, which should buy her plenty of time. Although she couldn't see the white dragon, her consciousness could sense its powerful magical fluctuations and aura, and she knew it was guarding her side. Moreover, without the simultaneous protection of the purple cloud spirit sword and the white dragon, she wouldn't have escaped unscathed from the terrifying sword intent that had just descended. White dragon, protect me, Elder Zifeng said. She knew that, while she couldn't hear the white dragon's voice, it would certainly have heard her. With that, she immediately sat cross-legged in meditation, using her magical power to block all senses, allowing her mind to enter a mystical state. She then used the power of the awakening pill to attack her head, dispelling all thoughts. The enormous white dragon raised its proud head, gazing at the giant eagle above, and let out a low roar. But it didn't attack, instead guarding Elder Zitham's side, protecting her. At that moment, its pupils constricted as it saw a figure leap down from above, crashing to the ground with a final thud. The white dragon immediately lowered its body, its scales trembling slightly, making a sound like metallic friction. It growled, its magical power swelling around it, stirring the wind and snow. Its claws and back gathered strength, ready to strike at any moment. "Don't be afraid, white dragon," Wei Yi said gently. He removed his bamboo hat, and the disguise on his face vanished, revealing his true appearance. Using his beast control abilities, he quietly soothed the white dragon's emotions. Furthermore, he possessed a strong affinity, instilling an instinctive trust and dependence in all beasts. So, upon seeing Wei Yi, the white dragon's previously constricted pupils suddenly relaxed, and its demeanor softened. It was like a cat, once defiant, suddenly realizing it was its master, letting down its guard, and becoming docile and obedient. The aura emanating from Wei Yi comforted the white dragon. It felt like warm sunlight or soft green grass, and it felt no hostility towards Wei Yi. Instead, she longed to lie down before Wei Yi and act like a spoiled child, curling around him, and enjoying his caress. Seeing the change in the white dragon's demeanor, Wei Yi knew he was halfway there. His strong affinity for all beasts, combined with his mind control, had completely disarmed the dragon. With a smile on his face, Wei Yi slowly approached the dragon, constantly using his mind control to subtly influence its emotions and consciousness, completely lowering its guard. It felt at ease, comfortable, and happy. "Be good, come here, let me touch you." Wei Yi approached the dragon and slowly extended his hand. The dragon tilted its head to look at Wei Yi, blinking and hesitating for a moment. Unable to resist the urge, it actually lowered its proud head and lay before Wei Yi. Wei Yi reached out and gently stroked the dragon's forehead, continuing to soothe it with his mind, making it feel extremely comfortable. Its eyes narrowed and a low hum escaped its lips. The previously tense body suddenly softened, its coiled form unfurling, before collapsing on the ground. "What a good boy." Wei Yi continued to tame the white dragon. When the dragon was completely captivated by his stroking, and completely lost its defenses, Wei Yi immediately mobilized the energy of his brush and ink, forming a specific seal, and injecting it into the white dragon's soul. Chapter 189 The Joy of Punching. Inside the Yunzhou City Taoist Temple, the gravely wounded elder he was pinned down by the combined might of Deputy Alliance leaders Yang and Song, leaving him powerless to fight back. Had he not been injured by the backlash of the formation, facing the combined attack of these two, even if he were outmatched, he would have certainly had a chance to escape, perhaps even hold out until reinforcement arrived. But now, that chance seemed impossible. Inside the Taoist temple, the battle was raging. The Xiangsha Alliance and the Celestial Being sect engaged in a fierce clash, the sounds of combat shattering the tranquility of the late night. The temple was littered with corpses, most of them from previous sacrifices and Xiangsha Alliance warriors slain by the formation. However, the direct confrontation between the two sides also resulted in numerous casualties. Just then, a fire flared in the distance, signaling the approaching city patrol. Leading the charge was Liu Mang, a Shinran sect minion and commander of the Yunzhou City Patrol. Before the patrol could even approach the temple, they were attacked by other Xiangsha Alliance warriors lurking within the city. The Xiangsha Alliance wasn't actually worried about the city's patrol camp. After all, Liu Mang was only a 5th rank warrior, and most of the patrol camp's soldiers were also below the rank. Even if reinforcement arrived from the government office, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. However, what truly worried them was the Nanding Capital Guard, located 20 miles from Yunzhou City. There were currently 20,000 troops stationed there, commanded by a 3rd rank warrior, and several 4th rank warriors. These two were the Shinran sect's minions within the military structure. If they learned of the attack on the Shinran sect's Taoist temple, they would undoubtedly lead their troops to assist. Therefore, if the Xianxia alliance delayed too long, and the garrison troops arrived to reinforce, escaping unscathed would likely be impossible. Even if they managed to escape, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Of course, they had spies stationed near the Nanding capital guard, ready to send a signal if reinforcement were dispatched. Consequently, deputy alliance leaders Yang and Song were anxious to capture Elder He as soon as possible. Fortunately, Elder He was seriously injured, and with the combined efforts of the two, they finally knocked him to the ground, coughing up blood. Vice Alliance leader Yang then used his soul-suppressing nail to penetrate Elder He's acupuncture points, locking his magical power. He then used a binding device to securely bind him. Alright, we can retreat, Vice Alliance leader Yang declared. However, at that moment, a burst of white fireworks exploded in the distant sky. Seeing this, Vice Alliance leader Yang frowned, realizing that reinforcement had arrived from the Nanding capital guard. However, only a single burst of fireworks lit up, indicating they still had time to retreat. Retreat, Vice Alliance leader Yang shouted, and immediately, leading Elder He, who was now powerless to resist, quickly retreated from the Taoist temple. The rest, led by Vice Alliance leader Song, also began to retreat towards the temple. They had already planned their escape route and method. Some would provide cover, while the rest quickly dispersed along their original route. After a long time, most of the Xianxia alliance had escaped successfully, with only a few seriously wounded, being killed by the pursuing Shinran sect monks. Inside the Lingshu City Taoist temple, Wei Yi caressed the white dragon's head. As it was captivated and defenseless, he immediately infused the beast taming contract into its soul. The white dragon's previously limp body tensed, its head raised, and it looked at Wei Yi with a mixture of surprise and resentment. Its resentful eyes seemed to say, "We agreed to rub against each other, so why did you get in here?" But the resentment was fleeting, and it was immediately completely succumbed to the even more extreme pleasure, losing all consciousness. The contract was concluded, and although the white dragon resisted for a moment, it was quickly conquered. At this point, the white dragon no longer had any resistance to Wei Yi, instead viewing him as a support and a family member. The snake's body seemed to melt once more, crouching beside Wei Yi, tilting its head to caress Wei Yi's palm, and uttering coquettish cries. With the beast taming contract concluded, Wei Yi and the white dragon immediately developed telepathic connection and could communicate. He then learned that the white dragon had reached the nascent soul stage, and even the celestial being sect's grand elder was wary of it. If it weren't for his own beast taming abilities, tonight would have been quite a struggle. This place was indeed the second largest Taoist temple of the celestial being sect. It certainly had some hidden tricks up its sleeve. What a good boy. I'll give you a name from now on. Let's call you Xiao Bei, Wei Yi thought to himself. The white dragon wiggled its body with joy, its two claws bouncing lightly on the ground. Alright, Xiao Bei, help me capture Elder Zifeng, Wei Yi said to himself. The white dragon turned to look at Elder Zifeng, and Wei Yi immediately sensed its reluctance. After all, Elder Zifeng was its benefactor and friend. Although it had already fallen in love with someone else, it still harbored no desire to harm her. Sensing the white dragon's feelings, Wei Yi stopped bothering it and told it to leave and wait for him in Low Lake. This would prevent the white dragon from feeling uncomfortable watching him attack Elder Zifeng later. The white dragon immediately soared into the sky, swelling like a white dragon, finally drifting off into the distance. At that moment, Elder Zifeng suddenly roared, a surge of powerful magical energy surging. She snapped her eyes open, glanced around, and immediately looked at Wei Yi. Finally broken, Elder Zifeng breathed a sigh of relief, finally free from the strange illusion. She finally saw her enemy clearly. He was truly an extraordinary person. But then, a thought struck her. Where's my Beijao? Elder Zifeng glanced around, then fixed her gaze on the distant sky, faintly catching sight of the white dragon's receding figure. Her wonder deepened. How could the white dragon have escaped? Your white dragon has decided to abandon its dark side and join the light, intending to follow me from now on. Wei Yi, perceiving Elder Zifeng's thoughts, spoke up. Elder Zifeng's expression darkened upon hearing Wei Yi's words, and she looked at him in disbelief. She naturally didn't believe him, but the white dragon's sudden flight defied common sense. Could it have been frightened off by fear? But from her understanding of white dragons, it would never abandon her and flee without a fight. This guy must have used some trick. Yes, an illusion. It must have been. He'd used it to deceive the white dragon, luring it away, so he could attack me. This must be it, Elder Zifeng thought. Don't try to trick me. I don't care what tricks you use, the white dragon will never betray me, Elder Zifeng declared coldly. He stopped talking, a cold glint in his eyes, and the purple cloud sword beside him instantly shone brightly, slashing through the air towards Wei Yi. Wei Yi didn't dodge, instead employing the brute hammer technique, mobilizing the power within him. Then, utilizing and releasing the 5-direction vibrant shock, he used his fist as a hammer and delivered a powerful punch. He wanted to test the strength of his indestructible body, and also to verify whether his current physical combat power was sufficient to confront this late giant and realm cultivator. It's important to note that the strength of a late giant and cultivator is comparable to that of a first-rank warrior. However, this is only a general rule. The difference in strength between individuals isn't solely determined by cultivation level. Similarly, there are different levels of late giant and cultivators, and even first-rank warriors have significant variations in strength. Cultivation level is only a basic consideration. True combat power and the upper limit of strength vary greatly from person to person. Boom, fist and sword light collided. A contest of mana and flesh. The dazzling sword light, wrapped in immense force and terrifying might, was abruptly blocked by Wei Yi's punch. Furthermore, the Ziksha sword was blasted backwards, spinning in the air for a long distance, before being stabilized by Elder Zifeng. It's quite tough. Wei Yi shook his hand. He felt a slight pain in his fist, like hitting a piece of iron, but it was only a slight pain. There were only shallow marks on his fist, no wounds at all. This punch gave Wei Yi a sense of security. Without using any mana, he could easily withstand the full force of the spirit sword. His body was truly exceptional. Seeing the purple cloud sword sent flying by Wei Yi's punch, a hint of surprise crossed Elder Zifeng's eyes. She had seen clearly that the opponent hadn't used any Zen ki or blood energy. He had used pure physical strength to knock her spirit sword away, and there wasn't a single wound on his fist. This was truly incredible. Even she herself wouldn't have dared to withstand the blow head on with her own body. This fellow's body is incredibly strong. Elder Zifeng was secretly shocked. She knew that the opponent was certainly not without mana, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to perform such a powerful illusion. He didn't use mana simply because he didn't need to. With such strength and physical strength, this person was truly terrifying. What was his origin? When had such an extraordinary powerhouse appeared in the Xianxia Alliance? Just as she was filled with surprise, Wei Yi suddenly vanished. Her face paled, and the hairs on her body stood on end. She immediately sensed a sense of impending danger. She instinctively retreated, but Wei Yi seemed like a thorn in her flesh. She had already retreated a long way, but he still appeared before her. Another punch came in an instant. Before she could recall her spirit sword, she could only defend herself with the golden light that protected her body. However, the power of this punch completely shattered her golden light. The invisible wave seemed to penetrate her defenses and hit her directly. The shock left her body numb and her internal energy disordered. For a moment, her ki flowed poorly, and her face turned pale. But Wei Yi gave her no chance to breathe. After shattering her defenses with a punch, he attacked again. The Ziksha sword flew again, but Wei Yi grabbed it and plunged it into the ground. His other hand, swift as thunder, used a dragon claw move, firmly and fiercely grabbing Elder Zifeng's chest, the shirt. He swung it up and slammed it to the ground. Immediately, he launched his fists left and right, unleashing hundreds of blows with a virile, swift force. The force of his punches continuously accumulating, the shadows of his fists raining down upon Elder Zifeng like a torrential downpour. With no mercy at all, he pinned Elder Zifeng to the ground and pummeled him. Pinned to the ground by Wei Yi's fierce, high-frequency assault, Elder Zifeng collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Wei Yi's attack, in addition to incorporating the virile force of the hammering technique, also utilized the 5-directional violent shock. This punch not only delivered a powerful blow, but also a vibrational effect, nearly sending Elder Zifeng tumbling to the ground. His body felt shattered, and he couldn't even muster a single ounce of strength. Completely depleted of combat power, he couldn't even stand. As expected, great strength can make bricks fly. As long as you have enough strength, it doesn't matter what your cultivation or supernatural powers are. With a beating like this, even a god would be defeated. Wei Yi sighed inwardly. The feeling of hitting someone with flesh and blood was truly exhilarating and refreshing. It was far more satisfying than striking someone with the power of ink or magical arts. The feedback from the blows, the exhilarating feeling after the intense impact, was simply incomparable to any other magical arts. And the person being struck was a voluptuous woman. The feeling was far superior to the impact with the spirit sword just now. I like this feeling. Wei Yi's lips curled up in a smile. But I hit a little too hard just now. Elder Zifeng was almost beaten into a pig's head. Wei Yi laughed dryly. In his previous fierce attack, he hadn't controlled his strength and aim well. Half of his punch landed on her head. Even the physical body of a late giant and realm expert couldn't withstand his punches, leaving her pretty face bruised and swollen from Wei Yi's blows. But Wei Yi naturally showed no mercy. Not killing her was already the greatest mercy he could offer her. At that moment, the purple cloud sword flew out again, attacking Wei Yi. But once again, Wei Yi captured it with his dragon claws, holding it firmly in his grasp. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape his grasp. Behave yourself. I'm a top tier swordsmith. If you piss me off, I'll forge you back into the forge, Wei Yi said coldly. As if understanding Wei Yi's words, the purple cloud sword ceased its struggles. Its light instantly vanished, transforming into a dull ancient sword, lying quietly in Wei Yi's grasp. Well, you're sensible. Wei Yi immediately took a brush and meticulously wrote numerous rules into the purple cloud sword. He also summoned Gu Yu, having her use her magic power to infuse sealing spells into Elder Zifeng's acupuncture points, sealing her magical powers and leaving her powerless to resist. After inscribing numerous rules within the purple cloud sword, it posed no further threat to Wei Yi. It had practically become his sword. Wei Yi placed the purple cloud sword in its scabbard. He then instructed Gu Yu and Elder Zifeng to leave first and wait for him outside the city. He hadn't yet satisfied his fight. Tonight, he wanted to have a good round of punches to experience the joy of beating someone up. After Gu Yu left, Wei Yi dodged and reached a Shinran sect cultivator who had just emerged from the rubble. With one blow, the cultivator's head exploded. Unworthy. Wei Yi dodged again, locking onto another target. Another punch, this time to the chest, dented the disciple's sternum and bulged backward. His internal organs were shattered, blood gushed from every orifice, and he died completely. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190. Out of Life. Wei Yi, Shachen, and over 20 other heroic spirits launched into a brutal slaughter. Even cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage were no match for Wei Yi's punch. The power of the 5-directional violent shock was truly terrifying. Its shattering power transformed Wei Yi's strength into terrifying, destructive and annihilating force. The 5-directional violent shock transforms force into shock waves, causing intense vibrations in everything around them, even the very space itself. Similar to a sonic attack, it resonates with surrounding objects. These waves can easily break through enemy defenses, even penetrating them and causing direct damage. With Wei Yi's explosive power, the shock waves generated by a single punch were terrifyingly powerful. They could even cause an earthquake, cracking the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. Even a towering palace could be shattered to smithereens. For cultivators below the golden core stage, a single punch would be fatal. Before long, the hundreds of cultivators within the Taoist temple had been slaughtered by Wei Yi and his men. The temple was a river of blood, melting the snow in the courtyard before freezing back into place. At the same time, numerous soldiers, holding torches, quickly surrounded the Taoist temple. The torches illuminated the night, revealing the arrival of the city's Marquis of Ango, who was leading his troops to support the attack. Marquis Ango, also a member of the Shinran cult, was a third-rank warrior. He had been sleeping in his mansion, cuddled by his 2 concubines, when a servant reported that the Shinran cult temple seemed to be under attack. He hadn't intended to come, having just spent his days with his two concubines, and his back and legs were sore. He didn't want to move. On the other hand, he was well aware of the strength of the Shinran cult temple, its second largest. With Elder Zifeng at the helm, no one could truly threaten its safety. Repeated attacks by the Xianxia Alliance had failed. Furthermore, the Xianxia Alliance, now severely damaged, was powerless to resist the Shinran cult. He therefore concluded that these were remnants of the Xianxia Alliance, overestimating their own capabilities and attempting to thwart a powerful attack. Sometime later, he heard reports of a commotion inside the Shinran sect's temple. It sounded like a building was collapsing, and a white dragon was seen soaring into the sky. Furthermore, even after so long, the fighting was still raging. This made him suspect something more serious, so he immediately led his men to investigate. Although he had always believed the Shinran sect could repel the enemy, and had faith in Elder Zifeng's abilities, he felt it would be unjustifiable not to show up, now that such a commotion had erupted. He couldn't afford to face the consequences if the Shinran sect blamed him. So, he decided to come and help capture some minor intruders, just to make his presence known. However, as he approached the temple, he heard a sudden silence, no sounds of fighting at all. Looks like it's over. A smile crossed the Marquis of Anguo's face. He knew Elder Zifeng would be able to dispatch the minions. But since he was already there, he couldn't just turn back. Helping collect the bodies would at least prove his presence. So, he led his men forward, eventually arriving at the entrance of the Shinran sect's temple. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a massive figure soar from the temple, soaring into the night sky before finally flying off into the distance. Seeing this, Marquis Anguo was somewhat surprised. He vaguely discerned that the creature taking flight was a giant eagle. Listening carefully, he heard an eerie silence within the temple. Something's wrong. Marquis Anguo's face grew grave. He immediately knocked on the door, but there was no response. His heart leaped, and he immediately ordered his men to break down the gate. However, when everyone rushed in with torches, the scene inside nearly dropped his jaw. He shuddered, feeling as if he had entered an icy cave. The temple was in ruins, and the silence was eerie. Many buildings had collapsed into ruins, and everywhere lay pools of blood from Shinran sect monks, none of whom had survived. Some even died in horrific fashion, their bodies twisted and deformed by immense force, blood gushing from every orifice. Even more horrifying was the fact that not a single body other than that of a Shinran sect monk had been found within the entire temple. All the bodies were those of Shinran sect cultivators, without even a trace of blood. You have to know, in this heavy snow, if other bodies had been cleared away, there would undoubtedly have been traces left behind. There couldn't have been no trace at all. The scene within the entire Taoist temple revealed only one thing: not a single enemy soldier was injured or killed. It was a completely one-sided massacre, decimating the entire Shinran sect temple, leaving no survivors. Only Elder Zifeng's whereabouts remained unknown, her fate unknown. It was unknown whether she was buried beneath the rubble or abducted. Furthermore, judging by the various wounds and manner of death on the bodies, there must have been multiple attackers. They were likely all top-tier masters, and the leader's strength was even greater than Elder Zifeng's. Could this really have been done by the Xianxia Alliance? They still have so many powerful individuals. Marquis Anguo grew increasingly terrified. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat, and he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the darkness, ready to take his life at any moment. He dared not linger, and quickly had his men escort him out of the temple. Although he eventually returned home safely, he remained terrified, his heart restless. Meanwhile, Elder Zifeng lay on the giant eagle's back, doubting her own fate. She felt as if her body had fallen apart, completely unresponsive. Her face burned with pain, swollen like a bull. Her mouth was so swollen it wouldn't close, and one of her front teeth had fallen out. Even her eyes struggled to focus, seeing double. In all her life, this was the first time she had endured such humiliation, beaten beyond recognition. She hadn't expected the other person to strike her so hard, beating her beyond recognition. He showed no mercy. After all, she was a woman. Grabbing her breasts and throwing her was excessive, but he even hit her in the face. She couldn't understand why this had happened. How could this person dare to trample upon the dignity of the Shinran sect? Of course, she couldn't understand why, given her spiritual sense, the Xixia sword was inside the scabbard, unsealed. But no matter how she called out to it, it ignored her, even resisting her spiritual sense. Yet she refused to give up, nor did she give up hope. She believed the white dragon would come to her aid. With its strength, even if it couldn't kill the man, it should be able to rescue her. Just then, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. She felt a surge of joy, thinking it was the white dragon's cry. Great. It must be the white dragon chasing us. It's coming to rescue me. Elder Zifeng thought. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she managed to lift herself from the giant eagle's back and struggled to sit up. Following the roar, she saw the white dragon flying in the distance. Surprised, she began to plan how to escape in the chaos, how to create an opportunity for the white dragon to rescue her. But as she pondered this, she saw Wei Yi ascend into the air, heading towards the incoming white dragon. Now, with Gu Yu's giant and level magical power, Wei Yi could completely walk on air, without the need for any magical flying device. Wei Yi approached the white dragon, and reached out to touch its head. The white dragon immediately took on a playful expression, happily twisting its body, and wagging its tail in the air. Good boy, I have something for you. Wei Yi communicated telepathically, telling the white dragon the location of King's House City and the appearances of his family and friends. He instructed it to go to King's House City to protect them. Wei Yi suspected that his repeated attacks on the celestial being sect would lead to vengeance. Based on previous rumors, they would undoubtedly suspect him, even if they refused to believe them. Losing their minds, they would not let any suspect go unpunished, and would definitely target his family. Although he had previously sent many blessings to his family and friends, he still feared they might be in danger. With the white dragon's protection, they would be safe and sound, and might even help eliminate the celestial being sect cultivators. The white dragon was a trusted confidant of Elder Zifeng. It had no deep feelings towards the celestial being sect, only loyalty to him. Therefore, it offered no resistance to attacking the celestial being sect cultivators. Roar! The white dragon roared, then circled Wei Yi before finally flying southwest. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Atop the giant eagle, Elder Zifeng watched everything unfold, watching the white dragon flee. She felt as if struck by lightning, her brain buzzing. The sensation was worse than Wei Yi's fists, more disorienting and bewildering. Her heart could no longer calm down. All reason and hope collapsed. She remembered Wei Yi's words. Had the white dragon truly betrayed her, surrendered to Wei Yi? She couldn't understand what had happened, or how Wei Yi had managed to control her white dragon. She suddenly felt abandoned by everyone. Her lifeblood, the Xixia sword, had abandoned her, and now even the white dragon had betrayed her. She was filled with unspeakable pain and heartache. She sank into a deep utter despair. Finally, she collapsed again, staring at the night sky with despair, feeling as if she were plummeting into an endless abyss, from which there was no return. The next day, news of the attack on the Shinran sect's Taoist temple rocked Lingshu and Yangzhou. The news spread to other towns at an astonishing speed. Many people, in the minds of many, viewed the Shinran sect as a mighty entity, as unshakable as the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. Even those who harbored hatred for the Shinran sect held this view. While they had witnessed previous battles between the Xianxia Alliance and the Shinran sect, the Shinran sect had never suffered such a blow. The second great Taoist temple was annihilated overnight, leaving no survivors. Even Elder Zifeng's fate remained uncertain. Many were stunned, almost unable to believe it. However, despite the shock, the news also lifted the spirits of many, especially those factions and clans hostile to the Shinran sect, as well as the lower classes oppressed by its cultivators. This news offered them hope, a glimmer of hope. Who says night is coming? It's simply the harbinger of dawn. The Shinran sect is not invincible, and the Great Yan dynasty is not yet completely defeated. Perhaps they can wait for the dawn to arrive. Ningzhou City is the closest city to Lingshu City. It was also the site of numerous previous battles between the Xianxia Alliance and the Shinran cult. Therefore, it wasn't completely controlled by the Shinran cult, and many Xianxia Alliance members and forces remained within the city. However, a few days ago, the Xianxia Alliance's stronghold in the city was breached by the cult, and Mr. Qi, who was responsible for their management and liaison, was captured. They also heard rumors of the Xianxia Alliance's demise and the death of its leader. This immediately caused panic. If the Xianxia Alliance were destroyed, their members would be left without support, and they might even be tracked down and eliminated by the Shinran cult. Consequently, some have already fled in the past 2 days. The remaining leaders who refused to leave could only pray that Mr. Qi wouldn't betray them, hoping that this time they could escape danger. However, unexpectedly, things took a surprising turn. Today, they heard the news of the Lingshu City Taoist Temple's destruction. This truly reassured them, and even gave them a shot of optimism. Several Xianxia Alliance members in the city gathered together, excitedly discussing the matter. Hahaha, Xianxia League hasn't fallen yet. The previous rumors must have been false news deliberately released by Shinran sect. They may have really grasped some intelligence and launched a strike against Xianxia League. But it is obvious that Xianxia League's counterattack is more fierce. Yeah, Shinran sect even resorted to such tactics as spreading rumors. Obviously, they are anxious and scared. Haha, now it's their turn to panic. The second Taoist temple has been destroyed, and their Shinran sect is not far from destruction. That's right, but to be honest, our Xianxia League also has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Haha, their Shinran sect really underestimated us. The destruction of the Taoist temple in Lingshu City this time is really gratifying. Yeah, this is equivalent to cutting off the strongest arm of Shinran sect. More than that, it's simply broken his thigh. Brothers, we have to hold steady. Xianxia League will not fall, and neither will we. We will definitely defeat Shinran sect. Everyone was flushed and in a good mood. They felt confident and hopeful. Furthermore, the Yunzhou City Taoist temple was attacked, resulting in countless casualties among the Shinran sect. The news of Elder He's capture also reassured members of the Xianxia Alliance within Yunzhou City and the surrounding towns, bringing a sigh of relief. After all, this incident reassured them that the Xianxia Alliance had not yet collapsed and still held the strength to oppose the Shinran sect. The news quickly reached the capital, where Emperor Yanshan was profoundly shocked. He sat on his dragon couch for a long moment, unable to recover. He truly could not believe that the Lingshu City Taoist temple, with Elder Zifeng at its helm, could be annihilated. After all, while the Lingshu City Taoist temple was the second largest, its overall strength was comparable to that of the Shanghaiang City Taoist temple. While the Shanghaiang City Taoist temple had a grand elder, Elder Zifeng commanded a white dragon with power comparable to that of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Furthermore, the personnel numbers and overall combat power of the two temples were not significantly different. The fact that such a powerful temple could be destroyed was simply unbelievable, and even filled with fear. He hadn't expected the enemy he faced to be so formidable. Emperor Yanshan easily guessed that the attackers of the Lingshu City Taoist temple were the same individuals who destroyed the Hengzhou City Taoist temple. As for the Yunzhou City Taoist temple, that was likely the work of the remaining members of the Xianxia Alliance. For now, the remaining Xianxia Alliance members weren't a threat. Instead, it was this sudden appearance of Wei Yi who was the real threat. And he had clearly become a member of the Xianxia Alliance. With this guy now reinforcing their forces, their attacks on the Xianxia Alliance were completely in vain. Their efforts completely shattered. Chapter 191 Compromise. Near dusk, the Grand Elder of the Celestial Being sect returned to the capital, bringing with him more accurate information and investigation results regarding the Yunzhou City Taoist temple. The core members of the Celestial Being sect in the capital were summoned to the palace by Emperor Yanshan. Everyone's expressions were solemn, their hearts heavy. They all knew the devastating blow this incident had dealt to the Celestial Being sect. While the Yunzhou City Taoist temple had survived, it had lost a significant portion of its combat power, with Elder He captured. Combined with the destruction of the Lingshu City and Hengzhou City Taoist temples, they had suffered a truly devastating loss. Most terrifying of all, they were suddenly faced with a powerful and unknown opponent. They knew virtually nothing about his nature, his methods, and his ultimate strength. Previously, when facing the Xianxia Alliance, they had been able to gather a general understanding of their opponents and the strength of each individual. However, this Wei Yi was a complete stranger to them. Even the rumors about him had only been around for the past month or two. Moreover, based on those groundless rumors, they couldn't accurately ascertain the other party's methods. However, they were certain that this person's cultivation was at least at the nascent soul stage, possibly even higher. Furthermore, the latest news from Lingshu City revealed that he commanded a large group of warriors at the first and second ranks. This was the most terrifying aspect. They couldn't even fathom where these first and second rank warriors had emerged from. Within the Great Yan dynasty, anyone with a cultivation level of the third rank was a well-known figure, let alone those at the first and second ranks. Judging from the current situation at the Lingshu City Taoist temple, Wei Yi and his group of powerful individuals were absolutely capable of threatening the very foundation of the Shinran sect. Most importantly, they were in the open, while the others were in the dark, making their defense impossible. From what we can see now, their motive is clear. They want to trade Elder Zifeng and Elder He for us, and Elder Zifeng is clearly their primary concern. The chief elder, Elder Xianhu, said gravely, "Yes." Everyone nodded. This was easy to discern. Furthermore, their opponents had truly succeeded. With Elder Zifeng captured, the Shinran sect couldn't abandon them. However, if they released the Xianxia alliance, all their previous efforts would be wasted. It would even severely undermine the prestige of the Shinran sect. Therefore, the decision was difficult, and everyone turned to Emperor Yanshan. After all, the decision rested solely with him. "Master, what do you think?" Elder Xianhu asked. Emperor Yanshan remained silent, his heart torn. He was unwilling to release the Xianxia alliance members. They had hoped to completely wipe out this group of scum, putting an end to future trouble. They had the initiative. But now the situation had reversed. He couldn't abandon Elder Zifeng, or the loss would be too great. Furthermore, Elder Zifeng held an extraordinary significance and position in his heart. Therefore, no matter how much he hated it, he had to compromise. "No matter what, we must rescue Elder Zifeng." Emperor Yanshan spoke. Everyone remained silent, having already guessed this answer. Emperor Yanshan paused and added, "It seems that the individuals we've captured pose the least threat to our sect, while Wei Yi is the greatest threat. If we don't compromise this time, he will undoubtedly continue to erode our power. Releasing those from the Xianxia alliance is just a delaying tactic." Everyone nodded, naturally understanding Emperor Yanshan's words. "By the way, immediately send for an end to the actions against Wei Yi's family. We can't provoke them any further." Emperor Yanshan continued. He didn't care if the enemy was Wei Yi or not. He couldn't continue to escalate the conflict. If they continued to fight, even if they eliminated the Xianxia alliance and Wei Yi, they would likely suffer losses of their own for every 1,000 they suffered, a loss that wouldn't outweigh the gains. Their true goal wasn't to truly control this country, but to seize its destiny and its dragon veins. With that, the country would be meaningless to them. We must expedite our plans. Action must begin by New Year's Eve at the latest. We can't wait any longer," Emperor Yanshan declared. "But master, your cultivation. There's no time for that. I'm worried about the long night and the many complications. Wei Yi might disrupt our plans. We should recuperate and build up our strength during this period. Elder Hui Kang and the others should be returning from Xuanzang Mountain soon. Then, we'll seize the martial god seals from the 3 great families and begin our plan," Emperor Yanshan said solemnly. Wei Yi brought Elder Zifeng directly to Xianxia Villa, their prearranged meeting place. By then, Vice Alliance leaders Yang and Song had also returned, and Elder He was being held in the villa's dungeon. However, when everyone saw Elder Zifeng, whose face was bruised and disfigured beyond recognition, they looked peculiar. Vice Alliance leader Yang, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Vice Alliance leader Wei, is this Elder Zifeng?" "Haha, I'm so sorry. I hit her a little too hard earlier. But give her some blood activating and blood dissolving pills, and she should be back on her feet soon," Wei Yi said with an awkward smile. Elder Zifeng before him was indeed somewhat unrecognizable. Hearing Wei Yi's words, Elder Zifeng cursed his entire ancestry. "You've knocked out my front teeth, broken my nose and brow. Natural healing is impossible, except through the gradual healing of my magical powers. But now that my magical powers are sealed, I can only rely on my body's own healing. It's uncertain how well I'll recover. I'm sure he'll be disfigured." Deputy Alliance leader Wei is truly merciless. Deputy Alliance leader Yang chuckled. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly at Wei Yi's brutality. the most beautiful elder of the Shinran sect, one of the most powerful late-stage giant and realm masters, had been beaten to such a state. But, well done. And to everyone's delight, Wei Yi actually lived up to his words. He single-handedly destroyed the Lingshu City Taoist temple and captured Elder Zifeng. Furthermore, seeing him unscathed, while Elder Zifeng was battered beyond recognition, one can only imagine his terrifying strength. Even the Celestial Being Sect's head might not be his match. It's unclear who is stronger, the Celestial Being Sect's Grand Elder or Wei Yi. Regardless, the Xianxia Alliance feels reassured to have a peerless powerhouse like Wei Yi. Now that they've captured 2 Celestial Being Sect elders, they truly have the standing to negotiate with them. With Elder Zifeng in their grasp, they believe the Celestial Being Sect will release their men. This time, they've managed to avert danger, and perhaps even instill confidence in their allies and supporters. They believe victory is just around the corner. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei is truly formidable. We struggled mightily to capture Elder He, but you effortless captured Elder Zifeng. Your divine might truly is unparalleled. Yes, you single-handedly destroyed the second largest Taoist temple of the Celestial Being Sect. We are truly incompetent. With Deputy Alliance Leader Wei by our side, we can surely wipe out the treacherous element of the Celestial Being Sect and restore the country. This time, we are truly grateful to Deputy Alliance Leader Wei. He's turned the tide, not only saving us from this calamity, but also dealing a severe blow to the Celestial Being Sect. Now that we hold Elder Zifeng in our hands, we have the initiative. That's right, with a powerful and wise leader like Deputy Alliance Leader Wei, our great Yan dynasty is saved. Everyone heaped praise on Wei Yi. If their vocabulary wasn't so limited, they'd probably each be able to offer thousands of words in praise of Wei Yi. Of course, flattery aside, they genuinely felt the same way. Wei Yi's demonstrated strength gave them true hope of defeating the Celestial Being cult. It also gave them hope for the great Yan dynasty to see the light of day. Perhaps that day wasn't far off, and the great Yan dynasty would surely return to prosperity and peace. The next day, Princess Shan Ruoshu hosted a private banquet for Wei Yi at Gan Manor. Upon seeing Wei Yi again, Shan Ruoshu noticed a change in him, and couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. She felt that Wei Yi today seemed vastly different from that night. Both his appearance and demeanor seemed more otherworldly, like a banished immortal. His skin was so smooth and delicate, so translucent like jade, that even she, a woman, could not help but envy him. His face was like an exquisite painting, every line a work of art, perfectly executed. His conversation and laughter were even more captivating and captivating. If she had felt a sense of awe upon first meeting Wei Yi, now she felt as if he were an immortal from the 9th heaven. This instilled in Shan Ruoshu a sense of nervousness and pressure. It was as if Wei Yi was the one in power, and she was the humble commoner. She even felt a little nervous as she spoke. However, Shan Ruoshu quickly adjusted herself. She didn't dwell on the change in Wei Yi's appearance or temperament, nor did she ask any questions. She simply thanked Wei Yi profusely, and promised that, after he had eliminated the corrupt officials, and restored order in the court, she would certainly make him king. Although she thought Wei Yi might not care about the mundane status of a king, she thought he still had a family, and such a reward would still be very attractive to them. After all, besides the title of king, she really didn't know what kind of reward would be worthy of Wei Yi's achievements. And since he was so powerful, he probably wouldn't even care about ordinary treasures. Then Wei, thank you in advance. Wei Yi didn't pretend to be polite, but happily accepted. After all, he knew that accepting the offer was the highest respect. Besides, being made a marquis and a prime minister was the highest promise Shan Ruoshu could make at the moment. By the way, thanks to Deputy Alliance Leader Wei, the Shinran sect has released one of our deputy leaders, and sent him word that they want to negotiate with us in Shangyang City in 2 days. It seems the Shinran sect has truly chosen to compromise. Shan Ruoshu said with a smile. Oh, are they so anxious? Haha, it seems we've really hit a sore spot this time. Wei Yi smiled slyly. He knew very well that the Shinran sect's initiative in proposing negotiations meant they had already seized the initiative. And they were so impatient. It seemed Elder Zifeng was truly important to the Shinran sect. Come to think of it, Elder Zifeng was probably like a brother to the Shinran sect's leader. If Wei King had been abducted, he would have spared no expense to retrieve her. Clearly, Elder Zifeng was the Shinran sect's leader's weak spot. Furthermore, even if the Xianxia Alliance members were released, it wouldn't have caused much harm to the Shinran sect. After all, these people had fought them for so many years without truly threatening their foundation. On the other hand, Elder Zifeng's combat power alone rivaled that of many vice leaders of the Xianxia Alliance. So, from a purely strategic perspective, Wei Yi felt that the captured members were less important than Elder Zifeng. Yes, that way, we have the initiative in the negotiations. We should be able to trade Elder Zifeng for all our captured members. Shan Ruishu continued. Yes, but my suggestion is not to rush. Have our people send a message to the Shinran sect, asking them to take good care of our people. If anyone is killed or injured, we'll remove a limb from Elder Zifeng. As for when to exchange hostages, wait for our notification. Wei Yi's lips curled with cunning. In his view, the identities of the captured individuals had all been exposed. Even if they were released, it would be easy for the Shinran sect to turn around and eliminate them one by one. Therefore, saving them was simply a matter of friendship, not to disappoint our allies. On the other hand, Elder Zifeng meant a great deal to the Shinran sect, and equally important to the Xianxia Alliance. With Elder Zifeng in their hands, they would have effectively grasped the Shinran sect's weak spot. They could effectively contain them, at least for a short period. Even the captured members combined might not have been able to achieve such a significant impact. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Shan Ruishu's eyes brightened, her thoughts aligning with Wei Yi's. While emotionally, she couldn't abandon the captured core members, she also understood Elder Zifeng's strategic significance and Wei Yi's intentions. It's like a general leading his troops into battle. His goal is to repel the enemy. To achieve this, he might sacrifice many of his subordinates, even knowing they would die. If a general is overly concerned with the lives of his own men, even abandoning a crucial strategic point to save a few hostages, then he's absolutely unworthy of being a general. He shouldn't just be responsible for his subordinates, he should be responsible for this country, this nation, and the greater good. The Xianxia Alliance is not a family, nor is it a small gang. They shouldered a heavy burden to eradicate the Shinran cult, purge the entire Great Yan dynasty of treacherous officials, clear the clouds, and see the sun, and restore order. To achieve this ultimate goal, even sacrificing every member of the Xianxia Alliance was a gamble. Therefore, Wei Yi's choice was flawless. Furthermore, he hadn't promised to never save those people, rather, he wanted to maximize the value of Elder Zifeng. Using her to contain the Shinran cult would actually buy them more breathing room and opportunity to adjust. Alright, let's do as you say. Shan Ruishu raised her glass. Deputy Alliance Leader Wei, I toast you. Chapter 192 White Dragon appears. The destruction of the Lingshu City Taoist temple forced the Shinran sect into a defensive posture. The sect ordered the elders and cultivators above the Foundation establishment realm, stationed at each local temple, to evacuate and retreat to the Shangyang City Taoist temple. Only the lowest ranking disciples remained within. If they continued to disperse their forces, allowing the Xianxia Alliance to attack them one by one and continually erode their power, they could be seriously damaged. Now that their key experts had left the various temples, the Xianxia Alliance likely wouldn't bother attacking them. Even if they did, the most they would lose would be the lives of a few ordinary disciples. The fundamental purpose of their temple construction had been achieved. The immediate priority was to prevent further erosion of their top-tier combat power. Inside an inn in Qingsao City, 5 men in plain clothing sat together, discussing their plans for the evening. They were Foundation Establishment realm cultivators of the Shinran sect. They were disciples of the Shinran sect's Grand Elder, Xian Huzi, and were trusted followers. The leader was Sun Mingdun, Elder Xian Hu's eldest disciple, a cultivator in the late Foundation Establishment stage. He was the most powerful of the 5. The 5 had originally been dispatched to attack the Wei family. Unexpectedly, before they even reached Qingsao City, they received a sudden warning to halt their actions against the Wei family. However, they had another purpose in coming to Qingsao City, to abduct Su Zhe's daughter Su Lingyan. Su Lingyan was a spiritual medicine nurtured by their master, Elder Xian Hu. Years ago, Su Lingyan contracted a mysterious illness that could not be cured. However, their master discovered that she possessed innate spiritual essence. However, this essence had not yet matured, so their master refrained from any action. According to their master, spiritual essence must grow and mature naturally and healthily. The host's emotions and psychology can affect its growth. Extreme grief and pain in the host, coupled with severe psychological trauma, could even lead to stunted spiritual essence development, ultimately resulting in the host's death. This was why Elder Cheyenne who held back from attacking Sulingan. Instead, they wanted to wait until her spiritual essence fully matured before taking her away. According to their master, if they could seize her spiritual essence, they would be able to further their cultivation. It might even help them purify their hair and cleanse their marrow, transforming them into a complete new person. In the future, they would have the opportunity to strive for the legendary divine transformation realm. However, the fact that Sulingan possessed innate spiritual essence was a secret. Not even their headmaster knew about it. This was the reason their master orchestrated the Su family's demotion to King's House City. Elder Cheyenne who worried that her innate spiritual essence was nearing maturity and that clues would inevitably be discovered. Therefore, sending her to a remote area would best safeguard the secret. Although Elder Cheyenne who and the headmaster were fellow disciples, even brothers competed for supremacy. Moreover, when faced with truly exceptional treasures and great opportunities, everyone has selfish motives. Elder Cheyenne who was no exception. If possible, he too aspired to one day ascend to the throne of the human emperor and dominate the world. The Suzhe family is currently residing at King Feng Academy. This operation shouldn't be difficult. Yes, no one can be left alive. The Suzhe couple must be completely eliminated. Sun Mingduan said sternly. Understood, senior brother. Leave the Suzhe couple to me. To ordinary people, it's as easy as crushing an ant. Alright, third brother, you continue to secretly monitor Sulingan to prevent any accidents. Sun Mingduan said. Yes, senior brother. The five of them were talking when they suddenly heard a loud commotion outside. Look, is that a dragon? Oh my god, it's a white dragon. Dragons really exist in this world. Hearing the exclamations from outside, Sun Mingduan and the others couldn't help but feel a wave of surprise and curiosity. They exchanged glances, immediately released the restrictions in the room, and hurried out. Many people stood in the corridor and courtyard, pointing to the sky and exclaiming. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded, like thunder echoing between heaven and earth. Sun Mingduan and the others were also astonished. They quickly entered the courtyard and looked up at the sky. Sure enough, they saw a massive white dragon soaring through the air. Is it really a white dragon? No, it looks like a white dragon. That's right, it's a white dragon. Sun Mingduan exclaimed. After carefully examining it, the others were even more astonished, exchanging glances. They knew the white dragon. It was Elder Zifeng's friend and the spiritual beast of their Lingshu City Taoist temple. But why had Elder Zifeng's white dragon suddenly appeared here? Sun Mingduan was astonished. Although they had heard about the Lingshu City Taoist temple and knew that Elder Zifeng had been captured, they couldn't understand why the white dragon had arrived. It seemed so strange. The white dragon soared in the sky for a while before disappearing into a vast cloud of mist. However, the white dragon's appearance sent shockwaves through King's House City. People were excited, discussing it, and even felt it was an auspicious sign, filled with hope. Wei King, who had been riding in a carriage to King Feng Academy to visit Sulingan, also witnessed the white dragon's appearance. So, filled with excitement, he arrived at King Feng Academy and met the bedridden Sulingan. Lingan, the appearance of the white dragon is an auspicious sign. It looks like you'll recover soon. Wei King soothed. Yes. Sulingan nodded, looking a little weak. She'd been running a fever again for the past 2 days, feeling very unwell and suffering from excruciating abdominal pain. She'd been to the doctor numerous times and taken countless medications, but nothing had worked. Suzhe felt helpless. Although he felt sorry for his daughter, he wasn't overly worried. Sulingan had suffered this strange illness more than once, and each time, no medicine had worked, but she'd recover on her own after a while. He just didn't know how long it would last this time. Seeing Wei King approach, Suzhe summoned his wife and left his daughter's room, leaving the two sisters alone. He walked into the courtyard and gazed at the cloud cover where the white dragon had disappeared not long ago. He silently prayed that the white dragon's appearance was an auspicious sign and that his daughter would recover quickly. It's unclear whether Suzedachi's prayers were truly answered or if the appearance of the white dragon was truly an auspicious sign. As evening approached, Sulingayan's condition improved and she was almost fully recovered. This delighted the entire family, and Wei King decided to stay with Sulingayan that night. Mother Su cooked a large table of dishes, all home cooked, but the family enjoyed the meal with great joy. As the night deepened, Sulingayan and Wei King lay in bed, chatting privately. After a burst of laughter, the two girls gradually fell asleep. Suzedachi was in his room, cultivating his calligraphy skills, while his wife lay in bed, already asleep. The entire academy was peaceful. However, lights were still on in many of the Confucian and Taoist dormitories, perhaps indicating that some students were diligently cultivating. Sun Mingduan and the others quietly infiltrated the academy and soon reached the courtyard where the Su family lived. They found two warriors on guard. These two warriors were Wei King's bodyguards, both only 8th rank warriors. So Sun Mingduan and the others took them completely for granted. The moment they rushed into the courtyard, 5 flying swords pierced the two warriors from different directions at breakneck speed. Though the two warriors reacted, they had no time to dodge and were instantly cut down by the 5 flying swords. But as they fell, they roared with their last remaining strength. Assassins. Sun Mingduan frowned and immediately controlled the flying swords, severing their heads. But he didn't care. Even if the people inside were awakened, they were just ordinary people and could do nothing to them. Sun Mingduan broke through the window and rushed into Sulingayan's room, where screams erupted. Of the other 4, 3 remained outside, while the other rushed into Suzedachi's room. Wei King and Sulingayan screamed in fear at Sun Mingduan's sudden arrival. But Wei King's scream was instinctive, and upon recovering, she quickly fetched a brush from her pillow. Sun Mingduan recognized Sulingayan and, without a word, immediately stepped forward to capture her. Although Wei King was terrified, she rushed forward to stop him out of a desire to protect her friend. Sun Mingduan frowned and swung his palm, sending a powerful wave of magic power crashing directly towards Wei King. However, a golden halo suddenly enveloped Wei King, easily blocking Sun Mingduan's attack. Furthermore, Sun Mingduan felt as if a bolt of lightning struck his head, causing his head to buzz, the world to spin, his heart to race, and an inexplicable sense of fear to arise. In a trance, he even saw a gigantic mythical beast appear behind Wei King, its presence awe-inspiring and captivating. But just as he was lost in thought, Wei King quickly wrote a poem with a brush to summon the spirit of Guan Yu. Elsewhere, Sun Mingduan's junior fellow rushed into Suzedachi's room and was about to take action. Yet, a terrifying force of shock struck his soul, causing him to freeze, his heart pounding, as if a catastrophe were imminent. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Su She had already written the word bind with his brush. Those 2 words instantly transformed into countless black lines, entangling the opponent's flying sword and body. Immediately, he began writing again, composing a poem. From the side, a mountain becomes a peak. His brush, also a gift from Wei Yi, was incredibly fast, completing a poem in a split second. The Shinran sect monk, regaining his composure, stared at Su She with surprise. He hadn't expected the opponent to be anything more than an ordinary person, and the binding spell struck him as strange. There was no trace of magical power, yet it exuded an aura that filled him with dread. He channeled all his magical power, desperately struggling to break free, slowly breaking the black rope. But at that moment, he felt the surrounding void begin to distort, and the scene before him vanished, replaced by a vast endless expanse of mountains. Seeing the assassin before him had fallen into a hallucination, Suzedachi once again furiously wrote, his hand swiftly composing the Song of Geisha, to summon the spirit of Xiang Yu. Wei Yi had actually also taught him the Song of the Loyal Men of the King of Linjiang. But the poem's power was far too overwhelming. Unleashing it in this room would likely destroy the entire building. A single strike of sword light would likely bring disaster to the academy. So, he chose to summon Xiang Yu's spirit. He didn't know if the opponent had any companions, so Xiang Yu's spirit would be an extra ally. The moment Xiang Yu appeared, he lunged like a tiger, directly at the Shinran sect cultivator. The halberd in his hand shone with a cold, icy light, tearing through the air and piercing the opponent's body. The halberd pierced the Shinran sect cultivator, but Xiang Yu's speed remained undiminished, lifting him up and sending him flying through the shattered window. Almost simultaneously, a figure flew out of Su Lingyan's room, spewing blood, and landed heavily in the courtyard. Upon witnessing this scene, the three guarding the courtyard's faces dropped in shock. They hadn't imagined the Su family was protected by a top-tier warrior. Seeing their companion tragically slain by the halberd, the three knew they were no match for their foes. Retreat. Sun Mingduan roared in terror. But just as he climbed from the ground, preparing to flee, a dragon's roar echoed from the sky, resembling thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The instant the sound rang out, Sun Mingduan and the others felt a terrifying pressure, like a surging wave or a towering mountain, crashing down upon them in an instant. The pressure was so terrifying that it crushed them to their knees, unable to rise for a moment. The four gazed upward in horror as they saw the white dragon swooping down from above. What the hell, white dragon? You've got the wrong person. Sun Mingduan roared. He had assumed the white dragon had suddenly appeared to aid them. Why had it instead used its pressure on them? At this time, Guan Yu's heroic spirit also rushed out of Su Lingyan's room. Su Zhe, Su Lingyan, Wei Yi and others also stood at the door, looking at the flying white dragon in surprise. Beijao, we are cultivators of the Shinran sect, disciples of Elder Xianhu, and we are one of us. Sun Mingduan continued to shout. Hearing his words, Su Zhe frowned, his eyes widening with anger. It turned out to be a treacherous villain of the Shinran sect. The heroic spirits of Xiang Yu and Guan Yu also frowned upon hearing Sun Mingduan's words, and looked at the flying white dragon with caution. But the white dragon roared again, and the expressions of Sun Mingduan and others became even uglier. The terrifying pressure made them fall to the ground, their bodies shaking unconsciously. Beijao, what's wrong with you? Why are you attacking us? Sun Mingduan continued to speak unwillingly. He really couldn't understand why the white dragon attacked them. Could it be that he couldn't tell friend from foe? We are truly disciples of Elder Xianhu. Release us. Sun Mingduan continued to roar. Shut up. The white dragon suddenly spoke in human language, its voice resonating like a bell, resounding through his ears. I have decided to follow Wei Yi. You who dare to offend my master's family shall be executed. As the white dragon spoke, Su Zhe and his wife, Wei Yi, and the others exchanged glances of surprise. It turned out the white dragon had truly come to help them. My brother sent it. Wei Yi exclaimed in delight, a surge of pride rising within her. Upon hearing the white dragon's words, Sun Mingduan and the others' faces fell, a long, despairing silence lingering. Sun Mingduan roared in frustration, White dragon, you traitor. Sun Mingduan finally understood why the white dragon had appeared over King's House City. It had come to protect Wei Yi's family. So, all the rumors about Wei Yi were true. This guy was truly the one who destroyed the Taoist temples in Hengzhou City and Lingshu City. Moreover, even Beijao was willing to submit to him. Who on earth is this guy? Chapter 193 Weakness. Two Heroes, Act. Beijao said, looking at the spirits of Guan Yu and Xiang Yu. In fact, he had already spotted Sun Mingduan and the others since arriving in King's House City today. After all, he had been in contact with the celestial being sect for centuries and was familiar with their auras. He could easily detect their presence among a million people. But he didn't immediately attack them, perhaps because of his bond with Elder Zifeng and his sympathy for the celestial being sect's practitioners. Unexpectedly, a catastrophe nearly occurred. If Wei Yi hadn't had a way to protect herself, she would have been killed by the time she arrived. Wait a minute. Su Zhe suddenly spoke up, then turned to Sun Mingduan and the others and demanded, tell me, what are your motives? Whoever speaks first, I'll consider sparing their lives. Sun Mingduan remained silent, knowing he would die, whether he spoke or not. But his fellow apprentices hesitated. They naturally didn't want to die, and their instinct for survival was torn between them. No need for them to tell me, I'll tell you why. They're here for your daughter. Protect her, and she'll become an extraordinary being. The white dragon said again. With its power, it could naturally sense the fully matured innate spiritual essence within Su Lingyan. Therefore, it guessed the true purpose of Sun Mingduan and the others. Upon hearing the white dragon's words, Su Zhi and Wei King looked at Su Lingyan in surprise. Even Su Lingyan herself was a little surprised, feeling that everything that had happened tonight seemed unreal. Seeing Wei King summon a heroic spirit with a brush was incredible enough, but now there was a white dragon. And this white dragon even claimed to become an extraordinary being. This overwhelming amount of information was giving Su Lingyan a bit of indigestion. Her mind was completely dazed. The white dragon's words filled Sun Mingduan and the others with utter despair. This damn white dragon wouldn't even leave them a shred of hope. Kill them, Su Zhi said coldly. Wei King nodded towards Guan Yu's heroic spirit. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu and Xiang Yu wasted no time in striking, their swords slashing and slaying Sun Mingduan and his men on the spot. Su Lingyan turned away in fear, but Wei King remained remarkably calm, unfazed. Upon seeing Sun Mingduan and his men slain, the white dragon immediately turned and soared back into the night sky. Thank you, Immortal. Su Zhi bowed and watched the white dragon depart. At that moment, the students from the academy gathered. They had been awakened by the dragon's roar, and now they had witnessed the white dragon descend upon the academy, hearing its resounding voice. While shocked, they had also begun to guess what had happened. Although they had seen the white dragon during the day, they hadn't expected it to be sent by Master Wei. They arrived at Su Zhi's residence and took in the scene. Some students were a little frightened, but most remained remarkably calm. Since you're all here, come and help clean up these bodies, Su Zhi said. Those who could come here were all students from the Confucian and Taoist Academy, and there was nothing to keep secret from them. Moreover, Su Zhi believed that they would face direct enemy action in the future. They would personally face the celestial beings, so it was only right that they would be able to hone their courage and witness some bloodshed. The students entered the courtyard without questioning anything. Under Su Zhi's direction, they confiscated the magical artifacts and artifacts from several celestial beings. Some carried the bodies and followed him to the academy's vegetable garden, digging a grave to bury them. Others cleaned up the blood sacrifice and the battlefield in the courtyard. After everything was settled, Wei King led Su Zhi and his family, escorted by the spirits of Guan Yu and Xiang Yu, to the Wei residence. After all, their rooms had their windows broken, and the freezing wind made them uninhabitable. But this was destined to be a sleepless night. Su Lingyan had much she wanted to know. Wei King told her much, including the true nature of Confucian and Taoist practice, and many things about Wei Yi. The two grew increasingly excited as they talked, completely losing all desire to sleep. They chatted until almost dawn, only then falling asleep. Wei Zhu knew what had happened the previous night, so she hadn't woken them up early. Su Zhi returned to the academy early, arranged for the carpenters to repair the house, and began a new day of teaching. Whenever he thought of the white dragon hidden in the clouds, protecting them, Su Zhi felt a deep sense of peace. He felt that the dawn of the Great Yan dynasty was approaching. Wei Yi would lead his fellow scholars to truly enter the court, petition the people, serve the country, and fight for the country. News of the Taoist temples in Lingshu City and Yunzhou City also gradually reached Kingshao City, causing quite a stir and inspiring many. In a private tea house in Shangyang City, a bang. What do you mean by the Xiangsha Alliance? Elder Wang of the Shanren sect slammed the table and shouted. He was representing the Shanren sect in negotiations with the Xiangsha Alliance. The Xiangsha Alliance was represented by Vice Leader Yang Yangfu. Yangfu wore a calm demeanor as he sipped his tea, gazing with a half smile at the sullen, furious Elder Wang. He felt incredibly pleased. After years of battling the treacherous Shanren cult, this was the first time he'd truly mastered them. Seeing Yangfu's expression, Elder Wang intensified his anger, barking, "Believe it or not, I'll deliver a corpse to you every day. Alright, then, go ahead and try. If you dare kill even one of us, prepare to collect the body of your elders Ifeng." Yangfu placed his teacup on the table, his expression stern. But he wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, the angrier and more outrageous the other party became, the happier he felt. Elder Wang's face paled with rage. He had assumed that their willingness to release all Xianxia Alliance members in exchange for Elder Zifeng and Elder He was a significant compromise, a gesture of respect for the Xianxia Alliance. Unexpectedly, they went even further, demanding they take good care of their people and not allow any casualties. As for when to release Elder Zifeng and Elder He, that would have to wait until their leader recovered. This had Elder Wang at a loss. He had no idea how to proceed. The other party was clearly not playing by the rules. If Elder Zifeng couldn't be rescued immediately, then what was the point of today's negotiations? He couldn't explain to the headmaster. Furthermore, as long as Elder Zifeng remained in their hands, the Shinran sect would be manipulated. Mr. Yang, tell me, what exactly do you want in exchange for releasing Elder Zifeng? Elder Wang suppressed his anger and decided to change his tone. I've already said it. Wait until our leader recovers and feels better, and he'll decide when to release Elder Zifeng. Yang Fu resumed his tea. No, we can't wait that long. 3 days at most. If we don't see Elder Zifeng within 3 days, I can't guarantee your people will be safe. Elder Wang said coldly. Whatever. I've already said, if any of our men are injured, we'll take Elder Zifeng's body. If anyone dies, we'll take a limb from her, Yang Fu said. Seeing Yang Fu's resolute attitude, Elder Wang was furious and at a loss for words. He felt the other party had clearly seen their weakness. They were determined to use Elder Zifeng as a bargaining chip and leverage to contain the Shinran sect. Don't go too far, Xianxia Alliance. Elder Wang's voice sharpened again. Alright, I've got your message. Figure out what to do next. Yang Fu put down his teacup, stood up, and prepared to leave. He hadn't come here to negotiate, but simply to inform them. Stop. We haven't even seen Elder Zifeng. How can we trust you? Elder Wang said coldly. How about you come with me? I'll let you see for yourself. Yang Fu sneered. Elder Wang gritted his teeth, speechless. Going with them would be like walking into a trap. Stop talking nonsense. You must have found a way to know Elder Zifeng is still alive. Don't try to play tricks on me. You have no right to negotiate with us this time. Yang Fu said firmly. He then ignored Elder Wang and left the tea house with his 2 subordinates. Damn it. These bastards are so arrogant. They don't know how high the heavens are. A Shinran sect cultivator accompanying Elder Wang angrily cursed. Elder Wang remained silent, trying to calm his depressed mood. Elder, what should we do? Are we just going to return like this? Another cultivator said unwillingly. Now that the Xianxia Alliance has Wei Yi as a powerful backer, not only has their lost strength been replenished, but they may even be stronger than before. Therefore, those we captured are no longer important to them. They're even willing to abandon them. And the loss of Elder Zifeng means not only the loss of a late giant and realm expert, but also the loss of Beijao, a figure even the great Elder fears. And the sect master won't be willing to sacrifice Elder Zifeng either. So, they've truly exploited our weakness this time. Elder Wang said helplessly. So what should we do? Let's go back and report. Elder Wang said helplessly, knowing that this time they had to take a long-term approach. Inside Gian Manor, Wei Yi said goodbye to Shan Ruoshu, Shangxing, and the others, preparing to return to King's Hao. Now that the Xianxia Alliance's crisis had passed, with Elder Zifeng as leverage, the Shinran sect wouldn't dare act rashly for the time being. While Wei Yi could pursue the victory, the Shinran sect's top fighters had all retreated to the Taoist temple in Shangyang City. With the enemy on the defensive, it would be difficult to achieve a surprise victory and destroy the Shangyang City Taoist temple. It might even put Wei Yi in danger. After all, Wei Yi wasn't completely confident he could single-handedly annihilate all the Shinran sect's powerful members. Furthermore, his trip to Lingshu City had taught Wei Yi that the Xianxia Alliance's previous intelligence couldn't be fully trusted. For example, the Xianxia Alliance knew nothing about the White Dragon. If it weren't for his beast-controlling abilities, the successful operation that day would have been uncertain. The same was true of the Yunzhou City incident. The Shinran sect had sacrificed 2,000 soldiers to set up the Forbidden Formation, inflicting heavy losses on the Xianxia Alliance. If it weren't for Vice Alliance leader Yang and his team's foresight and backup plans, they would have fallen prey to the Shinran sect that day, facing certain death. Wei Yi couldn't be sure of any other extreme tactics or hidden cards the Shinran sect might have held. Therefore, He wouldn't pursue the Shinran sect relentlessly until he was absolutely certain. As the saying goes, don't pursue a desperate enemy. If the Shinran sect is truly cornered, they might not necessarily do anything. Rather than risking their lives, it's better to give themselves some breathing room, improve their strength, and make more thorough preparations. With the system, one's strength can be rapidly improved. And sometimes, letting things run their course is a good thing. At least it allows one to gain greater rationality and more clearly see the essence of things and the trajectory of certain situations. Furthermore, Wei Yi hopes to take advantage of the period when the Shinran sect's influence is withdrawn, and the Xianxia alliance is holding them back to rapidly increase the influence of the Confucian Academy and expand its power. Currently, their writers account for less than 1/30th of all students in the Great Yan dynasty. If all the literati are included, the number is even smaller, probably less than 1%. Even if he can't recruit all the literati as writers, if he can secure even 1/10, the size of his forest of calligraphy and painting will surely increase tenfold, and he will surely be able to further enhance it. Wei Yi was well aware that the forest of ink and brush would upgrade as it grew. Each upgrade would increase the power of the ink energy. Therefore, Wei Yi's next priority was to rapidly expand the Confucian Academy and increase the number of its writers. Otherwise, given his recent continuous consumption, he feared that his ink energy wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand once the decisive battle with the Celestial Being sect began. After leaving the Iron Villa, Wei Yi piloted his giant eagle towards Hengshao City. He planned to visit Hengshao to meet Du Shaoling before returning to Kingshao. As night fell, in the imperial study, Emperor Yanshan's face darkened upon hearing Elder Wang's report. This outcome was within his expectations, but it was certainly the worst case scenario. Although he was deeply concerned about Elder Zifeng, now was not the time to act rashly. Despite his anger, he could only endure it for now and consider the long-term consequences, otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. Furthermore, the Grand Elder had also received news today. His divine power is nearing completion, and it's very possible he'll ascend directly from the middle nascent soul stage to the spiritual transformation stage. Even if he doesn't reach the spiritual transformation stage, his strength will soar, giving him even more cards to use against the Xianxia alliance. Alright, return to the Taoist temple. Tell the Grand Elder for me that the target for the final bride has been found and will be delivered to him in 7 days. Emperor Yanshan said to Elder Wang. Elder Wang bowed and said, yes. After Elder Wang withdrew, 2 masked men in black brocade robes arrived at the imperial study. In 5 days, Lord Song's daughter and Lord Chan's son will marry. Keep it clean and send the bride directly to the Taoist temple in Shangyang City after the ceremony. Emperor Yanshan said, yes, your majesty. The 2 men bowed and quickly left the imperial study, disappearing into the night. Emperor Yanshan sat on the dragon couch, his mind racing. He couldn't help but think of the mysterious disappearance of Zhao Jinsi. This incident left him with a nagging feeling. He always felt that this matter was too bizarre. He really couldn't understand how Zhao Jinsi escaped from the palace. Even if the Zhao family sent a fake princess, it would be easier for him to accept than the current result. A living person disappeared from the palace out of thin air. This really made him feel a little panic and worry. Chapter 194, Expanding Confucianism and Taoism. Upon arriving in Hengshao City, Wei Yi went directly to Yuanshan Academy. Hengshao City now seemed much more peaceful and lively than before. The streets seemed filled with laughter and joy. Ever since the destruction of the Shinran sect Taoist temple, officials at the prefectural and county governments had been terrified. Some evildoers had also become more restrained, no longer willing to recklessly oppress the people. The newly appointed president of the Chamber of Commerce also maintained a low profile. He didn't dare arbitrarily collect taxes or bully merchants, fearing he would follow in the footsteps of the Qi family. News of the Qi family's annihilation had already spread. Everyone knew it was the Gao family's doing, and rumors circulated that it was the work of Tang Yin, Gao's son-in-law. However, without evidence, no one dared to investigate. After all, the Shinran sect's minions within the government were afraid of death. At this time, they would avoid the spotlight if possible. Consequently, no one in the city dared to provoke the Gao family anymore. Their business was booming, and their reputation was growing. Because of this incident, the reputation of Yuanshan Academy soared. Rumors circulated throughout the city that Tang Yin had cultivated Confucianism and transformed his knowledge into extraordinary power, achieving a complete transformation and defying fate. The Confucian and Taoist Academy within Yuanshan Academy was a sacred place for Confucian and Taoist cultivation. In fact, Du Shaoling had Tang Yin spread these rumors to increase the academy's influence. After all, he knew that in this world, many people saw no hope or path forward in their studies. Many devoted readers were forced to abandon their studies and pursue other careers. Consider that during the heyday of the Great Yan Dynasty, the total number of students nationwide was several times greater than it is today. Even now, the number of students at Yuanshan Academy is less than a third of its former number, and is even declining. When Du Shaoling first arrived, many students considered abandoning their studies. Therefore, to strengthen Confucianism, increase its influence, and cultivate more students and like-minded individuals, they must offer students hope. Only when more people believe that studying can truly change their destiny and gain extraordinary power will they be willing to study. Only the wealthy families were willing to support their children's education and invest heavily in the development of the academy. This ensured sufficient funding for the academy's smooth operation and healthy growth. After all, Wei Yi couldn't be solely responsible for all the academy's expenses. As expected, as these rumors spread, many people in the city, who had previously abandoned literature for business or given up on further study returned to the academy, eager to continue their studies. The wealthy families also began seeking ways to send their children to the academy. So when Wei Yi returned to Yuanshan Academy, he found a significantly larger student population and even several more teachers. During this time, Du Shaoling had also trained and selected dozens of outstanding students to join the Confucian Academy, awaiting Wei Yi's final decision. Wei Yi quickly identified these individuals' corresponding roles within the Forest of Ink and Brush, and immediately linked them to the Forest of Ink and Brush, making them his own writers. As the aura of ink and brush flowed from these students, many more trees sprouted within the Forest of Ink and Brush. The students who became authors were also thrilled, feeling like they had suddenly embarked on a new life, and were filled with anticipation for the future. Wei Yi, Du Shaoling, and Tang Yin gathered together and began discussing their upcoming plans and intentions. Next, we will rapidly expand Confucianism. Taking advantage of the decline of the Celestial Being sect, now constrained by the Xiangsha Alliance, we will bring all academies, large and small, across the Great Yan Dynasty under our wing and comprehensively promote the Confucian and Taoist cultivation system. I will also completely lower the barriers to entry to Confucianism, allowing every scholar to cultivate it. I have currently established a detailed grading system for Confucian cultivation, which also serves as a hierarchy within our Confucian and Taoist sect. The first tier is the scholar. Students who meet the admission requirements and wish to join our Confucian and Taoist sects can become scholars. They acquire the basic Confucian and Taoist cultivation techniques and cultivate the spirit of calligraphy and ink. These individuals are considered outer disciples of our Confucian and Taoist sects. The second tier is the student. Currently, students selected from our Confucian and Taoist academies are considered students, and we will continue to select them in the same manner. Becoming a student will make them inner disciples of our Confucian and Taoist sects, true students who enjoy greater access to resources. The third tier is the scholar. Among the students, those who cultivate and condense 100 calligraphy and ink trees and pass the corresponding assessments can be promoted to scholars. They then gain simple techniques for wielding the spirit of calligraphy and ink, known as supernatural powers. You can initially use the energy of brush and ink in combat. Later, there are the Jiren and Jinshi ranks, which I won't elaborate on here for now. Currently, both of you are at the Jinshi level, allowing you to use the energy of brush and ink without restriction, gaining a variety of magical powers. Wei Yi was well aware that a writer could only contribute brush and ink energy in a one-way manner. Therefore, anyone who could write, possessed a certain level of knowledge, and was willing to diligently cultivate, could become his writer. As the saying goes, quantitative change brings qualitative change. If the number of his writers increased by dozens or even hundreds of times, the size of the forest of brush and ink would undoubtedly double. Previously, his strength was limited to prevent his own hidden abilities from being revealed and the Shinran sect from suppressing them and nipping them in the bud. He had to maintain secrecy and maintain a low profile, lest his fame attract attention and unnecessary trouble. This was why he went through a rigorous selection process, selecting those whose character and ambition met his standards, who he could trust, and who could withstand the pressure of secrecy. But now, Wei Yi had nothing to fear. His strength was strong enough, and he was fully capable of protecting his Confucian and Taoist academy. There was no need to worry about his hidden cards being revealed. Even if the celestial beings learned about Confucianism and Taoist cultivation, or about the key of calligraphy, it wouldn't matter. After all, they couldn't know the specific magical powers he possessed. Moreover, he now possessed enough hidden cards to not worry about even a few of them being revealed. Therefore, he could now openly promote Confucianism and Taoist cultivation, rapidly recruiting writers and encouraging more people to contribute their key of calligraphy to him. Upon hearing Wei Yi's words, Du Shaoling and Tang Yin's faces lit up with excitement. They had longed to step forward and openly promote the Confucian and Taoist cultivation system. They longed to rapidly expand Confucianism's influence and power. Now, that day had finally arrived. Furthermore, Wei Yi had lowered the entry threshold for Confucianism and Taoist cultivation. This would surely rapidly attract students and allow Confucianism to expand rapidly. They firmly believed that once all scholars learned about the Confucian and Taoist cultivation system, they would unhesitatingly join them. In the future, their influence and students would spread throughout the Great Yan dynasty and even spread beyond. The world might then become a completely different place. Scholars would no longer be considered useless. In that case, I'll immediately arrange for someone to spread the news of Confucian and Taoist cultivation. There's been quite a few rumors circulating in the city lately. If we spread more information this time, we'll definitely be able to create some buzz, Tang Yin said with a smile. Then Tang Yin and I will hold another duel in the city to showcase the power of Confucianism and promote Confucian cultivation. This will surely make Confucianism famous far and wide, Du Shaoling said. To spread Confucianism, the most effective way is to directly demonstrate its power, far better than simply speaking 100 words. Furthermore, word of mouth will help quickly expand their reputation. Well, your ideas are all great. Let's do it. We can also hold several more Confucian and Taoist competitions. I'll select the first batch of scholars and organize a performance-style duel for them, Wei Yi said with a smile. He also understood the power of building momentum, especially in this world. And the easiest thing to spread is stories. So, if necessary, he could even tell everyone a story. Besides that, I can also artificially create a crisis of monsters attacking the city, and then you two can lead the students to suppress it. It will surely become a legend and spread far and wide. Master, your plan is truly brilliant. Tang Yin flattered, though he truly believed it. Nothing could better demonstrate the power of Confucianism and establish its righteous image in the hearts of the people. However, Wei Yi was unaware that a real crisis was quietly approaching. At the entrance of an inn over 10 miles from Hangzhou City, several merchants preparing to rest were stopped by a waiter at the door. The inn is full. We are not accepting any guests at the moment. Get out. The waiter's face was grim, his expression panicked and frightened. These merchants were all experienced veterans of the world. From the waiter's look and demeanor, they knew there was danger at the inn. Without a word, they hurriedly left the inn, taking 2 quick steps. They all knew that in today's world, excessive curiosity was not an option. Nor could they meddle in other people's affairs, or they would be doomed. Meanwhile, inside the inn, a similarly panicked servant was serving tea to a group of black-robed men. In the corner of the inn room lay the bodies of several merchants. Their skin was shrunken and a deathly gray. Their faces were frozen with expressions of pain and terror. They had all been drained of their vitality. Just then, another black-robed figure entered the inn and knelt on one knee beside a bronze-masked figure. Master Ghost King, I've inquired. The Shinran sect temple in Hangzhou City was long ago destroyed. There are no members of the sect left there. I also heard the Shinran sect suffered heavy losses recently, with several temples destroyed by an organization called the Xiangsha Alliance. Haha, may God help me. Without the Shinran sect as an obstacle, we have nothing to fear. Let's go. Let's head to Hangzhou City. The the figure known as Master Ghost King stood up. He was the Ghost King of Jiulian Mountain. He had recently returned from the secret realm of Xuanzang Mountain. There, he discovered a mysterious bronze mask, the very mask he now wears. Guided by this mask, he arrived here. According to the divine consciousness within the bronze mask, an ancient altar lay hidden beneath Hangzhou City. With the aid of this altar, he could gain even greater power, defy fate, and condense his Dao body. He might even hope to reach the realm of divine transformation. This was a great opportunity for him, and a blessing for Jiulian Mountain. The Ghost King stood up and extended his hand. 5 black lines shot out, instantly piercing the bodies of the shop assistants and the shopkeeper. Their bodies stiffened, their faces contorted, and their skin shriveled at a visible rate. Finally, they collapsed, lifeless corpses. After killing everyone, the Ghost King led the others on a flight, quickly arriving near Hangzhou City. They quickly dispersed, flying towards different city gates. The Ghost King led 2 of them to the city gate. Upon seeing them, the guards' expressions changed, a sense of foreboding gripping them. But before they could react, a powerful will descended upon them, freezing them in place. Their eyes grew empty, their faces expressionless, like the walking dead. The other 2 proceeded to slaughter all the merchants passing through the gate. The Ghost King formed seals with his hands, then cast several dark red sigils that sank into the guards' brows, transforming them into puppets. Clean up the bodies, then close the city gates, the Ghost King commanded, dispatching one of his subordinates to dispatch the remaining gate guards. He, accompanied by another, proceeded to slaughter every member of the patrol battalion. Almost simultaneously, the guards at every gate in Hangzhou City were apprehended, the gates closed, and entry and exit prohibited. Passers-by, unaware of what was happening, could only return the way they had come. The Ghost King, accompanied by a group of his followers, followed the divine consciousness within the mask and unexpectedly arrived at the Martial God Temple east of the city. The Martial God Temple, dedicated to the founding ancestor of the Great Yan dynasty, is a sad fact. Since the rise of the Celestial Being sect, the Martial God Temple within the Great Yan dynasty has become deserted. The temple, once managed by local officials, is now neglected and appears desolate and dilapidated. Only a few elderly people remain within, performing simple daily cleaning duties. I didn't expect to find myself in this dilapidated temple, the Ghost King exclaimed, gazing down at the Martial God Temple below. Without further ado, he plunged directly into it, shooting a black line from his hand again, slaying all the elderly residents. He walked inside the temple, gazed upon the majestic and imposing statue of the martial god, and sneered. HMPH, what a lousy martial god. He can't even protect his own future kingdom, and yet he dares to call himself a god. With this, the Ghost King formed a hand seal and struck out with a palm strike. Mana transformed into gigantic ghostly claws, shattering the statue of the god of war into countless fragments. The divine consciousness within the mask intensified once more, a certain consciousness intruding upon his mind, directing him to summon the altar buried deep underground. The Ghost King clasped his hands together, a surge of mana surging around him as he silently chanted a complex incantation. Red runes coalesced around him, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. The entire temple began to tremble, and so too did the ground. Finally, he slammed his palm onto the ground, and the red runes surrounding him sank into the earth. Countless strange lines emanated from his palm, interweaving into a mysterious and complex circular totem. Rumbling, the entire ground began to shake, cracking, and so did the walls. The cracks widened, and the temple began to crumble under the earth's trembling. The ground began to heave upward, and the temple, unable to bear the weight, completely collapsed. Sand and rocks flew, thick smoke billowed, and a terrifying aura continued to emanate from the cracks. Dark clouds even began to gather in the sky, and the sky darkened. Thank you all for your monthly tickets. Chapter 195 Hangzhou City Crisis. The sky and earth changed color. Vibrant lightning snakes darted through the dark clouds, and a blood-red glow surged, filling the air with an eerie aura. This sudden change sent the people of Hangzhou City into a state of panic, as if a natural disaster were about to strike. Those near the Martial God Temple, sensing the violent ground shaking and believing it to be an earthquake, fled their homes. In the surrounding streets, screams echoed as people stared in horror at the cracks appearing in the ground. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker, and the entire city seemed to have suddenly turned from day to night. The clouds continued to roll downward, as if the sky was about to collapse, creating a suffocating feeling. What's going on? Why do these dark clouds look so strange? Du Xiaoling, Tang Yin, and Wei Yi also came outside, observing the changes in the sky with a hint of surprise. It looks a little unusual, Wei Yi said in a deep voice, vaguely sensing that something bad was about to happen. After all, the dark clouds didn't resemble normal weather changes, they looked completely abnormal. Rumble. Thunder rolled incessantly, rising and falling. The clouds, like surging black waves, converged from all directions towards a single point in the east, forming a black vortex. A strange red glow filled the air, vaguely resembling the gaping maw of a demon, ready to devour the entire city. Like the gates of hell about to open, countless hideous figures seemed to be baring their fangs and claws within the clouds. The entire sky seemed to have transformed into the Ninth Overworld, a terrifying experience. Oh no, something's really wrong. Wei Yi frowned. He could clearly sense the eerie aura descending from above, the very forces of heaven and earth becoming chaotic and agitated. Although Yuanshan Academy and the Martial God Temple were located at opposite ends of the city, Wei Yi still felt the ground shaking and could faintly hear screams in the distance. Tang Yin, Du Xiaoling, gather all students immediately and stand by. I'll go see what's going on, Wei Yi said solemnly. Yes. The two men replied, their expressions also grave. Wei Yi's mind moved, and the swords Gan Jiang and Mo Yi flew out, accompanying him towards the east of the city. Master, this aura seems to be coming from some kind of demon. Gu Yu's voice echoed in Wei Yi's mind. It seems a demon is about to emerge. This time, we are in real trouble. Wei Yi thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread. He could sense that the one appearing this time was definitely something extraordinary. After all, none of the enemies he had encountered before, whether the eerie Zuoyan demon or the powerful Zifeng Elder, had ever given him the same kind of trepidation he was experiencing now. At that moment, a strange red beam of light suddenly shot up from the location of the Martial God Temple in the east of the city, pouring into the dark clouds and instantly dyeing the entire sky red. The dark cloud vortex began to gather towards the center. A terrifying, hideous face slowly emerged from the swelling black clouds. Like a demon, it thrust its head out from the sky. Its blood-red eyes stared downward, a red glow enveloping the surroundings, and serpents of lightning flashed. In an instant, a fierce wind roared, and the sky and earth changed color. A terrifying pressure descended, a gloomy aura enveloping the entire Hangzhou city. Countless civilians on the streets, terrified by the aura descending from the sky, were left pale and their legs weak. Some, more fearful, collapsed to the ground, trembling. Wei Yi flew at breakneck speed and soon spotted the scene at the Martial God Temple. The original Martial God Temple had long since been reduced to ruins, replaced by a massive ancient altar. The red beams of light emanated from that altar. In its center, a figure wearing a bronze mask twisted and turned. Countless black auras and red lights, like serpents, swirled around him. Master, that person's aura is powerful. His cultivation far surpasses Elder Zifeng's. He's probably at least at the nascent soul stage. Gu Yu continued. At the same moment, Wei Yi felt the Zua Neo Jade pendant on his chest move. A thought surged into Wei Yi's mind, imbued with a thick murderous aura and hatred. Wei Yi, slightly surprised, couldn't help but touch the jade pendant, wondering if it held some grudge against that person. But just as he was thinking, several black-robed figures suddenly charged from below. Without a word, they attacked, their magical power condensing into ferocious ghostly claws that suddenly struck. Wei Yi immediately controlled his two flying swords to block them, retreating backwards. Boom boom boom. Gan Jiang and Mo Yi repelled the black-robed figures' attacks one after another. Then, with a sharp turn in the air, they transformed into streams of light and shot towards the two black-robed figures. Landing on the ground, Wei Yi stomped his foot, and with a loud bang, the ground cracked. With lightning speed, he instantly arrived in front of one of the black-robed figures, and delivered a powerful punch. Yet, it seemed to strike air. The terrifying force and the might of the shockwave still crushed the black-robed figure. It instantly dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Soon, the Mistra condensed not far away, transforming into a black-robed figure once again. However, the black-robed figure's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that the opponent's punch, despite lacking any magical power, had still damaged his spirit. This made him look at Wei Yi again with fear. "Master, they are all ghost cultivators without physical bodies." Gu Yu's warning echoed in his mind. "Fuck, did I say that? It turns out to be a ghost," Wei Yi complained. But against ghosts, muscle power isn't so effective. As the saying goes, only magic can defeat magic. To deal with ghosts, you need to have the means to deal with them. Without further ado, Wei Yi recalled his 2 flying swords, then fetched a brush and wrote furiously. With a penetrating technique, he wrote the words physical transmigration over a dozen times on his 2 flying swords. At the same time, the ghost cultivators charged again. Ghost claws condensed from sinister energy clawed at Wei Yi. Wei Yi remained unfazed, neither dodging nor evading, charging head-on. His true Yang Tyrant body and his indestructible Vajra body both possessed the ability to resist the evil spirits of sinister energy. Therefore, he was not afraid of the attacks. Furthermore, the Zua Neo Jade pendant on his chest emanated a cyan light, enveloping his body. Boom boom boom, those ghost claws condensed from sinister energy were directly crushed by Wei Yi's lightning fast figure. They dissipated one after another, transforming into ripples that spread outward. Wei Yi, however, remained undeterred. Fueled by the energy emanating from the Zua Neo Jade pendant, his speed increased significantly, becoming even more agile. In a few flashes, he teleported through the black-robed figures, his swords flashing like thunder, piercing them. With a few hissing sounds, the ghost cultivators froze. Their expression suddenly changed, and they stared at Wei Yi in disbelief. They wailed and struggled, but could not stop their bodies from disintegrating. Faintly, they seemed to see countless chains materialize from the void, entwining their souls, and dragging them into the cycle of reincarnation. But at that moment, the dark clouds in the sky coalesced into the complete head and arm of the demon god. The terrifying pressure, like a surging wave, rolled over Wei Yi, causing his face to turn pale. He could easily imagine that, if the demon god were fully condensed, he would be no match for it. Wei Yi frowned, and with a thought, he wielded his Ganjiang and Mo swords directly towards the demon god's head. However, an invisible force knocked them back. He retracted his flying swords, picked up his brush, and wrote furiously, composing the poem Song of the Loyal Men of Linjiang. The waves of West Lake are white, the leaves are sparse, the swallows and wild geese begin to fly into the tang clouds. How could I obtain the sword of heaven, to cross the sea, and slay the whale? With the final line, the sound of recitation echoed between heaven and earth. The poem instantly transformed into a massive sword beam, carrying the might of a world-shattering force, as it slashed towards the head of the mid-air demon god. Boom, the sky shifted, and the sea of clouds that obscured the sun split open. But Wei Yi's sword strike was blocked by the demon god's arm. Though a large wound appeared on the demon god's arm, it quickly healed. What a powerful being. Wei Yi's heart sank. His strongest attack had inflicted no substantial damage. Clearly, this being was no match for his previous foes. Furthermore, the demon god wasn't even in its full form yet. If it were fully condensed, he would be no match. Even the entire Great Yan dynasty might suffer. But at that moment, Wei Yi's gaze drifted towards the altar below. It suddenly dawned on him that perhaps attacking the altar, slaying the bronze-masked figure atop it, would be enough to prevent this. With this thought in mind, Wei Yi once again took up his pen and composed the poem Song of the Loyal Soldier of the King of Linjiang. How could I obtain the heavenly sword, cross the sea, and slay the whale? A massive sword beam materialized once again, slashing down towards the altar below. Thunder roared, the sword's might surged, and the void seemed to rip open a transparent rift, spreading towards the altar. But at that moment, the demon god's arm extended downward, its massive palm directly protecting the altar. With a bang, heaven and earth shook, and violent energy surged from the center of the collision, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever it passed, buildings collapsed, crumbling, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. This time, the demon god's arm disintegrated, but the altar remained unscathed. Rumble of thunder in the sky, like the demon god's roar, relentless and shaking the heavens and earth. The demon god's head slowly turned, its crimson eyes gazing at Wei Yi, radiating an eerie light. In an instant, a powerful demonic intent swept over. Wei Yi felt a moment of trance, a surge of intense anger rising within him. His ki and blood surged uncontrollably, and evil thoughts continued to grow. His sanity seemed to be devoured by the demonic thought. Although he possessed a true Yang Overlord body, an indestructible Vajra body capable of withstanding all external damage, this demonic thought directly affected his soul, affecting his mind. It was incredibly powerful. Fortunately, Wei Yi's true Yang Qi still had some resistance to the demonic thought, and combined with the energy emanating from the black bad jade pendant, it helped Wei Yi resist the onslaught. Wei Yi immediately channeled the golden sun energy within the forest of ink, writing down words of blessing. Wei Yi soon regained his composure, but the demonic thought continued to assault his defenses. Furthermore, under the influence of this demonic thought, the fear on the faces of many people on the surrounding streets vanished. Their eyes quickly turned blood red, their faces twisted, and their bodies seemed to distort as well. It was as if they had undergone a mutation, and then they rose from the ground with their fangs and claws bared. Like a zombie, it began rampaging through the streets, frantically attacking everyone. Seeing this, Wei Yi's face paled. While he could resist this evil thought, the city's inhabitants couldn't. If it were allowed to spread and invade, the entire city would be transformed into a living hell. Yuanshan Academy would also be severely affected. While he could offer his blessings and temporarily protect Du Shaoling and Tang Yin, he wasn't sure he could protect all the students. Furthermore, this evil thought wouldn't end with just one wave. As long as the demonic creature remained, it would likely continue to attack everyone, and it would undoubtedly grow stronger. Even he would have to constantly fend off its attacks. If he let his guard down for even a moment, it would overwhelm his mind. What should I do? Wei Yi's mind raced, pondering a solution. After all, he didn't want the students of Yuanshan Academy to be harmed. And if he couldn't stop the demonic creature from emerging in time, he would likely face certain death. How could he fight this evil thought? This was the problem Wei Yi immediately faced. Inside the academy, all the students had gathered. They gazed at the terrifying scene in the sky, their hearts pounding with fear, their faces grim, their eyes filled with terror. After all, they were ordinary people, and had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. The overwhelming pressure that permeated the sky sent chills through their bodies, their hearts trembling. Du Shaoling, Tang Yin, and the others also looked up at the sky with grave concern. After all, they could see that Hangzhou City was about to experience a devastating disaster. I wonder if my master can stop that monster, Tang Yin thought to himself. Although he believed Wei Yi to be incredibly powerful and omnipotent, facing such a terrifying scene, he couldn't help but feel worried. At the Gao family mansion, the scene in the sky also frightened everyone inside. Some of the women were already crying, and Gaodi was also panicked, even at a loss as to what to do. Housekeeper, go to the academy, and call back my son-in-law. Gaodi shouted. Okay, the butler said reluctantly. But he also knew that, only by calling Tang Yin back could the family rest in peace. After all, Tang Yin possessed extraordinary powers. Perhaps he could handle this terrible disaster. However, just as the butler reached the door, he saw a large crowd pouring in from the street in the distance. Seeing their terrified flight, he knew something terrible must have happened. Terrified, the butler immediately ran back, shouting in panic, "Quick, close the door." Screams echoed throughout the street as countless people desperately fled. Behind them lay the frenzied crowd, possessed by demonic thoughts. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces contorted, like demons, smashing and killing everyone they saw. At the entrance of a restaurant at the corner of the street, dozens of bodies lay in a bloody mess. Several warriors who had been dining there were desperately trying to fend off the frenzied crowd. The restaurant's main entrance had already been breached, and the rest of the patrons had fled to the second floor. They looked at the frantic crowd below, their faces pale with fear, their legs weak, and they trembled. They kept praying to God for protection, praying to various gods for protection. Some of the timid ones were even so scared that they peed their pants and started crying. Chapter 196, Righteousness. Watching more and more people in the city become possessed by the evil thoughts, killing each other and frantically attacking others, Wei Yi was filled with anxiety. He knew that, if things continued unchecked, this evil thought would transform everyone into bloodthirsty murderous demons. The city would then be reduced to a living hell, with countless lives decimated. King's House City, and indeed the entire Great Tian dynasty, would undoubtedly be affected. He had to find a way to stop this. Wei Yi's mind raced furiously, pondering a solution. But then, a poem suddenly occurred to him. Oh, right, Song of Righteousness. I could try Song of Righteousness. Perhaps the righteous energy within me could resist this evil thought. Perhaps I could use this poem to gather that righteous energy and dispel the evil thoughts within people. Wei Yi's eyes lit up, an idea forming in his mind. Without further ado, he took out his brush and wrote swiftly, reciting the poem by Wen Xiangxiang. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, flowing in all its forms. Below, it becomes the rivers and mountains. Above, the sun and stars. In man, it's called mourn, overflowing and filling the vast expanse. The imperial path should be clear and peaceful, containing harmony and illuminating the court. In times of adversity, one's integrity is revealed, recorded in every vestige of history. In the records of the grand historian of Qi, in the brush of Dong Hu of Jin, in the club of Zhang Liang of Qin, in the memorial of Su Wu of Han. Alas, the marshy fields have become my land of peace and happiness. How could there be any other trickery? Yin and Yang cannot rob me. With unwavering care, I gaze up at the floating white clouds. My heart aches, sorrow overflowing. For the vastness of the heavens knows no bounds. The days of the philosophers are long gone, the laws of the past. Under the eaves, I read, the ancient roads reflecting its colors. As each line of poetry was written, wisps of golden light, like mighty swords, pierced the dense dark clouds of the sky, tearing apart the endless darkness. Then, they converged around Wei Yi, enveloping him like celestial light. The sounds of countless recitations and chants seemed to echo between heaven and earth. It was as if countless voices were chanting the song of righteousness in unison, their voices echoing endlessly between heaven and earth. Tall, majestic figures emerged from the golden light. Some clutched scrolls, some stood with spears. Some were elegant, some heroic, some with deep gazes, some with fierce glares. But each figure held an extraordinary bearing, radiating righteousness. Their figures stood tall and majestic, like verdant pines and cypresses, like towering mountains, unyielding and righteous. Behind them were the sun, moon, and stars, and beneath them were mountains and rivers. These were the heroes mentioned in poetry, possessing unwavering righteousness and character as pure as snow. There were the historians of Qi who sacrificed their lives to record history, and An Hu of Jin who upheld justice. There was Zhang Liang of the Qin dynasty, who fought against violence for the people, and Su Wu of the Han dynasty, who was loyal and devoted. Each of them radiated with imposing aura, a righteous spirit that soared to the heavens, piercing the sun and the moon, and shocking the world. And the unwavering righteousness of heaven and earth continuously converged upon Wei Yi. Wei Yi immediately felt the invading demonic thoughts completely purged and purified, no longer posing any threat to him. Even the demonic god's aura was suppressed, its crimson eyes seeming to dim considerably. By the time Wei Yi finished the last line of his poem, a righteous aura had coalesced behind him into a colossal sage figure. Holding a scroll in his left hand and a long sword in his right, his gaze resolute and his stature majestic, he stood proudly between heaven and earth, like a god. Elsewhere, an extraordinary vision appeared in the sky. And then there was that extraordinary figure, shrouded in golden light, towering like a god between heaven and earth. The city's citizens, previously filled with fear and despair, were shaken, yet also felt a surge of joy at having survived a catastrophe. It was like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, like seeing a ray of light in the endless darkness, a fire in the freezing wind. Du Xiaoling, Tang Yin, and others in the academy, were also filled with joy and delight. Their hearts suddenly ignited with hope and anticipation. They knew their mentor would surely find a way to deal with the demon. Hearing the recitation echoing through the heavens and earth, they were deeply moved, overcome with a surge of emotion, a feeling of overwhelming power. Wei Yi set down his brush, grasped his sword, and gazed toward the altar below. Simultaneously, the sage figure behind him also looked toward the altar. Following Wei Yi's movement, his sword rose. Rumbled the heavens and earth shook, and a surge of righteous energy rapidly converged upon the sword in his hand. Simultaneously, the sages, surrounded by righteous energy, also moved in unison. A massive sword of righteous energy coalesced before them. The next second, Wei Yi slashed with his sword, and the swords of righteous energy fell in unison, aiming for the altar below. The demon god again extended his arm to block, and black scales, like dragon scales, appeared on it. Boom, boom, boom. The sword shadows, condensed with righteous energy, slashed the demon god's arm almost simultaneously. A resounding roar resembling the collapse of heaven and earth erupted, ripples of energy swirling back, flattening the surrounding buildings once again. The demon's arm also disintegrated. Furthermore, perhaps restrained by its righteous energy, the arm was unable to condense immediately, like snowflakes falling to the ground, barely tinting it white, before melting in the warm sunlight. The demon's head roared at Wei Yi. Simultaneously, an even more powerful demonic force swept over. More people, driven mad by this demonic force, turned into bloodthirsty monsters. But Wei Yi remained unfazed. He had found a way to subdue the demon. He immediately took up his pen, preparing to continue writing Song of Righteousness. At the same time, he declared, "Students of Yuanshan Academy, listen up. Recite the Song of Righteousness with me." Wei Yi's voice, bolstered by his magical power, resounded like a bell throughout Hangzhou City, clear to almost everyone. Du Shaoling, Tang Yin, listen to my command. Take up your pens and compose the Song of Righteousness to help me defeat the enemy, Wei Yi said again. Upon hearing Wei Yi's voice, Du Shaoling and Tang Yin exchanged a glance. Without further ado, they immediately drew their brushes and joined Wei Yi in writing the Song of Righteousness. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, flowing in all its forms. Below, it becomes the rivers and mountains. Above, it becomes the sun and the stars. In man, it is called mourn, overflowing and filling the vast universe. Wei Yi's voice rang out again. The students joined in the recitation. The sound was mighty, as if merging with the recitation from heaven and earth, echoing throughout the universe. Upon hearing Wei Yi's voice, the city's citizens could not help but join in the recitation. The Gao family, the county yamen runners, the common people roaming the streets, the servants in the shops, the singing and dancing girls in the brothels. Throughout the city, in every corner, every person who had not yet been infected by the evil thoughts, silently followed Wei Yi's lead. Heaven and earth possess righteous energy, flowing in all its forms. Below, it becomes rivers and mountains. Above, it becomes the sun and stars. In an instant, countless golden rays of light pierced the clouds, showering down upon Hangzhou City, like sunlight parting dark clouds and dispersing thick fog. A rich, righteous energy began to gather above the entire city. Bang, bang, bang. At the entrance of a pharmacy, a frenzied crowd pounded on the door. Their strength had reached a peak, their frenzy utterly fearless. The force of the pounding was so great that the door panels barely succumbed. Inside, a little girl huddled in her mother's arms, crying in fear. Her mother too, was filled with fear, tears welling in her eyes, bewildered. Her father, sword in hand, stood at the door, preventing anyone from rushing in. But he too, was terrified. After all, he wasn't facing just one or two men, but countless frenzied individuals. If they rushed in, he wouldn't be able to fend them off alone, and he would likely die. But at this moment, he also heard the sound echoing in the sky. Surprised, he heard the crashing sound gradually weaken, and finally stop completely. He peeked out through the crack in the door, only to see the bloodshot frantic crowd slowly returning to normal. Seeing this, he was overwhelmed with joy and delight. He couldn't help but silently recite along with the voice echoing in the air. Perhaps it was the thief's staff that struck him, cracking his head. This is the majestic energy, its awe-inspiring power lasting through the ages. When it penetrates the sun and the moon, life and death are nothing to worry about. As he recited, he seemed to feel a warm current, like the morning light, dispelling the airy atmosphere and the fear in his heart. Soon, the frantic people outside the door had completely returned to normal. They looked around in confusion at the extraordinary and shocking scene in the sky. Looking at the devastation around them and their own bruised body, they didn't know what had happened. My heart aches with sorrow. How can the heavens know no bounds? The philosophers are long gone. The laws are long past. Under the eaves, I read a book. The ancient roads reflect its colors. Wei Yi wrote the last words. At the same time, the sky, once thick with dark clouds, suddenly became brilliant, a golden light dispelling the dense clouds. Only the area above the altar remained shrouded in dark clouds. A rich, righteous energy gathered over the entire Hangzhou city, surging like a wave. Under the onslaught of this righteous energy, the demon's head slowly melted like snow in the sun. It roared in resentment, struggling to resist the onslaught of righteous energy, constantly repairing its head. But this righteous energy grew stronger, and the sage figure behind Wei Yi became more substantial, like a true deity descending into the world. Kill! Wei Yi shouted, his sword slashing fiercely. The sage's sword pierced the air with a powerful aura, and the swords of righteousness in front of all the heroic spirits in the sky fell in unison. Almost instantly, a surge of righteous energy, like a mighty wave, surged down with the falling sword light. Like a flood, it rushed towards the altar below. No, the demon roared. Its massive head instantly transformed into a black vortex, enveloping the altar. Boom 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 boom, the sword light descended, piercing the black vortex with streaks of golden light, and then shattering it. Amidst the countless chants and recitations, the vast and majestic righteous energy swept away the dark clouds like a whirlwind, instantly flattening the sky. The ancient altar cracked and collapsed under Wei Yi's blow. The Ghost King wailed, like paper burned by flames, slowly turning to ash. Finally, only a glowing bronze mask remained, clanging and landing on the shattered altar. All the dark clouds and crimson glow in the sky vanished, and golden light, like a rosy cloud, lingered in the air. Illuminated by this golden light, the entire Hangzhou city seemed to have become a pure land. Everyone in the city felt a sense of awe, a righteous spirit that seemed to purify the soul. The phantoms of the sages in the sky had vanished, and the heroic spirits summoned by the Song of Righteousness also slowly vanished into the horizon. The world seemed to have suddenly quieted down. The survivors breathed a sigh of relief, but shock and fear lingered on their faces. After all, what they had just experienced, and the scenes they had witnessed, were simply too shocking and horrifying. It would likely take at least 10 days or half a month to fully recover from this shadow and the shock of their souls. Outside the city, the other ghost cultivators from Nine Yin Mountain who had accompanied the Ghost King fled in panic. They had never imagined that such a powerful being could exist in this city, that even their leader had been killed. Faced with such a formidable force, they naturally wouldn't consider even naive thoughts of revenge for their leader. They were grateful to be able to escape. But then, as if by teleportation, a gigantic gourd suddenly appeared before them. A terrifying devouring force instantly sucked them all into the gourd, vanishing. The gourd shrank again, transforming into a wine gourd, which landed in the hands of a ragged Taoist priest lazily resting on a flying sword. Had Wei Yi been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized him as the alcoholic Master Yipin. Oh, it seems the matter has been resolved, Master Yipin said calmly, gazing at the nearby Hangzhou city. But as he took a closer look at the soaring figure, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. It's Wei, my friend. Master Yipin sat upright. He hadn't expected the person who had helped him resolve his troubles to be Wei Yi. Although he had long known that Wei Yi was no ordinary man, it now seemed he had underestimated him. Master Yipin took another sip of his wine, then transformed into a stream of light, instantly flying to Wei Yi's side. My friend, we meet again. Master Yipin smiled brightly. Wei Yi was also somewhat surprised to see Taoist Master Yipin. Master, why are you here? Haha, I was planning to go to Kingzhou City to ask you for some wine, but I noticed a demon had appeared along the way, so I came here to take a look. I didn't expect you to have already taken care of it. I see. It was quite dangerous just now. I almost thought I was about to face a catastrophe, Wei Yi said with a smile, though a certain fear remained in his heart. After all, the demon did look quite intimidating, and it was completely on the same level as the enemies he had encountered before. If it weren't for his righteous aura that just happened to restrain its power, he wouldn't have been sure he could defeat it. The main thing was that the demon hadn't yet fully manifested. It could be said that only a portion of its power had been summoned here, yet it possessed such formidable power. If its true form had arrived, even 10 of us wouldn't have been able to defeat it. It was true that this world of immortal cultivators was truly complex. You're too modest, Taoist Master Yipin said with a smile. his gaze drifting to the altar below. He flashed, arriving directly at the altar and picking up the twisted bronze mask. Wei Yi followed him to the altar. Though shattered, it still exuded a chilling, eerie aura. "Master, what is this?" Wei Yi examined the bronze mask curiously. The fact that it had caught the attention of Master Yipin must have been suspicious. "The mask of the Demon Lord's servant," Master Yipin said sternly. Immediately, he formed a magical spell with his hands, and a golden flame erupted from his mouth, enveloping the bronze mask. The flames were incredibly intense, rapidly melting the bronze mask. A faint sound of ghostly howls echoed from within. Finally, it dissipated into a wisp of smoke. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. What is Confucianism? After disposing of the bronze mask, Taoist Master Yipin shifted his hand gestures, and the golden flames instantly grew stronger. They then spread outward, eventually enveloping the entire altar. Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yipin soared into the air once more. Although this altar has been completely destroyed by your righteous energy, some evil thoughts still linger. I will completely incinerate them, and then seal them, otherwise they will continue to bring disaster to the world, Taoist Master Yipin said. Wei Yi nodded and immediately asked, "Master, do you know what demon this altar summons?" "I'm not entirely sure. It must be some sealed demon lord from ancient times," Master Yipin said. Throughout the endless course of history, our world has endured countless catastrophes and eras. Too many events have been sealed away, unknown to the world. And there are countless unknown crises lurking around us, poised to reappear at any moment. And you just successfully prevented a catastrophe. If I'm not mistaken, this altar might directly sacrifice everyone in the city to help the Demon Lord break the seal. If the Demon Lord were to appear, it would surely bring devastation upon the world. Wei Yi remained silent. He knew the gravity of the situation, the danger of the demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so nervous, even a little frightened, just now. It seemed his understanding of this world was still limited. But the Master Yipin before him must be a truly knowledgeable person. It seemed he really needed to have a good chat with him. Perhaps it would give him a clearer understanding of this world. By the way, Taoist priest, the ones who just released that monster were a group of ghost cultivators. Do you know their origins? Wei Yi asked again, expressing his doubts. They're probably from Jiuan Mountain, Taoist priest Yipin said. Jiuan Mountain? Wei Yi frowned. The name was unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of it before. It seemed they weren't a faction within the Great Yan dynasty. Soon, the flames, shimmering with a golden halo, incinerated the entire altar into a pile of charred dust. Taoist priest Yipin cast several magical seals, instantly transforming into a vast circle of light, enveloping the charred dust. It then rapidly contracted, finally compressing to the size of a ball, enveloped in the halo of light, and sinking into the ground, disappearing. Wei Yi, watching from the side, was also amazed. He could tell that Taoist priest Yipin was undoubtedly a master with immense magical powers, and his cultivation was likely unfathomable. Even if he had failed to stop the monster today, it seemed likely that Taoist Master Yipin would find a way to turn the tide. Alright, that's a permanent solution, Taoist Master Yipin said with a smile. He immediately took another sip from his wine gourd, but then shook his head in disappointment. Alas, the wine I bought on the way simply doesn't compare to your Lanling wine. Haha, I'll be returning to Kingsha with you later. We won't leave until we are drunk tonight, Wei Yi said with a smile. Haha, okay. Taoist Master Yipin laughed heartily. As Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yipin spoke, people from the surrounding streets knelt and kowtowed. Men, women, young and old, rich and poor, all knelt devoutly, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Wei Yi. Wei Yi could clearly hear their words and see the gratitude in their eyes, as well as the joy of having survived. He couldn't help but feel a sense of honor and pride. Perhaps this was the joy of those knights and heroes. Because of him, countless families had been saved from shattering. Countless people could still live happily in this world, reunited with their families, and have a future. But being a hero is truly difficult. Wei Yi would rather the world remain free of disaster than be some universally admired hero. Amidst the gazes of countless people bowing in gratitude, Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yapin ascended into the air, finally returning to Yuanshan Academy. The city's inhabitants also began to spontaneously address the aftermath. Although officials had dispatched personnel to the vicinity of the martial god temple, no one dared enter. They had only temporarily cordoned off the perimeter to prevent anyone from approaching. A few officials were merely present for a symbolic formality. Returning to the academy, Wei Yi saw all the students still standing in the playground, their eyes ablaze with excitement. Listening to Du Shaoling and Tang Yin discuss Confucianism and Taoism, they felt as if they had just witnessed a miracle and, in turn, glimpsed their own futures. They had witnessed the immense power of poetry and learned that scholars could also become transcendent beings. Although they had all heard about Confucianism and Taoism, now that they had received this concrete news and witnessed its might with their own eyes, they were naturally filled with a sense of fascination and excitement. It was as if they had opened their eyes to a whole new world, a chance to change their destiny. Hope is like dry firewood hidden deep within a person's heart, enough to ignite even a spark. And those newly selected to join the Confucian Academy and become Confucian practitioners were filled with immense pride. Having witnessed the power of Confucianism firsthand, their hearts were filled with fighting spirit and drive. They yearned to one day become as powerful as Master Wei. Upon seeing Wei Yi return, Du Shaoling and Tang Yin immediately bowed to him. The students below also bowed in unison, deeply reverent. Master Du, follow me. Wei Yi flew directly to the back of the academy without falling behind. After giving Du Shaoling a brief explanation of what was to come, he and Taoist Master Yapin left the academy. Before leaving, Wei Yi communicated telepathically, commanding Beijiao to come to Hengzhou City and secretly protect Du Shaoling. After seeing Wei Yi off, Du Shaoling returned to the playground and officially unveiled the Confucian and Taoist cultivation system. He also announced the rank system and promotional procedures for students at the Confucian Academy. From today on, you are my disciples. You may openly promote Confucianism, Du Shaoling declared. He couldn't help but feel excited. He had waited so long for this day. Finally, he could openly promote Confucianism and let the world know about it. The future Great Yan dynasty would surely belong to scholars like them. Du Shaoling knew that what had happened in Hengzhou City today alone would make Confucianism famous. The name of Yuanshan Academy and his and Tang Yin's names would surely become renowned. After all, Wei Yi's words were heard clearly by everyone in Hengzhou City. They had all witnessed the power of poetry firsthand, witnessing how the Song of Righteousness mobilized the righteous energy of heaven and earth, slaying the terrifying demon. It saved Hengzhou City and averted a catastrophe that could have threatened the entire Great Yan dynasty. Just as Du Shaoling had predicted, many in the city were discussing the recent events. While they still felt a wave of fear as they recalled the scene, the shock they felt from the extraordinary force that had slain the demon was profound. Their emotions lingered for a long time. Even now, recalling the sound of the recitation echoing through heaven and earth, the extraordinary visions that appeared in the sky, and the righteous energy they had felt, they were still deeply moved. Most of them were ordinary people, leading ordinary and remarkable lives. They had witnessed few earth-shaking events in their lifetimes. The broad day execution of Magistrate Zhu and the destruction of the Shinran Taoist temple had already left a deep impression on them. I never thought I'd be able to witness such a terrifying, shocking event in my lifetime. It's incredible. I really thought disaster was imminent. Fortunately, we have such an extraordinary expert in Hengzhou City. Otherwise, if it had been a little later, we would all have suffered. Yes, if this expert hadn't intervened in time, I'm afraid none of us here would have survived today. Inside the restaurant, a group of people were excitedly discussing what had happened not long ago. Don't even mention Hengzhou City. I'm afraid that our entire Great Yan dynasty will be devastated. I have to say, that person is a real master. He is simply a living immortal. Those figures who appeared later should also be various immortals. It's possible. I feel that he directly prayed to the gods. Otherwise, how could he destroy such a terrible monster? Alas, Fortunately, that master has great magical powers, otherwise even the Shinran sect would not be able to stop this catastrophe. Humph, if it was the Shinran sect, they would have run away at the first moment, and would not care about our life or death. That's right. But then again, who exactly is this master? Is there still a living immortal in our great Yan dynasty? He should be the same person as in many previous rumors. Yeah, I think it should be the same person. Who is it? Someone in the crowd asked curiously. Haven't you heard of the rumors surrounding the Yundinghao mutiny and the Yuxian Pass crisis? I've heard some, but not much. I didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking it was just folklore. Could you elaborate on it, sir? Yes, tell me about it. I don't really know much either, someone else asked curiously. I'm sure you've heard about the Yundinghao mutiny, right? At that time, Yundinghao led tens of thousands of troops to attack Qingzhou City. A handsome man recounted some of the past events. So there have always been rumors that the master is Wei Yi, and it is said that not long ago, the murder of Zhu Zifu and the destruction of the Shinran Taoist temple were all done by this person. No wonder, it's really possible. Today he also used a poem to summon the gods in the sky, and he ordered the students of Yuanshan Academy and Tangshanshang to explain everything. Yes, in fact, when I heard that when the Yundinghao mutiny occurred, Wei Yi used a poem to directly defeat tens of thousands of troops. At Yuxian Pass, he summoned millions of heroes with a poem. I doubted the truth of the rumor. After seeing it with my own eyes today, I'm completely convinced that there are people in this world who can kill the enemy with poetry. Many people were skeptical at the time, but the things we experience today have indeed confirmed everything, and all the information seems to be connected. It seems that this master is really Wei Yi. By the way, I heard that Tang Yin destroyed the Qi family. It turned out that it was all because of Wei Yi. So he is really Wei Yi's apprentice. I've heard about it too. It's said that what he practices is called Confucianism. Yes, it's Confucianism. Confucianism? What kind of Taoism is Confucianism? There are cultivators, demon cultivators, ghost cultivators, and some evil ways in this world, but I've never heard of Confucianism. It is said that it is a kind of great way for scholars to practice. I've heard about it too, but now it seems to be pretty close. There's nothing strange about this. There are so-called 3000 great ways. Many of us haven't even left Hangzhou, so it's normal that we haven't heard of it. That's right, and judging from what happened today, Confucianism is also very powerful. It seems that it can really turn poetry into extraordinary magical powers. Well, if I hadn't seen it today, it would be really unbelievable. I didn't expect that this scholar could also practice the Great Way and possess extraordinary abilities. No wonder many wealthy families in the city have been trying their best to send their children to Yuanshan Academy recently. So, Yuanshan Academy is the place where Confucianism and Taoism are practiced. Well, there's also Qingfeng Academy in Qingzhou City. What you said makes my heart excited, but it's a pity that I can't read a single word. Oh, by the way, what was the name of the poem we sang today? It's called Song of Righteousness. Yes, Song of Righteousness. To be honest, although I'm not well educated and cannot fully understand this poem, I have to say that reading this poem really makes my heart surge with righteousness, and I feel fearless. Yes, when I was reciting along today, I also felt a strange power gathering around me. This poem should be able to gather the righteousness in everyone's heart, otherwise Wei Yi would not have asked the students of Yuanshan Academy to recite along. Makes sense, haha. So in this way, we have also helped out a little bit. Perhaps this is the power of Confucianism and Taoism. I'm in my early 40s now. Is it too late to go back to school? At this time, in the backyard of the Hangzhou City Government Office, the prefect Wu Song and several officials from the government office and the county office were also discussing Yuanshan Academy and Confucianism and Taoism. From what I've seen so far, this so-called Confucianism and Taoism should be related to knowledge, a kind of Taoism that scholars can cultivate. I didn't expect these rumors to be true. No wonder the Gao family's son-in-law suddenly possessed such power. Even the Qi family was wiped out. If that's true, the rise of this academy will surely become a formidable force. Needless to say, the strength Wei Yi displayed today speaks for itself. He must have been the one who destroyed the Taoist temple in Lingshu City. It seems the situation in our Great Yan dynasty is about to change again. Master Wu, are you saying that the Shinran sect might fall? It's not impossible. The Shinran sect has suffered a series of heavy blows without any countermeasures. And judging by what happened today, Wei Yi is truly absurdly powerful. I wonder if the Shinran sect can do anything to him. Wu Song said in a deep voice. Although these people are all minions of the Shinran sect faction, to put it bluntly, they are just a bunch of opportunists. To achieve power and political goals, they aid and abet the evil, willingly serving as the Shinran sect's lackeys. But deep down, they weren't particularly loyal to the Shinran sect. They were merely exploiting each other. Therefore, in their hearts, their own financial future and lives were more important than anything else. As for right and wrong, they didn't care. Lord Wu is right. We should plan ahead and leave ourselves a way out. We can't really be buried with the Shinran sect. Yes, Zhu Dacheng is the best example. If the Shinran sect truly collapses, the scholarly forces led by Wei Yi will instantly rise to power and enter the political arena. Then the court will be a completely different scene. Honest figures like Du Shaoling and Su Zhi will definitely not tolerate us. Well, it's better to plan ahead, otherwise it might be difficult to escape unscathed. Chapter 198, Sheep. On his way back to Kingshao from Hangzhou, Taoist Master Yipin, eager to drink Lanling wine as soon as possible, actually used his magical power to shrink the earth to an inch, carrying Wei Yi with him as if by teleportation. In a matter of seconds, they were back in Kingshao. This was truly eye-opening for Wei Yi, who felt that Taoist Master Yipin was a true living immortal. He possessed such a magical power that practically defied the laws of heaven and earth. While it was clear that the energy required to use this power was immense, ordinary people probably wouldn't even have a glimpse of its potential. It's like saying a good woman is a waste of money. But for many people, even without a girlfriend, let alone a healthy lifestyle, they couldn't afford to spend their money. Upon returning to Kingshao, Wei Yi invited Taoist Master Yipin to his home and immediately ordered a jar of wine to satisfy his craving. Haha, finally some wine. Refreshing. Taoist Master Yipin gulped down several mouthfuls, then laughed, stroking his beard. A look of satisfaction crossed his face. The spirit, which had been somewhat languishing due to the shrinking of the earth into an inch, suddenly became full of energy again. Wei Yi had the way to bring the food, and then he and Taoist Master Yipin chatted over a glass of wine. Juzi also ran in, and came directly before Taoist Master Yipin. Standing upright, he clasped his front paws together, forming a fist-shaped gesture, and bowed to him. He had always remembered Taoist Master Yipin's guidance and the teachings of cultivation. He was filled with gratitude, so his bow came from the heart. But it had come at this moment, because Wei Yi had secretly summoned it through telepathy. Wei Yi knew that Taoist Master Yipin was an absolute master, possessing countless opportunities that ordinary people could only dream of. The Zua Neo Jade pendant he had gifted him was a treasure, and the cultivation techniques he had taught Juzi were top tier. Taking advantage of him, a little bit of luck, perhaps, was a stroke of good fortune for Juzi. So he had deliberately summoned Juzi. Haha, long time no see. The little guy's cultivation has improved so quickly. Taoist Master Yipin said, beaming as he looked at Orange. That's all thanks to the good fortune you gifted him back then. Wei Yi said from the side. Here, this is for you. Taoist Master Yipin suddenly produced a medicinal herb emitting a greenish glow from nowhere. This herb, shrouded in spiritual energy and exuding a strange medicinal fragrance, was truly extraordinary from its very appearance. It was obvious that this was no ordinary plant. It must be an extremely rare elixir of heaven and earth. Seeing Taoist Master Yipin present this herb, the Guyu within Wei Yi became excited, and he could clearly sense her inner yearning. He also knew from her heart that it was a spiritual plant, a true supreme treasure, comparable to elixirs and magical medicines. Take it. Refine it. Perhaps it will help you establish your foundation and transform sooner. Taoist Master Yipin said with a smile. The orange cat, overjoyed, bowed again, then grabbed the spiritual plant with its paw, picked it up in its mouth, and ran away. Wei thanks the Taoist priest on behalf of Orange. Wei Yi stood up, raised his glass, and then toasted Taoist priest Yipin. Haha, you're welcome. The two chatted for a few more moments, and Taoist priest Yipin suddenly asked, do you have a fox spirit in your family? Haha, nothing can be hidden from the Taoist priest, Wei Yi said with a smile. Immediately, with a thought, the ancient moon flew out of his body. It's actually in you? No wonder you have the aura of a fox spirit. It's not strong, but it persists. I'm still puzzled. Taoist priest Yipin looked at Wei Yi with a hint of surprise. He hadn't noticed the fox spirit hidden within Wei Yi just now. He was even surprised that the magical aura he exuded also carried the aura of a fox spirit. After all, he could easily see through ordinary possession spells. Furthermore, from their last encounter with Wei Yi, Taoist priest Yipin knew that Wei Yi was an ordinary person without magical powers. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was different from that of cultivators and warriors. He had no Zen ki or blood energy within him. But after seeing Wei Yi this time, he unexpectedly discovered that he had reached the golden core realm. He had been a bit surprised, but then the fox demon appeared, and everything clicked. Furthermore, Wei Yi's cultivation had instantly jumped from the golden core realm to the key refining realm. Although already at the peak of the key refining realm, his magical energy was much more normal. Haha, young man, your magical powers are truly profound. Taoist Master Yipin said with a meaningful laugh. He was deeply curious about the ingenious methods Wei Yi employed. He even developed a strong interest in Wei Yi's cultivation. My humble acumen, Taoist Master, excuse me for making fun of you. Wei Yi said modestly. No need to be so modest. You and I cultivate different paths, but each has its own merits. Compared to your great path, I too am an outsider, an ignorant person. Master, you're too modest. In terms of cultivation and vision, I, Wei, truly feel inferior. Wei Yi continued his politeness, then turned to Gu Yu and said, Gu Yu, quickly pay your respects to Master Yipin. Junior pays respects to Senior Yipin. Gu Yu knelt and kowtowed obediently. Master, I know absolutely nothing about cultivation. Gu Yu has been with me for so long, and there's nothing I can do to help you. I wonder if you could offer me some guidance. Wei Yi looked ashamed of Gu Yu. Master Yipin naturally understood Wei Yi's intentions and offered no hesitation, saying, haha, no problem. Come, I'll teach you a set of exercises more suitable for your practice. Why don't you thank Master Yipin? Wei Yi said quickly. Thank you, senior. I'll never forget your kindness. Gu Yu kowtowed again. Taoist Master Yipin laughed heartily, then reached out and placed a hand on Gu Yu's head. A surge of magical power instantly poured into his body, and he simultaneously taught Gu Yu a set of cultivation techniques through his divine consciousness. This technique, called the divine art of the celestial fox, was the cultivation method of the celestial fox clan. It wasn't just a cultivation technique, it was a method for defying fate and changing one's destiny. It was a path of life's evolution. With this technique, she had the opportunity to cultivate the celestial fox bloodline and become a powerful celestial fox. Furthermore, this technique also contained many magical powers unique to the celestial fox clan. It could be said that Taoist Master Yipin had truly gifted her with a great opportunity. Such an opportunity was something she might never have achieved in her entire life. Of course, she was also relying on Wei Yi's help. Otherwise, a mere demon like herself wouldn't even be worthy of being served before him, let alone begging for a blessing. Thank you, senior. Thank you. Gu Yu knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, her excitement and gratitude evident in her words. Wei Yi, through telepathy, naturally knew what cultivation technique Taoist Yipin had imparted to Gu Yu. He was equally astonished. Taoist Yipin was indeed a wealthy man, possessing a wealth of treasures. Just as Wei Yi was thinking this, a crimson spiritual fruit suddenly appeared in Taoist Yipin's hands. The fruit, resembling jade, radiated a fiery warmth and rich spiritual energy, clearly no ordinary object. Here, this spirit flame fruit is for you too. It will be of great benefit to someone with a fire spirit root like you. Taoist Yipin enveloped the spirit flame fruit with his magical power and handed it to Gu Yu. Gu Yu was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if she were dreaming. A cultivation technique and a spiritual fruit, this kind of good fortune was beyond her wildest dreams. Of course, she also knew that Wei Yi had helped her secure this opportunity. So, she secretly vowed to be obedient and serve her master faithfully from now on. Well, Taoist Lipin has given you such a great opportunity. Hurry and retreat to practice, Wei Yi said. Gu Yu bowed again before leaving the room. By the way, Taoist priest, I'll get you some of my newly brewed medicinal wine to try and see if it suits your taste. Seeing Taoist priest Lipin's generosity, he couldn't be stingy. He had to serve him the best wine and food. Wei Yi rushed to fetch his own brewed medicinal wine. This was a new recipe he'd unlocked after upgrading his brewing skills. But it was also the best tasting medicinal wine he could currently brew with his limited resources. As for its efficacy, for someone as extraordinary as Taoist priest Lipin, that little bit of benefit was negligible. The flavor, however, was worth savoring. After all, he couldn't get the ingredients needed to brew the true nectar. Wei Yi brought a small jar of medicinal wine. Don't think it's too little, Taoist priest. The herbs required for brewing this wine are truly hard to find. I went through great pains to obtain just a tiny amount, just enough for this small jar. Wei Yi explained with a smile. Not too little, not too little. Let me try. Taoist Lipin's eyes lit up. Wei Yi immediately opened the bottle, and a unique blend of fruity and fragrant wine wafted out. Taoist Lipin's eyes lit up with surprise. The taste alone had him eagerly anticipating the next day. Wei Yi poured a bowl of wine for Taoist Lipin, who eagerly took a swig. The unique and refreshing flavor, the rich and layered notes, felt like a completely new and delightful experience for his palate. Delicious. This taste is so special. Taoist Lipin exclaimed in delight. This flavor was truly a surprise and a novelty. He quickly downed the entire bowl in one gulp, his face beaming with satisfaction. Come on, another bowl. Haha, this whole jar of wine is all yours. Take your time, don't rush, Wei Yi said with a smile as he poured the wine. Okay, then I won't be shy, Taoist Lipin said with a grin. He immediately savored the wine, sip after sip, his face beaming with enjoyment. Wei Yi, on the side, recounted the recipe for jade dew he had obtained. Unfortunately, the ingredients needed to brew it are even more precious. I've tried everything I could to get them, but otherwise, perhaps I could have let you taste it this time. Oh, what ingredients do you need? Tell me and see if I can get them for you. Taoist Master Lipin became interested again. Golden brown rice, jade millet, crystal fruit. Wei Yi listed the precious plants he needed. I have golden brown rice and crystal fruit. I don't have the others, but that's not a big deal. Leave it to me, I can get them for you, Taoist Master Lipin said with a smile. As expected, Wei Yi was delighted. Sure enough, asking Taoist Master Lipin for help was the right approach. By the way, Taoist priest, could you help me get some seeds for these plants? I want to cultivate them myself, so I'll have enough raw materials for winner making later. Of course I can, but they are difficult to cultivate. At this point, Taoist priest Lipin paused. He felt his worries were unnecessary. Wei Yi was no ordinary person. He would surely have his own way of solving the cultivation problem. There was no need for him to worry about it. So, he changed the subject. How about this? Next time I come over, I'll bring some along. Haha, then thank you in advance, Taoist priest. When I brew the nectar, I'll be the first to taste it. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wei Yi got straight to the point, discussing what he most wanted to know the world outside the Great Yan dynasty. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't asked, for Wei Yi now realized how absurdly vast this world truly was. The Great Yan dynasty was but a drop in the ocean, compared to the entire world. In this world, there were hundreds of dynasties as vast as the Great Yan dynasty. If you count the smaller states, the number would be even greater, perhaps even thousands. Moreover, most of these nations are concentrated on the continent where the Great Yan dynasty resides and Huakshadeozhao. In the global context, the continent where the Great Yan dynasty resides is called Zuanayaozhao. Its neighbor is Huakshadeozhao. The 2 continents are separated by 100,000 mountains and a central chasm, the Netherworld, a forbidding barrier. Consequently, there is little communication between the 2 continents, hence their division into 2 distinct continents and their respective names. Only those truly at the top of the world have the opportunity to cross the netherworld. However, to the east of Huaksha across the sea, lies another, even more vast continent, the Zixio continent. It is a true sacred place for cultivation. It boasts rich spiritual energy, abundant resources, and numerous blessed caves and sanctuaries. Most of the current top sects are located there. Martial arts and cultivation flourish on that continent, and the dynasties and nations there are generally subordinate to the top sects. Imperial power holds little weight on the Zixio continent. The royal family is merely a more prestigious family. The chaos star sea between Huaksha and Zixio continent is also an absolutely dangerous place, home to demonic hordes. Of course, beyond these three continents, there are many places in this world that humans have never set foot on. Listening to Taoist Master Yapin's words, Wei Yi suddenly felt insignificant. He felt as if he were still in the novice village. But think about it, even on Blue Star in his previous life, there were 100 or 200 countries. Even if one became the head of state, Blue Star would still be a tiny existence compared to the entire world. Human exploration of the world is limited, and there are still many places that humans cannot reach, let alone in this world of extraordinary power. But when he first arrived in this world, he was just an ordinary person living at the bottom of King's House City. Now, step by step, he is almost reaching the pinnacle of the Great Yan dynasty. So no matter how big this world is, as long as one's strength continues to rise, one can stand at its pinnacle, looking down on all beings, just like this Taoist master, traveling freely and at ease. The sky is too high, but that is for the reptiles on the ground. The world is vast, but that's only for weak mortals. As long as you have enough strength, the whole world can be at your feet. Chapter 199, Spring of Scholars. Based on Taoist Master Yapin's words, Wei Yi guessed that the other person was most likely from the Zixio continent. But Wei Yi didn't ask. After all, he had never mentioned his sect or origins. This meant that he didn't want to talk about it. Wei Yi naturally didn't want to ask too much. Just like he had never asked about his cultivation. After all, even the closest of people have secrets, let alone casual friends. By the way, Taoist Master, are there any realms above the spiritual transformation realm? From what I know, the strongest cultivator in the world seems to be at the spiritual transformation realm. Wei Yi then asked about the realm divisions of various cultivation systems. In the path of cultivation, above the nascent soul stage is the spirit transformation stage, and beyond the spirit transformation stage is the Dao realm. For cultivators in the Dao realm, the strength of a person can no longer be measured or judged solely by their realm. The strength of each Dao realm cultivator depends on the great Dao they comprehend, and the level of their Dao law. Therefore, cultivators in the same Dao realm can experience vastly different abilities, a disparity that can even be greater than the gap between the key refining stage and the golden core stage. If one's comprehension of the great Dao reaches perfection, they will be recognized by the heavenly Dao, and the laws of heaven and earth will be bestowed upon them, becoming a Mahayana cultivator. They will then experience a heavenly tribulation. After surviving the heavenly tribulation, this is the path to true immortality. The later stages of martial arts are essentially the same as those of cultivation. Before entering the martial god realm, there are only three realms, the divine body realm, the divine soul realm, and the divine intention realm. However, each realm is extremely difficult to break through, especially the gap between the divine intention realm and the martial god realm. While the difference may seem like a single realm, it actually represents a vast chasm. Only a few can make the leap. Moreover, this so-called divine will realm actually leads to the same goal as the Dao realm of the Taoists, both requiring a comprehension of the great Dao. Wei Yi nodded, seemingly gaining a relatively comprehensive understanding of the various cultivation systems and the structure of the powerful within this world. Within the Great Yan dynasty, and even across the entire Zhuanao province, the divine transformation realm is essentially the ceiling. It's a rare sight. Nascent Soul Realm and Grandmaster Realm warriors are considered the top tier. However, in the Huaksha Dao province, and even on the Zixio continent, cultivators at the Dao realm and Divine Will Realm warriors are considered the top tier. The Nascent Soul Realm is merely mid-tier. This is easy to understand. Someone with tens of millions in assets in a small city might be the wealthiest person in the area. But on a national scale, that might only be considered upper middle class, and even less so globally. Wei Yi and Taoist Master Yipin chatted until the next morning, drinking several jars of wine. Of course, Taoist Master Yipin drank most of the wine. Wei Yi had a very fruitful evening of conversation. Taoist Master Yipin was indeed knowledgeable and experienced, like a human search engine. Through him, Wei Yi gained a certain understanding of the most prominent sects and forces, as well as the powerful individuals at the pinnacle of power, across Zhuanao province, Huaxia province, and even the Zixio continent. Taoist Master Yipin even gave Wei Yi a jade slip containing maps of various continents, including the distribution of major forces and the locations of dangerous and forbidden areas. Wei Yi felt as if he had suddenly gained a bird's eye view, no longer completely in the dark, completely ignorant of the world. People often fear the unknown. For example, in the era of information technology, even the same fan would feel apprehensive when traveling from one city to another. They would feel unfamiliar, insecure, and panic. But in today's information-rich world, even traveling to an unfamiliar country, let alone a city, is less intimidating. Before arriving, one can thoroughly understand the country and region. They can prepare in advance, and even look up travel guides. Therefore, when all information is transparent and fears are actually much lessened. Wei Yi currently feels this way. That morning, Wei Yi took Taoist Master Yipin to visit King Feng Academy. Taoist Master Yipin was in no hurry to leave this time, and he was still thinking about the delicious food Wei Yi had cooked. Wei Yi also promised to personally cook him a few side dishes for lunch. On the way to the academy, Wei Yi suddenly mentioned Sulingan. Innate spiritual essence? Taoist Master Yipin's eyebrows raised in surprise at Wei Yi's words. Yes, it should be innate spiritual essence, but I don't quite understand it. That's why I'm hoping you can take a look. She's been sick so often, and I'm worried her body can't handle it, and it might be harmful. Wei Yi said seriously. Wei Yi naturally knew about Sulingan's situation through Beijiao. Take me to see her. Taoist Master Yipin said nothing more. Wei Yi took Taoist Master Yipin directly to the courtyard where Su Zhe lived, and met Sulingan. The moment he saw Sulingan, Taoist Master Yipin's eyes flashed with surprise. But he didn't say anything right away. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Taoist Master Yipin, a true hermit. I've heard about Lingan's situation, so I've specially asked you to come and take a look. Wei Yi introduced them. Member Su greets Taoist Master. Thank you for taking care of my daughter's strange illness. Su Zhe bowed. You're welcome. Actually, your daughter doesn't have a strange illness. It's because she was born extraordinary. She possesses something extraordinary within her, so she is destined to become an extraordinary being. Taoist Master Yipin said with a smile. Hearing this, Su Zhe couldn't help but look at Sulingan beside him with surprise. Although Beijiao had said that Sulingan would become an extraordinary person that day, he didn't completely believe it. Now that even the Taoist Master Wei Yi had invited said so, it seemed that he understood why the Shinran cult had attacked his daughter that night. Thank you, Taoist Master, but I wonder what exactly is inside my daughter's body? Su Zhe asked curiously. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. I don't know if this will actually benefit you more than harm you. Later, I'll teach her a technique that will allow her to control the power within her body, so she won't fall ill again. As for her future path, it's up to her to choose. Taoist Master Yipin said with a smile. Su Zhe nodded and immediately bowed again in gratitude. But Mr. Wei, you may need to take extra care to protect your friend. Taoist Master Yipin looked at Wei Yi beside him and said, or send her to a major sect to train. The power within her may attract some covetous individuals. Until she matures, she'll need someone to protect her. Once she grows up, she'll be able to protect herself, and this process shouldn't take long. Hearing Taoist Master Yipin's words, Wei Yi nodded solemnly. Wei understands. From Taoist Master Yipin's words, Wei Yi seemed to understand that Sulingan's body contained more than just innate spiritual essence. After all, for a master like him to value such an extraordinary thing, it must be truly extraordinary. As the saying goes, a man innocent of crime is guilty of possessing a treasure. The extraordinary power within Sulingan's body would inevitably attract the covetousness of powerful individuals. The recent attack by the celestial being cult on Sulingan is a prime example. Someone like Sulingan, possessing extraordinary power, must have been born into a powerful faction or a prominent family, otherwise, it would be difficult for her to grow up safely. However, Wei Yi was concerned about sending Sulingan into a sect, fearing that someone within the sect might harbor ulterior motives. After all, when temptation is great enough, malicious intent is inevitable. Therefore, the safest option is to keep her in King's House City, where he can protect her. For now, the greatest threat to Sulingan remains the celestial being cult. However, Wei Yi has no fear of the celestial being cult. As long as his strength improves further, and he is absolutely certain of his victory, he will be the first to eliminate them. News of the Hengzhou City incident spread rapidly. After all, such a shocking and legendary story has already attracted much attention. Furthermore, this story also touches upon an even more important element, Confucianism and Taoism. Du Shaoling and Tang Yin deliberately spread the news of Confucianism and Taoism. They hope that Wei Yi's story of slaying monsters with Song of Righteousness, preventing catastrophe, and saving Hengzhou City would attract the attention of all scholars and literati, thereby enhancing the prestige and influence of Confucianism and Taoism. Furthermore, this incident clearly demonstrated the true nature of Confucianism and Taoism. Indeed, as word spread, it instantly ignited the passions of all scholars. From young students to veteran scholars who had long since retired, hope and passion seemed to ignite within them. While the emergence of Confucianism and Taoism truly overturned everyone's understanding, it was too shocking and unbelievable. Scholars could cultivate and transform their knowledge into extraordinary power. Poetry could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, unite the will of the masses, and unleash might that would shake the heavens and move the gods. These stories sounded like fairy tales, like a dream. But in this dark world, the scholars were like a group of hungry travelers in the desert. When they suddenly spotted an oasis, even if they thought it was a mirage, they would rush towards it without hesitation. Because it was their only hope. And Confucianism was precisely that. It was an opportunity that could change their destiny. Naturally, they preferred to believe it rather than not. Moreover, in this era and world, educated scholars were the most powerful disseminators. Many of these scholars even possessed a certain level of prestige and fame, much like influential self-media influencers in real life, with vast followings and a powerful following. Therefore, their help in spreading the word was a powerful asset. Their spontaneous dissemination helped spread the news even more rapidly, especially within the literary community, where it spread like wildfire. Suddenly, many scholars began flocking to Hengzhou and Kingzhou cities, eager to pursue their own path. Within the palace, Emperor Yanshan naturally received a carrier pigeon message from Hengzhou City, learning the details of the incident. Emperor Yanshan was horrified and weighed down by the events in Hengzhou City. He hadn't imagined someone had nearly unleashed an ancient demon, nearly bringing annihilation to the Great Yan dynasty. Had it not been for Wei Yi's decisive intervention, even if he had prevented everything, all the efforts of the Shinran sect would have been completely wasted, and they would have been forced to abandon the Great Yan dynasty and flee. He was also filled with dread, having never imagined such a terrifying ancient altar hidden within Hengzhou City. Fortunately, Wei Yi had a narrow escape, preventing the demon from descending. This was good news, but also bad news for them. Wei Yi's ability to prevent the demon from descending further demonstrated his unfathomable power, further increasing his threat to the Shinran sect. Furthermore, after this incident, Wei Yi's fame and prestige would undoubtedly soar, and the Xiangsha alliance's influence would also increase. Of course, what worried him even more was the mention of Confucianism and Taoism in the news. The unknown is often the most terrifying. Confucianism and Taoism, the name was unfamiliar to Emperor Yanshan. This world's history had seen numerous schools of thought, and even ideas similar to Confucianism flourished. But in all his years, this was the first time he had heard of such a great path. So Wei Yi cultivates an unprecedented system. No wonder his methods are so unpredictable and unpredictable, they are completely beyond comprehension. He can transform poetry into magical powers, invoke the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and unite the will of all to form mighty power. This Confucianism is truly incredible. If this news spreads, a terrifying force will rise within the great Yan dynasty. If all those scholars practice Confucianism. Emperor Yanshan frowned and sat down on the dragon couch, his face filled with sorrow. He hadn't expected such a formidable opponent to appear out of nowhere. One completely beyond his comprehension. As the news spread, Hengzhou City suddenly became bustling with activity. Scholars from other prefectures and counties gathered in Hengzhou, hoping to visit Yuanshan Academy and become Confucian disciples. The entrance to Yuanshan Academy was bustling with activity. Everyone, please be quiet. I know you're all here to learn and understand the truth, but please register here first. We'll make all the necessary arrangements, and we'll post a notice tomorrow morning, informing you to take the basic entrance exam. The corresponding fees will also be announced. Please be informed. Tang Yin spoke loudly, standing at the academy's gate. Upon hearing Tang Yin's words, everyone immediately fell silent, looking at him respectfully. After all, they were all here to become his disciples, not to cause trouble. Naturally, they knew to abide by the rules and not disturb others. Therefore, whether younger or older than Tang Yin, they all held him in high esteem. After all, in the practice of Confucianism and Taoism, they were all students, and Tang Yin would one day become their teacher. Naturally, everyone dared not neglect him. They obeyed and cooperated, lining up to the side. Not far away, in a carriage on the street, County Magistrate Chen Yuan observed the grand scene at the entrance to Yuanshan Academy, feeling a surge of emotion. Wang Liang, the co-magistrate beside him, couldn't help but click his tongue and say, "This is too much. So many people have come all at once. Not to mention them, even I want to go to Yuanshan Academy, to study and learn the truth." Chen Yuan sighed. Although he was forced by circumstances and the tyranny of the Shinran sect to submit to their faction and become a minion of the Shinran sect, putting these circumstances aside, as a scholar, he naturally longed to become a Confucian and Taoist cultivator. He could transform his knowledge into extraordinary power, defy fate, and become a transcendent being. If he had great strength, who would want to serve the Shinran sect as a dog and bear the public's infamy? If possible, he also wanted to be a good person. Chapter 200 It's just a lie. Taoist Master Yipin stayed at the Wei residence for 2 days before departing, contentedly laden with dozens of jars of Lanling wine. Su Lingyan, after practicing the techniques taught by Taoist Master Yipin, reached the key refining realm in less than a day. Wei Yi was astonished at her speed. However, to further enhance Su Lingyan's self-defense capabilities, Wei Yi also took her in as his penman and taught her the magical powers of brilliant writing and paper talk. After all, with these two abilities, she could overcome most threats. Juzi and Guai also took advantage of the great opportunity bestowed upon them by Taoist Master Yipin and began practicing in seclusion. Their cultivation progress was also astonishing. Juzi should be able to successfully establish her foundation directly with the medicinal properties of the spiritual plant. As for Guayu, a conservative estimate suggests she could reach at least the middle or even late Jindan realm. Primarily relying on the techniques of the Heavenly Fox divine art, her future cultivation advancement will also be extremely rapid. She will truly be reborn, possessing the bloodline power of the Heavenly Fox clan. News of the Hengzhou City incident spread throughout Qingzhou City, causing quite a stir. For a time, Wei Yi's name and his Confucian and Taoist cultivation became the talk of the town once again. Although the people of Qingzhou City had some knowledge of Confucianism and Taoism through previous rumors, and knew that scholars could potentially gain extraordinary powers, the confirmed news still left them stunned and incredulous. Capitalizing on this wave of excitement, Wei Yi implemented his latest policy at Qingfeng Academy. He recruited all current students as scribes. He also announced the Confucian and Taoist cultivation system and the grading of students. He also expanded the academy's enrollment, incorporating all private schools in the city into the academy, establishing it as a direct academy. He began training scribes from the very young. After all, young students could also provide the spirit of writing, and this larger group represented the future. With the approval of the Jingan Prince's Palace and the government office, Wei Yi officially renamed King Feng Academy the Confucian and Taoist Academy, securing financial support from the palace and numerous prominent families in the city. Confucianism and Taoism quickly became a citywide craze, sparking a renewed reading craze. Students from surrounding areas flocked in droves. All schools were completely overwhelmed, with students unable to meet the demand. The situation was particularly pronounced at the Confucian Academy. And it wasn't just young students who came to study, many older scholars and intellectuals also flocked. Even the prefect, Lord Li, and officials from the prefectural and county governments came seeking admission to the academy. Young Master Wei, do you think we still have a chance to practice Confucianism? We're all scholars, and I've heard that Confucianism and Taoism are about knowledge, not age. So, I wonder if we meet the requirements? Li Xinian asked with a smile. Wei Yi smiled slightly. He hadn't expected even officials from the prefectural and county governments to seek instruction. But it was completely understandable. Many scholars in their 30s, 40s, and even 50s and 60s were indeed seeking instruction at the academy. After all, who wouldn't want to possess extraordinary powers? It was just that these people were older, and their literary accomplishments and attainments were already quite advanced. There's no way, and no need, to study alongside the young students. Most importantly, the academy doesn't have the space to accommodate them. Yes, if young Master Wei finds it inconvenient, we could serve as part-time teachers at the academy, another adult said. They'd recently heard the Confucian and Taoist Academy was expanding its recruitment of teachers. Anyone who met the requirements could become a teacher at the academy, earning the qualification to practice Confucianism and Taoism. However, most teachers would be assigned to surrounding counties to teach at schools there, effectively spreading the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism. Officials like them couldn't leave King's House City. Wei Yi smiled and said, haha, with your knowledge, practicing Confucianism and Taoism is certainly not a problem. However, you're so busy that you don't have the time to serve as teachers. So, you could choose to become lay Buddhists at our Confucian and Taoist Academy, similar to lay disciples in Taoist sects. Wei Yi explained to Magistrate Li and the others what lay Buddhists meant. This was a suitable role for those who held official positions, or had special statuses who lacked the time to teach, or who were otherwise unsuitable for the role of a teacher at the academy. The solution was to recruit these individuals as lay Buddhists at the Confucian and Taoist Academy. After all, these elders were far more valuable to Wei Yi than the younger students. Each of them possessed a vast reservoir of literary energy. If they became writers, they could be worth as many as a dozen, or even dozens, of younger students. While younger students represented the future and a force for sustainable development, these veteran scholars could provide the greatest amount of literary energy to Wei Yi's literary community in the shortest possible time. Both were crucial to Wei Yi. As lay Buddhists, they didn't need to attend daily classes at the academy or teach. They could simply cultivate and study at home. This reduced the burden on the academy, while also allowing them to contribute to the academy's literary energy. However, as lay Buddhists, they also had to contribute to the academy, such as through donations, assistance, and support when necessary. Therefore, recruiting these individuals as lay Buddhists would not only leverage their literary energy, but also their connections, resources, and wealth. Plus, it would sound more appealing to others. That's fine. Great. Becoming a lay Buddhist means you can work and cultivate at the same time. Alright, then can we become lay Buddhists now? The elders were overjoyed and excited. No problem. I'll have someone register you later. You've all contributed greatly to the academy's expansion, so the first year's contribution requirement is temporarily waived. From now on, you'll just need to make the required annual contribution to the academy, Wei Yi said with a smile. Then we'd like to thank you, Master Wei. Li Zifu bowed. Haha, you're welcome. We hope you'll continue to support our Confucian and Taoist Academy. Of course. We're all fellow Taoists now, so we must uphold the honor and dignity of Confucianism. In Shanghaiang City, deep within a large hall at the Shanren Taoist temple, an elder with an ethereal demeanor, white hair, a youthful face, and a sharp gaze, dressed in the robes of a great Yan dynasty imperial master, entered the hall. This man was the Shanren sect's true grand elder Elder Xianhu. But to outsiders, he was the head of the Shinran sect. Behind Elder Cheyenne who followed a woman in a red wedding gown. Her head was covered by a red veil, her features invisible. A paper figurine was taped to her back. She followed Elder Cheyenne closely into the main hall. Inside, an even older figure sat cross-legged, facing an ancient stone tablet, his back to the main hall entrance, apparently engaged in spiritual practice. "Greetings, Grand Elder," he said. "I have the final bride you requested. Her birth date and horoscope perfectly meet the requirements, and she is born under the water element." Elder Cheyenne bowed. At his words, the elderly figure slowly turned around, his face wrinkled, and his skin withered. Though his eyes still bright, he looked vastly older than Elder Cheyenne, as if he were nearing death. This figure was the Grand Elder of the Shinran sect, Zenran Kyangayu. Master Kyangayu carefully examined the bride, a flicker of joy in his eyes. He nodded. "Finally, we are all here." With a wave of his hand, 2 dark red jade spikes, each as thick as a thumb, flew out, piercing the bride's chest. The wound didn't bleed, but instead shone with a strange red hue. The bride's body twitched slightly, then, as if transformed into a zombie, she stiffly walked deeper into the hall, finally disappearing at the end of the corridor. As he watched the bride's back, a subtle flicker of curiosity crossed Elder Cheyenne's eyes. He was genuinely curious about what kind of cultivation method the Grand Elder was using these brides to cultivate. But one thing was certain, it was likely some kind of forbidden technique. After all, he was old, and his cultivation had reached a plateau. He had already tried conventional methods many times. Without resorting to extraordinary means, it would be difficult to achieve significant improvement. Furthermore, their sect had always been open to using forbidden methods. It could be said that their creed was known for its unwavering commitment to achieving its goals. His only concern was whether the Grand Elder would succeed. After all, he was currently the Celestial Being sect's last hope and support. If his cultivation and strength could improve significantly, there would be a chance to reverse the current situation. At this thought, Elder Cheyenne felt a wave of melancholy again. He had once hoped to become another pillar of support for the Celestial Being sect. If he could fully replenish Su Lingyan's innate spiritual essence, he too would have had a chance to reach the spiritual transformation realm. Unfortunately, his disciples had gone missing since their departure for King's House City. After making inquiries, he was almost certain that they had failed. The reason was now clear to him. Su Zhi was also a Confucian and Taoist practitioner, and perhaps quite powerful. Furthermore, King's House City was filled with Wei Yi's men, so his disciples had likely been targeted from the beginning, ultimately being completely eliminated by Wei Yi's men. This incident had left him depressed for days, filled with regret. He had actually banished Su Zhi to King's House City, only for him, by some strange twist of fate, to become a teacher at the Confucian and Taoist Academy, a Confucian and Taoist practitioner. The duck that was about to be won had flown away. But he was truly unwilling to accept it. After all, he didn't want to miss such a great opportunity. Unfortunately, King's House City had become Wei Yi's stronghold, his influence overwhelming, leaving him completely powerless. Therefore, he could only hope that the Supreme Elder's divine power would be fully realized, turning the tide, slaying Wei Yi, and destroying the Confucian and Taoist forces. Grand Elder, have you heard about the events in Heng's House City? Elder Cheyenne paused before speaking. It happened a long time ago, so of course I heard about it. True Person Kyangayu looked at True Person Cheyenne with some surprise. Hearing this, True Person Cheyenne guessed that he truly didn't know what had happened in Heng's House City. After all, the Supreme Elder had been in seclusion recently, instructing everyone not to disturb him, unless it was important. Therefore, he was unaware of what had happened in Heng's House City. It's another major event that happened recently. Elder Cheyenne recounted the events in Heng's House City and the situation regarding the Confucian and Taoist forces in detail. Upon hearing Elder Cheyenne's account, True Person Kyangyu's brow furrowed, his expression becoming grave, and he too was filled with astonishment. He hadn't imagined that such a spiritual practice as Confucianism and Taoism existed in this world. Furthermore, according to Cheyenne's description, the influence of Confucianism and Taoism would likely grow rapidly. It would indeed become a formidable threat, even more formidable than the Xianxia alliance. However, Elder Kyangayu felt something was amiss. This so-called Confucian and Taoist practice was a bit too simplistic. Are you sure those people are saying that just writing and reciting poetry is enough to cultivate? Elder Kyangayu asked suspiciously. Yes, that's right. It seems that it's mainly about writing and painting, because they cultivate the energy of brush and ink. Elder Xianhu added. True man. Kyangayu frowned and pondered for a long moment before suddenly scoffing, saying, HMPH. Such a Confucian and Taoist practice. Wei Yi is truly lying. Why does Grand Elder say that? How could such a simple cultivation method exist in this world? This so-called Confucianism and Taoism might just be a cover. If I'm not mistaken, Wei Yi's true practice is the way of incense and fire, also known as the way of the gods. It's a long-lost ancient cultivation method. This so-called aura of brush and ink might be similar to the power of incense and fire. Practicing the way of the gods relies on the power of incense and fire from believers to enhance one's strength and cultivation. Therefore, those scholars are merely providing Wei Yi with this incense and fire power. Those among them who can use Confucian and Taoist magical powers are merely summoning techniques from the way of incense and fire. They possess no true Taoist magical powers. They simply borrow Wei Yi's power. They are merely his puppets. Humph. I never expected Wei Yi to master the long-lost way of incense and fire. Very good. When I capture Wei Yi someday, I'll definitely seize this technique. Perhaps then, with the help of the incense path, we can break through future bottlenecks. Kyangayu Zenran spoke with increasing excitement. After all, the incense path is a shortcut to cultivation. While it doesn't offer the same high ceiling as cultivating the true self, and the future doesn't offer the same freedom as cultivating immortals, for someone like me, who has no hope of cultivating the true self, and even needs to rely on forbidden techniques to achieve breakthroughs, practicing the incense path is absolutely the best option. It can even provide better protection for future disciples of the sect. Upon hearing Kyangayu Zenran's explanation, Elder Xianhu's eyes widened, and a sudden realization struck him. Now that you mention it, it seems quite true. I've always found Confucian and Taoist practices a bit strange. How can a bunch of scholars, simply writing and reciting poetry, cultivate and possess extraordinary powers? It seems Wei Yi is just being mysterious and bluffing. HMPH. Get someone to spread the news and expose his lies. Use alarmist language. That should slow the growth of their Confucian and Taoist influence. Besides, Shintoism relies on the devotion of its followers. If their hearts waver, it will affect the power of the incense, and weaken Wei Yi's strength. Alright, I'll do it immediately. Elder Xianhu's face was filled with surprise. It turned out that the experienced ones were the wisest. The Supreme Elder had immediately seen through Wei Yi's lies and found a way to counter their Confucianism. This might even hinder and undermine its development. Go back and tell the sect master not to worry, and there's no need to rush. The moment I perfect my magical skills, Wei Yi will die. I won't keep him waiting for long. True man. Kyangayu said sternly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.